I came back after the first 15 minutes of editing to make this content warning. Of all of the Camp Mystic coverage I've done, this is the most difficult. The emotions are just indescribable. Please be aware. I'm not trying to be funny when I say make sure you have your tissues handy.
The House General Investigating Committee on the July 2025 flooding events will now come to order. All right. The chair calls Bolton Walters, Julie Sprunt, Skylar Marshall, and Grant Griffin. All right. Thank you all for being here, and we will start going right to left with Ms. Sprunt. Please begin.
Chairman, vice chairs, and committee members, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. To Casey Garrett and Judge Massagill and your team, thank you for your hard work and excellent presentation yesterday. My name is Julie Sprunt Marshall. I'm a surgeon here in Austin. My husband, Skylar, and I are parents to a 9-year-old daughter, Mackenzie. On July 4th, Mackenzie was a camper in Twins 2 when she was swept more than a mile downriver and survived. I am also a former camper at Camp Mystic. I loved this camp enough to send my daughter to it. I assumed the Eastland family took our love, loyalty, and trust seriously enough to maintain appropriate safety plans. I assumed since I attended 30 years ago that the Eastland family would have invested in safe technology to improve safety at Camp Mystic. It has become very clear they did not. I want answers to the heartbreaking questions my daughter asks me about what happened to her friends. I hope Mackenzie's experience offers this committee a sense of what these children suffered, those that survived and those that did not. All of our daughters in those cabins were awake with enough time to be evacuated. Our daughters were told to stay in place. They waited. They obeyed the Eastland family's instructions. From the cabin window, Mackenzie watched flashlights bobbing in the dark as other campers and counselors made their way toward rec hall and safety. Over time, the girls were moved to the top of the bunk beds as the water rose. Mackenzie told me that, eventually, she and the other girls understood. No more adults were coming to rescue them. She remembers Edward crying out to the sky to stop the rain. The rain did not stop. The water slowly rose in her cabin. The Eastland's prayers didn't save the girls that night. I worry the Eastland's prayers going forward are not an appropriate safety plan. Girls began crying for their mothers. Girls were crying that they wanted to go home. I cannot fathom this. We cannot accept it. Had these 8-year-old girls and their counselors been allowed to run for their lives, there were many safe places to go. We all grew up at that camp. We knew those safe places. Our girls did not. Instead, they obediently waited, and the counselors, heroes themselves, decided that if the water reached their shoulders, they would evacuate the girls rather than leaving them to drown in their cabin. Once the water was 2 feet from the ceiling, the bunk bed tipped, spilling the girls into the water. Mackenzie was swept out of the window. In total darkness, amid fast-moving, churning, debris-filled water, Mackenzie fought for her life as the current catapulted her downriver. She describes thinking, "This is what it is like to die. This is it." My daughter tried to grab onto cypress trees, but could only strip leaves off the branches. She would lay flat in the river, feet first, but would have to be under the level of debris because it was all so thick. The river pushed her under over and over again, and she would hold her breath as long as she could. The debris was so thick she could barely come up for air. She has told me she thought she should just give up. She saw flashlights in the distance. She clung to a tree and began yelling help, along with another girl from Twins 1. The neighbors heard them and put their own lives at risk to rescue both girls. Strangers then, guardian angels and heroes forever, they pulled them from the water at great risk to their own lives. The neighbors, the Griffin family, texted Britt Eastland at 4:45 a.m. to tell him 2 of his campers had been found alive downriver. Britt did not respond. When the Griffins notified Camp Mystic about our 2 daughters, Camp Mystic made no effort to reunite our girls with their cabin mates, nor did they provide updates to us about their location or well-being. They remained in the care of the Griffins, who at that time were strangers to us, whose house was barely standing. Hours later, the girls were evacuated from the Griffin property by helicopter. Given our daughter's experience, these 2 girls should have at least been medically evaluated by the camp's health officer. Mary Liz Eastland, She made no effort to do this. We were never called that day by the Eastland family. I want to speak specifically about Mary Liz Eastland because her failures as a registered nurse and the camp health officer touched directly on my duties in the medical profession. Mary Liz testified under oath earlier this month as camp director, registered nurse, and camp health officer. As the camp health officer,
I don't usually do this, but I just got to take a breath here for a second. That was absolutely harrowing. I have goosebumps.
health officer, she was required to be on site and on call. The infirmary was staffed around the clock by licensed nurses that she supervised. She testified that she did not know the camp was under a flash flood watch on July 3rd. She did not know the difference between a watch and a warning. She was not signed up for code red alerts. All things that we are very familiar with, especially in the medical community, especially if you were providing trauma care. She did not go to the infirmary that night. When the gatehouse flooded, she knew something unprecedented was happening. When asked what she did with that knowledge and that concern, her answer was simple and emblematic: nothing. She did not call the nurses to warn them. She did not instruct them to check on the cabins. She never called 911. She abandoned the campers on Senior Hill and the flats. Instead of running toward the children for whom she was duty-bound to render aid and care, she admitted she never even tried. Instead, she ran the opposite direction, to higher ground, while our children were told to shelter in place. Even worse, they evacuated the nurses from the Guadalupe campus instead of instructing them to stay and help. After the flood, she did not survey the camp for missing or injured children. As chief health officer, she did not know that dead children were on the grounds of the camp for days. She failed her statutory obligation to report camper deaths to DSHS within 24 hours. Months later, and today, she admitted she still has not. In the aftermath of the flood, on July 4th and 5th, I was called upon to perform medical evaluations on surviving campers because the camp health officer was nowhere to be found. Assessments for concussions, evaluations for lacerations, concern for water inhalation injuries. In her testimony, one exchange horrified me. Counsel put the question squarely. You knew the property. You knew the flood lines. You knew the access points. Your children knew them. And these were first-year campers. You had 34 more years of experience than Seal, my daughter's very best friend. She needed your help, and you abandoned her, didn't you? Her answer, yes. Just days after this astonishing admission of abandonment, she was photographed at Camp Mystic with a beaming smile and a Camp Mystic t-shirt on, recruiting campers and counselors for this summer. I am a surgeon. When my patient needs urgent medical care, I do not call families and ask what to do. I know what to do. That duty is mine as a medical doctor. The state has that deal with me and holds me to a standard. I take that responsibility very seriously. I maintain my certification. I keep safety and planning at the forefront of my medical care. I ensure I answer my pager, especially if I'm on call. If I go out of town, somebody covers my pager. Mary Liz Eastland should have known her heightened duty of care as a nurse and camp health officer. Instead, those that relied upon her and called out for her were left stranded. Children called 911 before Mary Liz did. The Eastlands say that returning to camp is for the healing of its campers. In October, my traumatized and grieving daughter received a photocopied handwritten letter from Tweety. It was addressed directly to Mackenzie, not to us, her parents. It was mailed without our consent or knowledge. Some of the lines included, "She was a mystic girl and all shall be well. Camp is even more beautiful in heaven. Can you imagine the heavenly chorus of Dick and our precious mystic sisters singing songs together?" This letter arrived while we were counseling Mackenzie through her own personal losses and through the deaths of her friends, and while recovery efforts to find Seal's body in that same river were still ongoing and continue to this day. This letter was the opposite of what my child needed at that time. My daughter survived. I'm grateful every day, but I want this committee to understand what survival looks like. Mackenzie says in a small voice, "I didn't mean to leave the cabin," as if the river that ripped her through a window was a rule she broke. She is sad that she did not get to say sorry to Seal or goodbye. Her last memory of her best friends are the fear and frenzy next to her on a top bunk waiting for capable adults who never came, one of whom is a registered nurse and has plans to take care of 850 children this summer. My daughter cannot yet fully hold the death of her best friends, So her 9-year-old mind has transferred the grief onto a pair of stuffed bunnies that she had to drop while swimming for her life. On July 6th, she sobbed that her bunnies were supposed to be with her forever, that her bunnies were supposed to watch her grow up, that her bunnies were supposed to be there when she got married. That is what a child-sized container for unthinkable grief looks like, and it's just starting. Mackenzie is not alone. This is going to be with them for the rest of their lives. Camp Mystic has announced that it plans to reopen this summer and bring 850 girls back. In part, they have said, to help them heal. The Eastlands have no training in trauma psychology. They are traumatized and suffering from PTSD themselves, understandably so. They are not equipped to care for traumatized children. They were not equipped to keep them alive. And now the plan still feels like going forward, it's more dependent on prayers than safety plans. The camp will be conducting an incredible, dangerous experiment on children. Campers will be there without their families, without their support systems, without their prior counselors, testing what will happen at the very first heavy rain, at the first clap of thunder, at the first time a noise startles them awake. The Eastland family failed to understand the responsibility they accepted when they assumed the care of our children. That failure has been obvious from July 3rd to this date, and now they intend to accept that same responsibility again this summer for 850 girls. We, the parents, are doing the best we can. We are holding children who wake up screaming. We are sitting with friends who are still waiting for their daughters to come home. We are watching the sky every time the forecast calls for rain. We cannot do this alone. I'm asking this committee, please, to act. Do not let this camp reopen on the schedule and on the terms set by the people who failed our daughters. Make sure that the next time the rain comes, the adults responsible for these children know what a watch and a warning mean. Make sure that the next time the rain comes, our daughters are not left waiting for a rescue that's not going to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sprung. Members, any questions? Extremely powerful, moving.
Members, any questions? No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Griffin, please proceed.
Mr. Marshall, my husband.
Mr. Marshall.
That would make more sense. All right. Mr. Marshall, please proceed.
To the committee, thank you for letting me speak in addition to my wife. I'll keep it brief because thankfully Ms. Garrett yesterday, her amazing presentation and y'all's excellent questions today, I think have covered a lot of the ground. In the days and weeks after July 4th, I expected the only thing that Camp Mystic would care about would be the family sitting behind me and all of their campers that had gone through this horrific, traumatizing experience. Not just the ones that got washed downriver like Mackenzie, but any of those girls that had to sit in the rec hall all night. We never heard anything from Camp Mystic. They never checked on Mackenzie. Instead, a couple months later, the first thing we heard was the letter recruiting her to come back for this coming summer, along with emailed announcement plans to reopen. That was shortly followed by they're hiring a PR firm, putting out statements, putting out news articles that are trying to whitewash the camp, make statements like, we didn't get any warning, we couldn't have done anything different, it was a wall of water. We did have a plan. These are easily verifiable false statements, and some of them are the most disingenuous things that I've ever heard. In this circumstance, it's just shameful. Even today, claiming those cabins weren't in the floodplain. I think a lot of y'all already touched on this, especially Senator Perry. If you can't, those statements, by the way, in the news articles were repeated in litigation, in court, and today. It goes without saying, if you can't trust people under oath, their answers under oath, you can't trust what's on an application or what they're going to tell parents of kids coming back to camp or anything else. I think y'all get that. So the main point I wanted to make, the one that comes from my heart, goes to the impact crater. Every one of those false, disingenuous statements, equivocations, every one of those is like another grenade being thrown into the impact crater. The parents back here have just been in agony, We've been living it. Thankfully, our daughter, is alive, and we hope will be okay, but we're close enough to these people. They've just been in agony. And to this day, they continue to widen that impact crater for everyone who loved those precious, the most precious little girls you've ever seen. So I just ask, please, to anybody who's listening and anybody that can help with this, let these families have closure and move on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall. Members, any questions? Thank you.
Members, any questions?
Mr. Walters, please proceed.
Chairman Flores, Chairman Meyer, members of the committee. My wife and I entrusted our 8-year-old daughter to Camp Mystic last summer. On July 4, that trust nearly cost her her life. This committee's fact-finding will help inform whether Camp Mystic's conduct on July 4th met the minimum standards required to take custody of other people's children. In my family, camps are a tradition. My sister was a camper and a counselor at Camp Mystic, but traditions do not satisfy a licensing standard, and being beloved does not erase failure. Families are not demanding perfection in a natural disaster. We are demanding accountability for the decisions made before and on July 4, because child protection standards mean nothing in Texas if we don't enforce them. A daycare with 27 dead children and this evidence already on record would have already been closed. The Eastland's sworn testimony in court on April 13, 14, and 15, and this committee's hearing this week are all public. Anybody can read the transcripts. The facts already established are devastating, and some facts are just simply clear violations of custodial duties and Texas law. Before I continue, I do want to acknowledge the unimaginable suffering, unimaginable, of the families of the 27 campers and counselors who lost their lives at Camp Mystic. None of my remarks today are intended to compare the loss of my family with their permanent loss. In the weeks before camp, I had recurring nightmares of my daughter in danger in a river. God clearly placed this burden on my heart for reasons I couldn't comprehend at the time. I never would have thought that danger would be because of the adults. At drop-off on June 29, I firmly told my daughter to fight to get out of the water, to not rely on adults if she was ever in trouble. What Dick Eastland said after overhearing me and shaking my hand is seared in my memory. His exact words were, "Sir, do not worry. I promise we are going to take very good care of your daughter." That promise was broken. As floodwaters rose on July 4, campers and counselors in Twin 1, my daughter's cabin, begged to leave and cried for help. They were frightened for hours. The emergency instructions and Ed Eastland told them to stay in their cabin and wait for further instructions. No one ever evacuated them. People here today have been on site. It was 20 steps from my child's cabin to stairs to a safe second story, but nobody told her to take those steps. She's 8 years old. Around 4 a.m., my daughter was forced from her cabin on a mattress, thrown into a raging river. Darkness, debris-filled water. At 8, she fought for her life. My daughter was knocked off the mattress, struck by debris, repeatedly pulled underwater, struggled to reach the surface multiple times. She swallowed contaminated water. She just couldn't breathe, and she thought, as she had been thinking for hours, she was going to die. She stretched out her arms, last final attempt, and miraculously, she caught vines on a tree. In her first year at camp, my daughter faced death, and she saw death. Between the flashes of lightning at some point on her journey, she had been in another tree, and she could see a child about her size face down in the water. She feared that if she died, no one would ever find her. That's the same fear today for SEAL Stewart. When a stranger, with no duty to act and no guarantee of surviving, reached her, my daughter cried out, "Am I going to die today?" This committee has seen the 433 video. Y'all seen the unredacted video. 2 children of 3 swept away from Camp Mystic on a stranger's bathroom floor, traumatized. Camp Mystic never searched for my daughter downstream. They didn't rescue her. They didn't evacuate her. As parents, we coordinated that day her evacuation with the rescuing family and family friends, not Camp Mystic. When her rescuers drove her on when her rescuers drove over high ground and offered to return her to camp, Camp Mystic did not take her back. The camp had a custodial duty, and it neglected and abandoned her twice, once in the cabin and once in the aftermath. For more than 6 hours, my wife and I did not know whether our daughter was still alive. We knew she had been rescued from the family that rescued her, but that family was in danger. Their home was imperiled. The rescuing family were strangers to us at that time. Maybe known to the Eastlands, they were. They were strangers to us. We didn't leave our child with that family. We left her with Camp Mystic. Camp Mystic never told us anything about our daughter. Not then and not now. My daughter has suffered physical injuries, and they have healed. Psychological injuries will last a lifetime. Her memories of the horror have grown sharper over time. She's anxious without cause. She carries herself knowing adults may fail to keep her safe. Her innocence as a child has been taken from her. She's 8. Her older brother's been deeply affected. So have we as our parents. This committee and Texas leaders must understand all the conditions that produced this catastrophe. No written evacuation plans, no muster sites, unheeded warnings and watches, no adequate training, no drills, complacency, no chain of command that did not begin and end with Dick Eastland. Children left in cabins as dangers escalated. Any licensed operation could replicate these decisions. Lax standards and practices fail under pressure. Every family that might send a child to a Texas camp has a stake in the committee's work and in DSH's determination. An extraordinary flood does not relieve operators of their duty of care. The public case for reopening has rested largely on false choices and narratives. Edward Eastland himself has destroyed the false narrative in court that it simply happened too fast. He conceded that at 1:45 a.m. he saw the camp flooding, and at 3:15 a.m. every child in the flats could have walked to safety with one loudspeaker instruction. Same loudspeaker that could have been used to call 20 able-bodied adults on premise to save my daughter, to evacuate her and the other children. This committee's independent investigators testified yesterday. The same would have been true as late as 3:26 a.m. Further, Dick Eastland knew at 2:33 a.m. about 4 inches of water, and we've already heard that's an emergency. The question is not how the river rose, how it was unusual. It's why children were not evacuated as the visible dangers rose for hours. I thought it was interesting earlier, either Britt Eastland or Richard Eastland made a comment about the River Century installations. And the exact words was something to the effect of to take the human factor out. Technology does not take the human factor out. They had technology on July 4, a radio, a loudspeaker, and they didn't use it. If an operator is not capable and not prepared, it doesn't matter how much technology you install. Second, other camps are deficient. And we've already talked about this. On April 24, DSHS sent Camp Mystic an 11-page letter of deficiency, 22 categories. Those other Texas camps that received deficiency letters, none of them lost campers or counselors. None of them are reported to be under criminal investigation. All of them are being held to the same new standards. Camp Mystic must answer for its deficiencies, its conduct on July 4th, and its deaths. Third, this is a tragedy across all Kerr County, and we've heard that. But that does not shield Camp Mystic. Other families made life or death decisions on July 4. Ours couldn't. We entrusted that decision to a Texas licensed camp. The higher standards for licensed custody exist precisely because parents are absent and the camp stands in their place. Fourth, you hear this a lot lately, due process. A camp license is not a right, it's a privilege. I'm not sure the Eastlands understand that. The operator must earn that right, that privilege, by meeting minimum safety and child protection standards. This committee's investigation, the criminal investigation, the civil lawsuits are the due process. Due process does not require the state to renew a license when uncontroverted evidence shows conduct fell below the minimum standards. Nor does it require the state to license an operator under investigation for the deaths of children in its care. Fifth, the new standards need to be revised. Last week, a state rep whose district includes Kerr County asked the governor to call a special session to amend the Heavens 27 Camp Safety Act. The very law passed because 27 children died at Camp Mystic. Proposed amendments would lower the bar, including for Camp Mystic. If the new standards prevent a camp from being licensed, then the question is not whether the standards are too high. The question is whether the applicant is too unwilling, too regulation adverse, or just simply too deficient. Nothing shocks me anymore. After these last 10 months, nothing shocks me. But they can't even be bothered to file a report on the deaths. Can't be bothered to do it. Haven't done it. I'm not asking this committee for retribution. This is for judges, juries, and law enforcement to decide. I am asking this committee to complete its investigation and follow the evidence wherever it leads. Questions must be asked, answers must be provided. They cannot be deferred, they cannot be minimized, they cannot be deflected. The counselors on July 4 can and must be compelled to testify. What they know is critical to ensuring the operating culture and conditions at Camp Mystic are not repeated. Families deserve answers, Texas deserves answers, and without these answers, this committee and your colleagues cannot understand what happened on July 4, the utter disarray and chaos of a camp with no real plan. And you cannot prevent the next tragedy because you simply won't know. The events at Camp Mystic were not unimaginable. They were preventable. Multiple opportunities to evacuate were missed for hours. None of this should happen. None of us should be here today. I have 3 asks for Texas. Not necessarily this committee, but for Texas. 1, the committee, DSHS, and the Texas Rangers must finish their investigations before any determination on the camp's pending license application. Until then, Camp Mystic should not reopen. If its conduct on July 4 met the licensing standard, the state must say so. If not, the state must not license. 2, pursue every effort to recover Seal Stewart and ensure the evidence on the Guadalupe River is preserved. 3, hold the line on Heavens 27 Camp Safety Act. Do not dilute the new standards that exist precisely because 27 children died in Camp Mystic's care. In conclusion, and I thank you for your time today, my daughter still asks why no one let them leave the cabin. Her mother and I have no clear answer. After 9 months and 3 days of sworn court testimony, neither do the Eastlands. Camp Mystic was entirely unprepared on July 4 by their own admission. My 8-year-old would have fared better trusting her own instincts than trusting the adults who failed to evacuate her. The DSHS licensing decision will not just affect Camp Mystic, it will set the bar for every other Texas licensed operator. If an institution that lost 27 children can return to business as usual because a summer calendar and their supporters demand it, then the Heavens 27 Camp Safety Act is meaningless. The decision matters to every Texan and to every parent who might send a child to a Texas licensed camp. Camp Mystic is one of the deadliest mass casualty events involving children in the history of this state. Texas must ensure preventable tragedies like Camp Mystic do not happen. Please finish the investigation. Please make sure that we collect the evidence. Let the evidence decide whether the Eastlands can ever again take custody of other people's children. That decision must not be rushed, and it must not be made on faith. Thank you to the committee and for the investigators for your time and diligence.
Thank you, Mr. Walters. I can guarantee you there will be no dilution of the Heavens 27 Act. Mark my words.
Thank you.
Members, any questions? Thank you.
Senator Koforth?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your testimony. I want to clarify a couple of things. Mr. Walters, I'm assuming it's the Griffin family that also rescued your daughter. Is that correct?
Correct.
What angels? We heard in description from the investigators. He asked me to ask questions. I need to clarify something. And we heard when we were at the camp what angels they were in the description. This is what I want to ask. Both of you, Doctor and Mr. Marshall and Mr. Walters, describe that your children were not received back from Mystic. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Correct.
They never went back into the custody of Mystic.
Correct.
Can y'all speak into the microphone?
They did not.
Okay. I think this is a real important point that we need to make as we look forward in the investigation. So they rejected the return of your children.
Yes, ma'am.
That is a word I would use, yes.
And so that would be, in some terms, we might have that in statute as abandonment.
Correct.
And I just want to also clarify for the record, and for my notes, especially in the Health and Safety Code, that Doctor, you made the statement that, if I can find it, that you did some of the examinations.
Yes, ma'am. When we were reunited with our daughter at the elementary school, there were a number of other surviving girls, one of whom is our best friend's daughter who went 7 miles down that river. And so I medically evaluated her and several other girls. No one from the Eastland family was there.
I want to clarify one more time that Camp Mystic never notified y'all or in any way acknowledged that your children existed after leaving their campgrounds through a flood, ever.
Only to recruit her to come back for next summer.
I did receive some texts from Mary Liz and had seen Mary Liz and Edward when I retrieved Mackenzie's belongings.
Which was what day?
This was July 7th.
Okay.
Understandably so, my very best friend, Cece, is Seal's mom, and their questions were more regarding Seal and not as much questions about Mackenzie, which at that time, yes.
Mr. Walters?
On July 4th, we learned that our daughter was swept away from Camp Mystic from the Griffin family. They tried to contact us. We were traveling in Tennessee. We had just dropped my son off at his camp. We missed that call. About an hour later, we received a text message. That text message was from the Griffin family, and the first time I read it, I thought they had kidnapped her. You know, you don't know. You're reading something of, what do you mean you have my daughter? She's at camp. Who is this texting me that they have my daughter? We called them. We had a 3-minute conversation with them. That 3 minutes, I had 20 seconds to say hello to my daughter, but they made it clear that they were in danger. At that point, was never able to reach them again. Now, there's reasons for that, but your mind goes to the worst place. They're in danger. It's flooding. We thought our daughter had died. At some point later that morning, the judge, and I'm only explaining this so people understand the chaos around this communications. If you don't want the explanation, I can stop. But a judge in Kerr County sent out a message saying, don't worry, everyone's accounted for. And my wife, in a twins one mom text thread, said, guys, don't believe it. We know that's not true. Our daughter was sent down the river, and Mystic has not contacted us. I later did get Mary Liz Eastland's number, and I texted her. My text with her is available as evidence. It was something to the effect of, oh, great, so they're okay. I also got a thumbs up emoji. That's it. Didn't know that Grant Griffin had texted Britt Eastland. Didn't know that Grant Griffin had traveled over to Camp Mystic to report they had our child and to offer to return them. Didn't know that the camp decided that they were just in too much disarray to take them back. Grant and I have discussed this. He may have been a stranger in July. He's a lifelong friend now. Our family's not going to let go of him or his family. They rescued my daughter. But he and I have talked about this. It doesn't matter how well-intentioned someone thinks they were being. They had a custodial duty to take my child back, and they didn't. That is neglect, and that is abandonment. Some people take issue with the word reject. They rejected the children.
And my last question was, where were y'all reunited with your children? This is to my points of the aftermath that we have titled in our report.
I can speak to that. We were reunited with Mackenzie at the elementary school, and my husband then left with her. I chose to stay with Seal's parents and the parents of girls who are my daughter's best friends. And I spent as much of that time with them in the elementary school and then when we moved to the church. And I can say it was chaotic. It was not how people should be finding out the deaths of their children. In my medical experience, I was assigned at some point, to medically evaluate any potential survivors they would have brought to that church, which I was happy to provide, but it still felt very disjointed. And yeah.
Thank you.
I called my mother in a panic that morning, asked her to get up and get in the car, and didn't tell her the context. Said, go to Kerrville now, please, I'll call you back. She knew exactly what was happening just by the context of that call. My mother arrived at about 7:37. I know that from a timestamp on a text, and she spent the entire day there. She saw the chaos. My wife and I were in rural Tennessee. We got back to Texas as soon as we could. I found out that my daughter was alive on final approach to Austin, Texas. Drove down there. My daughter was reunited with my mother, her grandmother, shortly after 4 o'clock that afternoon. We arrived about 20 minutes later. Again, we were involved in the evacuation of our daughter. Camp Mystic was not. And it's beyond the scope of your question, but that drive home with my daughter that day, it's something I'll never forget. I'll never forget it.
Thank you. Thank you for answering my question.
I actually do have a question. Nice work, Senator. So, again, letting this set in, you did not know Mr. Griffin. Clearly established. Never met the man before in your life.
No, sir. I had to do an internet search of who these people were.
All right. Either y'all. Never met
Never.
Mr. Griffin before.
No.
Just laying this out. Mr. Griffin, a complete stranger, has your two daughters, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Griffin, I want you to tell your story as well. Mr. Griffin then drives your two daughters, who he just met hours before, you've never met this man, back to the place that is supposed to take care of your daughters. And there is someone at Camp Mystic who tells Mr. Griffin that they will not accept your daughters. Is that correct?
What I was told, and this came out, Grant Griffin and I
did not take their daughters back.
we were walking down the river, and he relayed the story several weeks later. At some point, he left the home. He drove over on high ground, cut the fence that is adjacent with Mystic, drove down into Mystic, and said, I have these two children. I can bring them back. I can keep them. He can explain the details of that.
Okay.
And they said, keep them.
keep the children that you just met, and you're a complete stranger to the families, rather than us, the camp, who you all have entrusted to take care of your daughters.
Correct, and I found out within the last couple of weeks, but Mr. Griffin can illuminate if this is correct or not, but he did go back, as I was told, back to Camp Mystic at a later time. They asked him to bring possibly a skid loader to help them. So I was told, he'll correct the record if that's not true, that he traveled back even after that conversation. It would have been easy. You can ask him how easy it would have been for him to take him back to Camp Mystic. Now, the conversation is that reasonable? If you're not familiar with custodial issues, if you're not familiar with the concept that we left our child with a camp, then you might think it was compassionate. It's not what should have happened. Our children should have gone back to Camp Mystic. They had custody of our children. It prolonged the pain, and it was not right.
That's completely unbelievable. Members, any questions? All right. Thank you, Mr. Ward. Anybody else from your end?
Members, any questions?
All right. Mr. Griffin, please.
All right, I'm the stranger down the river that pulled the girls out. Anyway, I live right next to Camp Mystic. We share a fence. We border them on the same side of the river. Known them for years. And by trade, I am a carpenter contractor. That's what I do for a living. And I haven't had a lot of work or contact with the Eastlands. Last year, I did go in and build a new infirmary on the new camp, the Cypress camp. I did that for them. The year before that, I did just some small repair work for Dick. As far as working for them, their character, all of that, I can honestly say they're as good as they get. They're great neighbors. Anyway, going to July the 4th, I don't want to get into a big spiel on the rain. I know you guys have got an earful on that, but I was got up, I think at 1:30 maybe. Tremendous rain. It was crazy. A little after 2 o'clock, got up to go pull the kayaks, boats. I mean, that's the first thing we do. When there's a flash flood or a warning, you go get your stuff out of the river. That's what we did. And anyway, the river wasn't up. This was a little bit after 2. The river wasn't up. I say that, it might have been up a foot. It's still well in its banks. There's a draw that comes by our house. And kind of our property, I know a lot of y'all went up to Mystic, and downriver, it's like a bluff that goes down. Well, as soon as that bluff ends, there's a draw that comes in, and my house is on the side of that draw. I don't know if y'all paid attention or not. But that night, that draw, when I got up out of bed, I told my wife, I said, and I didn't want to get up, but I said, I need to go pull those boats up. Got up, went outside, and that draw was bigger than I've ever seen it. It was all the way out in our road, and it was raining. I can't even explain the rain. It wasn't coming down in drops. It was like sheets. Incredible. Anyway, long story short, I guess, in the matter of 2 hours, from a little after 2 to a little after 4, the river rose 34 feet at my house. Never been that high. We consider a big flood 10, 15 feet. A really, really big flood is 20 feet. Anything over 20 feet, it's like crazy big. And so this river comes up, and it's coming up fast. And I mean fast. And it gets up to that 20-foot mark, which is comparable probably to the 1987 flood. The year 2000 was another big flood that got up at that height. And this is 20 feet, maybe a little bit over those floods. And this kept coming up. It got up in our road. It's probably up 22, 23 feet. And, I'm thinking, oh my God, this, this is the big one. This is our 100-year flood. And Mr. Flores, I know earlier you were talking about you need to change your mindset. Well, my mindset, and I'm speaking for most of the people on the river, the river it's not going to get up that big. It's never got up that big. And I can go back to 1932 flood, which was the biggest on record, and hear stories of my grandparents talking about the high water mark of the 32. That was always a big issue with them. Oh, they talk about the 32 flood. So it's getting up, and it's getting up to the point where this is it. It's a 32 flood, and it came into the basement of our house, which it's not really a basement. It's kind of a lower floor that I kind of closed in. We're kind of built on the side of a hill. Water starts coming in, and I'm thinking this is it. We get down there, and we had a couple of couches. We picked one couch up and set it on top of another one. I thought, okay, well, I'm going to save a couch. Well, long story short, the river was going to come up another 12 feet higher than that, or close to it. And so it's rising, and we kind of went, and that's another thing. I never called anybody. I didn't call anybody, and that's always bothered me, because it's like you're in, when the river's up 20 feet or so, you're okay. My neighbors are okay. Everybody's okay. And then it's going like this, and all of a sudden you go out of that thinking you kind of go into survival mode, and we're jerking vehicles up to high ground, and it's just rising. It's rising quick, and it was in about 3 feet of getting into our house, and I'm outside. I've stuff floating away. I mean, my workshop's up the draw. It's getting flooded, and I made a lasso out of a garden hose. I'm trying to catch stuff of mine that's floating down, and finally, in unbelief, I looked at Lori and my wife, and I said, "We might want to think about just going up the hill. This is crazy." And this was when water was about 3 to 4 feet of getting into our house, and we go in the house, and just like that, my daughter was there with her boyfriend from college, and she all of a sudden she was in a panic. She said, "There's water coming up through our floor," and so she was picking stuff up off the floor, and we just helped her. We started picking stuff up off the floor of the house. By then, your ankle, calf deep of water, and my wife says, "My pictures, the computer." So we run, and we were in the back bedroom then. And when my wife said the computer, the pictures, that's in the front of our house, which is facing the river. So we slosh in there, and we're picking stuff up. By then, it's knee deep, getting thigh deep, and that's when I heard a help me. I thought I heard a help me, and I told the guys, I said, "Somebody call for help." And I was making a beeline for the door, and I think my wife said, "No, that's my grandson's got little toys that were floating in the water, making all their noises." She said, "It's probably one of those toys." I said, "No, I don't think so." And so my daughter's boyfriend, and he's a big, stout kid, he was right on my heels. I went out the door and we heard, "Help me, help me." He said, "There's two of them." And of course, by then we had no electricity. That'd probably been gone for at least 30 minutes. So we had flashlights, and he hit the first girl out there, and I couldn't see the other one. She was clinging onto a tree, maybe 15, 20 feet away. And so anyway, and the water at that point, it wasn't like I was jumping into a turbulent, raging river, because the river, it was backing into my house, and that draw was flooding at the same time, and so it was kind of making a swirl, I guess, there in that area. And I think that's what brought the girls there. It was kind of made an eddy where they were washed down, and they kind of just pushed over to that area. And so I jump in. As soon as I saw that little girl, I jumped in. And as soon as I did, I was like, oh, you idiot. I still had my rubber boots on. I still had my rain jacket on. I said, you're going to sink. But there was so much debris coming in that, I just went. And she was coming toward me at the same time. And anyway, I got her to Willis. That's my daughter's boyfriend. I said, get her inside and get back with the light. Because I couldn't see the other girl. She was kind of hanging on to the backside of a tree. And he came out, seemed like forever, but he came out with the light. Actually, my wife did. And I'm in the water. I'm probably hanging on to something, just waiting on him. And he came out, he looked at me, and he said, I got this. And he just jumped in the water and went over there and went to that tree and got her on him. And then he told me, he said, I can't move because the water was pushing debris against his legs. And I said, well, just get her to me. And I swam over there and got her back. And then once he was free of her, he was able to get free from the debris and swim back. So we got the girls, got them inside. We have a two-story, so we were able to take them upstairs. And the water got up to like 28 inches in our house. And probably about the time we got the girls there, it started to recede. So we got the girls upstairs, my wife and daughter, got dry clothes on them. And then my wife asked them, hey, do you guys know your parents' phone numbers? And they did. Of course, at this time, for one thing, in that area, the cell phone service is not good at all. And with power, we have the cell phone boosters, so cell phones are okay. But at that point, it was all in and out. And so she got the numbers from the girls. They both knew their phone numbers. And called, no answer, and then she texted, and that was another thing at that time. Also, I texted Dick Eastland, hey, we have these two girls, and then I didn't get a response. I didn't know Dick had already been swept away, and I texted Britt a little bit after that. But you might send a text, and you might not get it for an hour. That's just the way things were there. And so I know Britt told me later, he said, I didn't get your text till like 7:30 or something. And when he did, I got a reply back from him. I just said, I have these two girls, and Britt's reply was, oh, thank God. I think it was, oh, thank God. Anyway, that was kind of it. And so a little bit later in the morning, I told my wife, the girls were fine. I think they might have got a little bit of sleep. I don't know. We had our dogs in the house, which we don't keep dogs in our house, but they were in there during the flood. And so they were kind of a little bit of comfort on the girls. They could pet them. But I told my wife, I'm like, I don't know what we should do. And it was at the point there where we really didn't have any cell phone service, and everybody's phones were going dead. So I told my wife, and this was probably around 9 o'clock maybe, I said, I got to go over there. I got to go to Mystic. And we share a fence line, but there's no gate, there's no road between us. And so I get on we have a Polaris Ranger. I get in it. I go up to the top of the hill, which I'm pretty close to the Mystic sign. Y'all probably all saw the Mystic sign there. Well, there's a fence in front of the Mystic sign. Well, that's our boundary. So I go up there, and I just cut the fence, drive through in the buggy, and drive down. And when you come off that hill, you're kind of coming down, I believe that's Edmondson Creek, or what do they call it else, Bubblegum Creek or something. But I'm driving down that road, and the river's still flooding, but it's gone down, but everything is still, there's still a lot of water. It's still flooding. But I drive down there, and I come across Craig. I don't know if y'all have met Craig. He's one of the directors. And I stopped him, and I just said, Craig, I don't know if you know, but I have these two girls, and I said, I don't know what I should do, you know, and Craig, he was in shock, obviously with everything that was going on, and he just kind of had a blank look on his face, and you know, I'll disagree with Bolton that they were never rejected, the girls. Craig just said, I don't know. He said, we got no food, we got no water, we got no electricity. He said, Dick's gone. We're missing 27 girls. And I said, Craig, I said, we got the girls, we have dry clothes on them, we have food, we have water. I said, I will hang on to them. I'm the one that offered to keep them. I said, I will hang on to these girls. I said, if they get anxious, start crying, want to come back, I said, I'm bringing them back over here. And he said, I think that's a good idea. And that was it. And then at that time, Craig asked me, he said, can you operate a skid loader? I said, yes, sir. What do you need me to do? Well, the road going across Edmondson Creek, and one thing after the flood, when the waters recede, there is muck this thick, and you just can't drive. It's like being on ice. You can't. They needed to get vehicles across that creek. And so I went up and got a skid loader, and I cleared it out so they could drive. And also did a little bit on the Cypress Creek crossing as well. I didn't go all the way across it. It was still quite a bit of water. I told Craig, I said, I think I can go all the way across. And he said, no, don't chance it. Just do this. And so I probably spent 30, 40 minutes there. And when I got there, you've heard the stories already on the cars floating and all that. And it was a wreck. I mean, a total wreck there. I mean, just a disaster, war zone. There was cars just piled up on top of each other. And, you know, in my opinion, the girls we had, they were a lot better off with us there than being back at camp. And I know Bolton probably disagree with me, but I really think that was the best thing for them to stay with us at that point, with all the chaos that was going on and everything. And I know that Eastlands, they know me, they know our family, they knew they were in good hands. There was no reason to reject them from staying with us. So anyway, I did that little bit of work, and then I went back, and you know, as I got up on top of the hill, I could get cell phone service there, and there's a friend of mine who's a mutual friend with Bolton and his family. He texted me, and he said, hey, do you have this girl? Give me the name. And he said, the family says that Lori Griffin, who's my wife, had called or left a message saying she had the girl. And I texted him back and I said, yes, I do. And I know we could have done better communicating with these parents. I can't imagine what they were thinking going through. Some strangers got my kid. I'd have been going berserk myself. We just had a problem with communication. It was almost zero till you go up on top of the hill where I was at. And so I don't know if it was at this point or a little bit later, my friend who was kind of being the middleman between me and the Walters family, he texted me and said, don't send the girls back to camp. There's a private helicopter coming to get them. And I told him, I said, okay. I said, if a helicopter comes, you're going to have to land right where I'm at, because it's up on the hill. It's cleared. There's a cleared spot. He said, okay. He said, drop me a pin, and I did. And I said, when are they coming? And he replied back, it could be 10 minutes or it could be 2 hours. And I'm like, and through this whole time, it's raining off and on. So we don't even want to take the girls out. They're safe, dry in the house. And so I told them, okay, I'm going to the house. I said, I'll listen for them. And in the meantime, the helicopters were coming. First, it was the state police, and then pretty soon the Blackhawks. Before this, they were coming, flying the river. And they would come by the house, and I would just, if I was there, I would walk out on our deck, and I would just give them a thumbs up. Hey, we're okay here. Just keep, because I knew it was bad, but we were safe. I'm telling these guys, go, just go. And I guess after about an hour or so of waiting on this private helicopter, all of a sudden I heard a helicopter right above our house, and it was a Black Hawk, one of the military. And if you know anything about those things, they are so powerful. And it was there was tree limbs snapping off, flying through the air everywhere, and I thought they were going to knock the house down. And I was like, oh my God. And so I run out there, and I'm trying to wave those guys like, you got to go. And then I realized they were letting the guy down on a rope. And as soon as he hit the ground, I ran over there to him, and I said, hey, you got to go back up and move this helicopter. You're going to blow the house down. I said, I got 2 little girls with me. Go up on the hill. There's a spot to land. I will bring the girls to you. And that's what they did. And then we took the girls up there, and they got on the helicopter. And I told the guy coming to get them, I said, look, there's supposed to be a private helicopter coming for these girls. I said, can you radio and let them know that you've got them? And he said, no, I can't do that because we don't communicate with the private sector. And so I said, okay, well, tell me where you're taking them. And he said it'll either be the airport or the Ingram High School. And so I said, okay, I can let them know. And right about that time, I don't know if the girls were on that helicopter yet or not, but here come the private helicopter. And but he came over, kind of made a little circle and flew back. So I was like, okay, well he knows too. So that's about it.
Thank you. I know myself and everyone on this dais and on this committee and everyone listening knows that you, your family, your daughter's boyfriend, all heroes. I mean, just absolutely, there's no other word that can describe it. And for all of the testimony that we've heard over the last 2 days, to have you come here and provide that light for us, that there are heroes out there who did do the right thing. Thank you. Members, any questions? All right. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Mr. Griffin, thank God for you and your family.
Thank you.
Chair calls the next panel Philip Robertson, Charlie Johnson, Fletcher Cordell, and Katherine Hoffman. All right, Mr. Robertson, you can begin.
First of all, I'd like to thank Ms. Garrett for having me and listening to my story, inviting me here today. I really believe she cares, truly cares about everyone in this process. She really strives for transparency and objectivity. I'm sure you guys saw the 119 signs as you drove in to hunt. I represent the views of the rest of Kirk County, what we went through. My views are mine alone. I live on Highway 39 across from Camp Rio Vista. On July 4th, I had 2 daughters at Camp Mystic, and I was at home with my wife Lindsay and my 15-year-old son Jack.
Sir, do you mind pulling the microphone just
Yeah,
a
you
little bit
bet.
closer? Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Is that better? Is that better? Okay. Jack was headed for camp a few days afterwards, and so we were hanging out. It was some time for us to spend some time together before we left, so we were watching a movie between about midnight and 2 a.m., and we saw the 114 warning. And the warning we got said 1 to 2 inches at night and 2 a.m., and we saw the 114 warning. And the warning we got said 1 to 2 inches had fallen, and there could possibly be another 3 to 4 inches. And that's about what fell last year, July 27th. There was a flood. Our dock was covered. And that's what we thought that we would get again. That report must have forgotten about the other billion gallons that fell 40 miles upriver on the Johnson Ranch, because that's what hit us. The warning that we got, it was basically like getting a high wind advisory and an F5 tornado. We weren't complacent. We were just dealing with the information we were provided. After the warning, I looked out the window, and the river was in its banks. It was barely drizzling. And then my son and I kind of argued over who had to go down and check on the boats. Like Mr. Griffin said, that's the first thing you do when you live on the water. You check on your boats, secure them. We certainly weren't expecting, what happened afterwards. And quite frankly, we did have some alarm fatigue. They'd been going off for the, several days before. And, after a while, I guess there was some complacency in that. After a while, they're just going off. I think we need a better system for that, like everyone here has said. I went to bed about 2:30 a.m. watching the storm, watching it on the radar, and it looked like it'd pass over in under an hour. According to the conversations I had with my good friend, Charlie Hastings, he's no longer with us. I'm sure you know the story. He was our Kerr County flood administrator. He was a good friend. He and I spent a lot of time together after the flood. He is a full model of this, a full hydrologic model that you can watch the weather on one screen, you can watch the water rise on the other. I basically wanted to make sure that the velocities were low enough that in a worst-case scenario that my home would hold up, and he was very generous in spending time with me on that. According to Charlie, 2 feet of rain hit over an 800,000 acre area and drained into the river basin, and it came through like a tsunami. I think what's been described at times here has been, a flood. The water rises, you have plenty of time. It came through like a tsunami, and it came through in 3 waves. So I went to bed watching the radar. About 5, I woke up to a loud noise. The power was off. It was pitch black. Stepped out of bed into a couple of inches of water, and I looked out our back door where my office is, and there was water rushing by the foundation. I woke up my wife, told her to go upstairs to find our son, and I went through our bathroom to our master closet to get clothes and get shoes. I don't know, it was a weird thing to want, but I was afraid. There was stuff hitting the house. I was afraid the house was going to come down. I was going to have to carry someone out. I had no idea the severity at the time. I got trapped in the bathroom. He quickly blew out the windows and slammed the door behind me. And I'm telling you, in a matter of 5 minutes, the time it took me to panic a little bit and break through a solid core door, the water had risen from about my ankles, maybe midway up my knees, up to my chest. I was scared to death I was going to drown in my bathroom, which would have been humiliating. I basically swam through our house. There was water blasting through the house. It was like a river. And I caught the stair banister as it sucked me by, and I pulled myself up the stairs. And as I popped up out of the water, the house was full of propane. So I broke out a window with the top of the toilet tank, and I crawled out on the roof. And as I got out there, standing barefoot in broken glass, I could see my truck up the road, wrapped around a tree with the lights on and one door open, kind of crunched to where it wouldn't close. And I knew Lindsay and Jack had tried to get out, and they'd been washed away. I stood up there for 2 hours, believing my son and my wife were dead. I had no idea. My daughters were at Mystic. I had no idea how they were. They were swept downriver. My son, he'll barely talk about it. He got sucked under a neighbor's fence, a bull wire fence, and got trapped. He was down there counting. He spends a lot of time in the water, and he knows how long he could hold his breath. My favorite person in the whole world was down there drowning, but nothing I could do. My wife got to a tree and then got hit by a house, like actually run over by a house. Jack freed himself. Somehow he swam out of his pajama pants. And Lindsay, I don't know how. They fought brave, they fought hard, and they got real lucky. There's just no explanation for how they're here. They both made it to trees, little scraggly trees, hung to the top 20 feet up. And as the sun came up, the water came down. It was like someone pulled the plug in a bathtub. And I thought I was all alone, but as the sun came up, there were people and trees everywhere. And I crawled back through the window and I heard a scream, and it was my son. He had gotten down out of his tree and come to find me, and he thought I was underneath our mattress. Our dog was sitting on top of it. Somehow our Portuguese water dog had ridden it out on top of the mattress. And we looked outside and people were just wandering around like zombies. It was the most horrific thing that hopefully I'll ever see. The things I saw on the roof, cars full of people floating by, our neighbors holding an infant out the window of the second floor, 2 doors down. It's going to be with me for the rest of my life. I don't have a side here. The Eastlands are my friends, but they have their own battle to fight. The side I want is for common sense changes at the county level, and I don't know that we have the people in the county to do it. We need help. Senator Perry, I mean, you and I are going to disagree on the Loma issue. I filed a Loma, Loma F. It's what the process is. I mean, according to FEMA, we got a hydrologic study, we got survey shots done, signed by a floodplain manager, a PE engineer. And if that's not the process, someone tell us what the process is, because there's hundreds, maybe thousands of them filed in Kerr County. That's always been the process. And now, if it truly was a waiver and you signed a piece of paper and paid some money, I would get that. That's a waiver. That's a carve-out. That's not what these are. However, that's kind of a side note. I mean, let's talk about safety. I've heard a lot of talk about evacuate, and in certain cases, that's what you do. You should evacuate. In a lot of cases, it's shelter in place. If you're in high ground above the 100 where we were, if Jack and Lindsay had just stayed with me and stayed in the house, they would have been fine. That's not always the case. I'll be the first to say that. But as we make new rules and new laws, let's do this objectively and really think about every situation and not just one term that keeps getting brought up over and over. Let's think about the best thing to do in all situations. In the aftermath of all of this, we have largely been left out of the conversation. We didn't have any input into SB1, and some of that does affect us. A lot of it is a camp bill, you're right, and there's a lot of great stuff in that bill. The ladders on the cabins, I'm installing a ladder on the side of my carport. There's a lot of really good stuff in there. The Loma stuff, I don't necessarily agree with, but I think more time should have been spent on it. Let's do these things right, and I know that there's more coming. I just want to make sure that it's thought through, and I want to get the best new rules and the best new legislation out there to keep everyone safe. I mean, we're just individuals who live on the river. We shouldn't have to hire a professional PR or lobbyists to be heard in all this. And we really have been largely ignored until we met Miss Garrett. She was wonderful. She's smart. She's thoughtful. She is really, I don't know where you found her, but she's run a great process in all of this. I respectfully ask you to consider the people that have to live with this stuff day in and day out when you pass these laws. And listen to us. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Roberson. Members, any questions? All right, seeing none, thank you for being here.
Members, any questions? Very sorry for your loss. Thank you for your testimony.
All right, Ms. Johnson, please proceed.
Members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to be here today. My name is Charlie Johnson, and I'm here with my husband, Michael. I'm speaking on behalf of our family of 4, our daughter, Anna, age 11, and our son, Craig, age 9. Our daughter, Anna, was at Camp Mystic on July 4th. She was in the Jumble House cabin, and as you heard in the account yesterday, she left her cabin on foot in the 3 o'clock hour, spent the night in the rec hall, and was helicopter evacuated out. The facts laid out yesterday confirmed our belief that her successful evacuation came down to a matter of minutes or less, and this is not lost on us, and it's one of the many reasons why we're here today. When I got the call to participate in this investigation from Ms. Garrett, I'll be completely honest with you, my husband and I were both nervous. We were nervous for several reasons. One, for exposing our family to more trauma. We're doing our best and everything we can now to ensure our 11-year-old daughter stays protected. Second, we were also nervous about how our messages would be perceived across multiple groups at an incredibly sensitive time. For the Heavens 27 families sitting behind me, they lost their daughters, and we're speaking about our daughter's survival. We are incredibly sensitive to the grief and the pain that these families have to live every single day. To the broader Hill Country community and those who experience devastating loss of life, we recognize it's outside of the scope of this investigation, but we certainly pay our respects to all families that lost. And for the youth camp community, as you'll hear shortly, we've done a significant amount of work to support camps implement safety best practices across Texas and now nationally. We've earned this community's trust, and we want the committee to hear about the work we're doing with the camp industry. While we were nervous initially, we're here today because this tragedy is now part of our story. And like so many of you said yesterday, we can't bring lives back, but we can and we will do everything in our power to make sure something like this never happens again. In the week following July 4th, my friend and now business partner sent me this quote from Fred Rogers. He said, "When I was a boy, I would see scary things in the news, and my mother would say to me, 'Look for the helpers.' You will always find people who are helping. To this day, especially in times of disaster, I remember my mother's words, and I'm always comforted by realizing that there are still so many helpers, so many caring people in this world." I wish I wasn't sitting in this chair right now, but I know that there's no other option for me. This disaster became part of our story, and we are choosing to take action. We're choosing to be helpers to the families that are grieving and to a community that cares for millions of kids annually, so that nobody ever has to sit before a committee like this one and have the same conversation. There's 2 things that I want to share with you all today. I'm going to briefly share Anna's story, most of which you heard yesterday, and then I'm going to switch gears to a very different conversation, and that's to the forward-looking action we're taking with the Safety Navigator that is supporting the youth camp industry to implement safety best practices. On June 29th, we took Anna to the bus drop-off location in Houston, and she happily boarded with her second-year bus buddy and cabin mate, Greta Toronzo. The girls were excited and nervous. They were happy to see each other. They exchanged bracelets and were giddy about their second summer at camp together. We loaded them up on the bus, and they were gone. After drop-off, Michael and I logged in at least twice a day or more to catch a glimpse of her smiling faces and all of the girls in the photo feed. It was the highlight of our days, and over the course of that week, we saw happy girls enjoying the magic of summer camp. But on July 4th, everything changed. I woke up early, checked my work emails, and headed out for a walk with a friend. At 8:02 a.m., the Jumble House mom's text thread started dinging. "Really bad flooding. Has anyone heard anything? The girls are safe. They're on Sky High. Our girls are all safe. They were taken care of." And then the photo came through, the one you saw yesterday of the girls walking through water to the rec hall, and that's when I knew something was wrong. Then the text that changed everything. The first one, "They aren't all safe. My daughter's missing." And then the second one, at 11:15 a.m., Anna's bus buddy, her cabin mate, her first camp friend, Greta, missing. The horror continued every minute of every hour for us until my husband picked up Anna at the elementary school after she was evacuated by helicopter. Michael and Anna FaceTimed me immediately. We all cried. We told her we loved her. And she asked where her friend Greta was. That question from a 10-year-old girl, safe but not whole, that question is what drives me every single day. When Anna returned home the next day, she began slowly talking about what happened. She was 10 years old at the time, and the way she talked about it was very matter of fact and in short bursts. We listened on her schedule and at her pace, and her account is as follows. She woke up in the middle of the night to storms. Girls in her cabin were scared. When lightning flashed, she could tell the water was rising by the sight of the canoes outside the cabin window. They were told to stay in their beds until the director instructed them to get to rec hall. Her account included instructions to grab her things, like pillows and blankets, and go. She grabbed her things and went. She does not remember anyone else being with her when she did. No adults, no counselors. This is when it became very clear to me that this was not an orderly evacuation, it was chaos. In fact, they were not evacuated. Instead, they were left to navigate the darkness themselves. 10 years old, 3 a.m., darkness, rushing water. No child should have to navigate themselves to safety under these conditions. Anna spent the night in the rec hall. She said girls were singing and praying. They were upset about not knowing where their friend was. Some had to use the restroom, some got sick, and she could tell the water was rising when the lightning would flash. Then the water went down and the sun came up. They moved out of the rec hall and walked to Cypress Lake, where they waited in the dining hall. They changed clothes. They heard very many false stories about where their friends were, and then she was evacuated by helicopter and bus to the elementary school. Anna got on the bus on June 29th with her buddy and first camp friend. She returned home via helicopter. Greta went home to heaven with 26 of her camp sisters. I shared this story with Cece, and I repeat it again here today, so the appropriate parties in this committee can review the facts and assess what happened and make a decision. And we, as a community, can take action to ensure this never happens again. There's no rule book on how to deal with disasters and tragedy. As a family, we spent July and August making sure Anna was okay, making sure we were okay, and navigating our new normal. We went to funerals. We stayed connected to families who lost their daughters. And in those early weeks, I thought daily, how can we help? And then in August, we watched what the Heavens 27 families did, turning unimaginable grief into courageous advocacy and leading the charge on new laws designed to improve safety best practices at Texas camps. In their darkest moments, they were the ones showing up as helpers. My cousin and I came to the Capitol the night the Senate passed the laws. We felt deeply the intention of the laws to ensure that camps are both safe and fun. We heard the pleas from the families, and we left that night asking ourselves, what happens next? Who is going to ensure these laws are implemented effectively in a way that drives true safety best practices? Who's going to support the implementation to make sure leading safety practices are adopted and not just compliance boxes ticked? We could have taken a wait-and-see approach, but if you meet us, you'll learn quickly that's not our style. We saw families grieving, we saw communities shaken, and we saw an industry deeply impacted. I referred back to Mr. Rogers, in times of disasters, look for the helpers. And then we started creating answers to some of those questions. Our answer is a nonprofit organization called the Safety Navigator, led by myself and two co-founding partners, Marley and Ted. The idea is simple. We've activated a network of professional safety experts, all volunteers, to support the youth camp community and make sure kids are safe at summer camp. Safety best practices exist in many industries today and have for decades. Camps don't need to start from scratch, and safety should be supported. Nobody should have to design these things on their own. I've spent 20 years of my professional career in oil and gas and mining and business roles, but I've been surrounded by safety experts. I've been surrounded by a deep safety culture and world-class systems specifically designed and built to protect people. These are the types of resources we're bringing to camps. Before we launched this effort in January, we tested the concept with 3 groups. First and foremost, our number one priority was the Heavens 27 families. We told them that we saw this as a step 2 to the work they led to pass the new laws. They pushed the laws, we would support the implementation. Then we went to the safety professionals across various industries. We told them what we wanted to do, and we asked for help. We did not get a single no. We have volunteer representatives supporting our efforts from high-risk industries like oil and gas and mining, major sports arenas, former military and special forces officers, and individuals with local and state emergency management experience, and the list goes on. This is a powerful group that keeps growing. And finally, we went to the youth camp community. We've done a lot of work to build trust in this community, and for good reason, they had questions. We were outsiders 6 months ago. Outside of being a camper as a kid and sending my child to camp, we were new to their industry. Unfortunately, bad actors turn up in times of disaster, and so we spent a lot of time sharing who we were and what we wanted to build. and we asked camps to come to the table to help us build it. To their credit, they have. We have amazing camp leaders now from across the country supporting our efforts to build a best-in-class safety resource that will support camps in all environments, all sizes, and regardless of financial. The platform is open access and it's free because every camp operator should have access to safety best practices, and the limiting factor cannot be money. One conversation at a time, we answered the camp's questions respectfully and honestly, and the momentum started building. One of my favorite responses from a camp leader captures it well. He said, "You're new to this community, and you're going to need to have a lot of these conversations. But I get it. One thing I know about safety is you can never be good enough. The value of the network you're building is clear, and I'm in." This particular camp operator had good safety foundations in place. But he said, "I want to make sure that I don't have any blind spots." In December last year, we ran a co-design workshop with 40 camp leaders in our safety network to create a blueprint of what we were about to build. That was a major milestone for us. Another major sign that we had in December that's quite personal for us is we made our first trip back to where this all started. We were in the Hill Country, and on our way out, we pulled over to the memorial site on the side of the Guadalupe River and paid our respect to the 27 girls. As we were leaving, we received a message that our 501c3 nonprofit designation had been approved by the IRS in less than 1 month's time during a government shutdown. This is one of the many signs we've received loud and clear from the heavens above, and no doubt one of the strongest. Today, the Safety Navigator is a free, open access platform. It includes more than 30 templates that camps can download and customize for their specific camp environments. The priority template for us in Texas this year was the Emergency Action Plan for all of the reasons discussed today and yesterday. This template was designed by a group of safety experts and a collection of camp leaders. We also have an interactive risk assessment tool that helps camps across the country understand what their major risk and hazards are. It's not always floods, it might be tornadoes, wildfires, etc. And last week, we launched a Safety and Emergency Action Plan training series designed for camp staff, counselors, and campers to not only plan, but to practice the plans. Lastly, the platform includes the option for camps to request direct access to our network of volunteer safety experts for one-on-one supported conversations. In less than 3 months, we have close to 600 camp users actively engaging with the platform. Last week, as I mentioned, we launched our training program across 3 camp locations in Texas. We had over 100 camp staff in the room in person. And on our final day, our live stream connected with another 200 camp staff across 40 states, 2 Canadian provinces, and we had 1 participant from Germany. It's one thing for me to tell you it's working. It's another for you to hear it from camps directly. I have 2 quotes from last week. "The training was fantastic and made such a difference in helping me understand how to make our emergency action plan trainable. What you have built in such a short amount of time is seriously impressive." The second, "For me, the biggest win was getting more buy-in from our team on the importance of safety and how simple it can be. On the 3-hour car ride home, my colleague was telling me everything he wanted to start including in our EAP. You broke through, and I know my camp will be better because of it." Our work isn't about making sure that documents are filed and in binders or that the boxes are checked. This is about transforming a culture of safety in an industry that serves 26 million children a year. This is not a compliance exercise. We are not inspectors, certifiers, or accreditors. We are leading and supporting a transformational change, and again, from the position of the helper. Our team doesn't feel like we chose this mission. We feel like the mission chose us, and we're answering the call. We've formed privately, quickly, and have done a lot with a little. But we're now asking this committee for help. Imagine what we could do with the power of the state of Texas behind us. Imagine what Texas could do to lead this effort nationally. This started as a classic Texans helping Texans story, but we are now growing a national movement, and Texas has the opportunity to lead it. 26 million children attend camp every year in this country, millions of them right here in this state. They deserve more than good intent. They deserve systems, tools, and trained people standing behind every camp gate. To this committee, we are simply asking for a conversation about how the power of the state can get behind the movement that's already working. To the Heavens 27 families, we see you, we honor your girls, and we are all in on this mission with you. To the camp community, we are your helpers, and we're just getting started in this work together. We didn't choose for this disaster to be part of our story, but we are choosing every single day to be part of the answer. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Any questions? Chair recognizes Speaker Moody.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. I appreciate that. And 2 words of thanks to begin with. Thank you for answering Ms. Garrett's call. And I know that sharing all of that and being a part of that story that you didn't ask to be a part of was difficult to do, but it's incredibly important. So thank you for doing that. Thank you also for answering the call to be a helper. This is the kind of work that we need to focus on looking forward. And as stated earlier, I'm not interested in check boxes. I'm interested in changing the culture of the way things are done so that people are safe and kids are safe. And that's the work you've dedicated yourself to, so I want to thank you for that. In your time, I know you've just been operating a short period of time. I think I'd be remiss if I didn't ask. A lot of people have said yes. A lot of people have leaned in with you. Have you had any hurdles to where you're at now, trying to get up and running and helping camps out? Are there hurdles that we need to hear about as well?
Starting something this fast is always challenging, but our mission is so strong. The safety community, as I said, has jumped in with us. We did not receive a single no from a safety person. The deep passion that these experts have for what they do rang very clearly, and they connected with our mission. We were new to the camp community, as I mentioned, so we spent a lot of time last year building that trust and respect, and we have it. And there is an openness from the community to lean into this work with us. And I think there were comments yesterday asking the camp community to listen. Many are, and many are wanting to improve the foundations of safety that they have today. We are a team of 3, and so our hurdle is scaling this nationally. We need funding. We need state support with resources. Resources like the ones that were discussed earlier with Chief Kidd, emergency management coordinators, folks within the state that have access to resources and people that can help us amplify this movement. That's our greatest hurdle so that we can move this across the nation quickly.
What, in the work you've done so far, what interactions have you had with state agencies as you've started to deploy some of these resources to these camps?
We have talked to individuals from state agencies that are supporting us as individuals, but we have not been able to have formal conversations with state agencies to this date, which is why I'm here asking for help.
And that's why I'm trying to drill down on which agencies?
Any of them.
Anybody?
Yeah.
So you have individual people that are within agencies discussing things with you, but essentially not a top-level coordination.
Yeah. And that's what we're asking for, is a meeting with the appropriate officials.
I'm glad you asked, because we're going to get an answer for you, and I assume it's going to be another yes. Thank you.
Senator Perry?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Real quick, have you reached out to the Mystic group, and if so, what was the response? Because clearly, based on their first round of applications, if that's your work, they didn't get the message. It seems to be a very incestuous kind of culture with camps, that they want to keep everything close to the vest. But have you had conversations with Mystic about your services, your plug-in and access? And if so, what was the response?
Representatives from Camp Mystic contacted us, as did many others from the camp community, which once word started getting out about what we were doing. They contacted us, and we spoke with them early this year and shared with them what we were building with our platform. Our platform, as I mentioned, is open access to the public, and it's free of charge for anyone. What we told the Mystic representatives in that meeting was that they, as everybody else, have access to the platform, but due to open investigations and active litigations, we could not provide any direct support beyond what is available on the platform.
So to be clear, your platform would have been a help, though, in filling out the new requirements of the Heavens 27 bill.
There are templates like emergency action plans that are available on the platform that anyone can download and use to be submitted.
Thank you.
Members, any other questions? All right. Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Right.
Quick.
Well, I've got one quick statement real quick. I just want to echo Speaker Moody's statements, and we're here to help you on your missions. Do not hesitate to reach out and ask.
Thank you.
Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Johnson, first of all, thank you for, I was just looking on your LinkedIn. It appears that you have given up your corporate career, successful career, to do this work.
That's correct.
The Safety Navigator, free safety platform built specifically for youth camps. One of the things that, and I'm fairly confident that you'll have that meeting that you're looking for with state agencies, but I think too that maybe you could help us with maybe minimum standards in terms of what it would look like. We need to revisit possibly how they verify certain things. We've found out that certain things in the inspection process, and I'm not sure where the breakdown was. I thought Representative Gomez did an incredible job of highlighting the lack of capacity to nail down who was responsible. Was it because it was not under perjury that Mr. Edward Eastland signed the document, but we don't know where is this mysterious emergency plan that nobody can find? If they did do drills, how did they verify those drills? And so all of those things that we need to find. And so I think look forward to working with you or your group. And so I appreciate the fact that it's free of charge, and so it can be for any kind of camp. It doesn't have to be a summer camp. It can be after-school camp, inter-city camp, anything to that effect, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I have a quick follow-up.
Senator Hughes. Senator Corpus.
What agencies do you need to meet with? Just name them right now.
TDM, Teeks, and Dishes.
And one more question. How do you fund yourself?
We are a nonprofit organization. We have successfully raised close to $250,000 since December. We have an active raise now to get the funds that we need to sustain this and scale this. But funding would definitely be another hurdle, one that we're working on now.
And follow-up, TDM, Teeks, and Dishes all at the same time or separately?
Separately for separate reasons.
Okay, great. It'll happen.
Very good. All right. Thank you, Mrs. Johnson. All right, Mr. Cordell, please proceed.
Afternoon, my name is Fletcher Cordell. My daughter Olivia was at Camp Mystic in the hangout cabin on July 4th. Happy to talk about that. Appreciate the opportunity to also echo a lot of the comments that have been shared with Ms. Garrett and her team and how they've approached and their sensitivity. It's very impressive, as was watching their work on the feed yesterday. And there was a lot of discussion at our house about showing up for the same reasons everybody else probably has, which is protecting your daughter. But I also think that a big part, if not the main part of being a father, is showing up. And so I'm showing up. And before I talk about her experience, I want to read something I wrote that inspired by Heavens 27, if that's okay. All right, ladies, need you. Well, what to say? What do you say? Hello, how are you? How was your day? It's an odd thing to feel this connection when distance and pain blur love and affection. And it does leave me reeling and haunted and healing and feeling the feelings that hang in the air, the tension, the fear, the dread, the despair. So here are some words. You can take them or leave them. We all love our angels. We love and we grieve them. And we look to the sky and ask, why, God? Oh, why? Why did you take them? You didn't stop it. The thunder, the rain. So why so much pain? We're hurting, oh God. We hurt and we miss them. Help us to understand what was their mission. Are you that callous, that heartless, that cruel? But then who am I to question his plan? A mortal, a father, a man, a fool, to question his providence and dispute what he wants for us, to pray, to love, to live and let live. And then one day, after hitting my knees, I asked once again the question of why for these girls that we miss. The answer, I don't know, but maybe it's this. And this isn't a lecture. These are my thoughts, my attempt at conjecture. Later that day, the Coast Guard was approaching, flying to rescue and hoping. But the weather with malice was refusing to leave, and you cannot find what you cannot see. And so the flight time required, which normally takes 2 hours, was extended, upended, and turned into 7. And I wondered, was there another mission that day, invisible, undetected, but well underway? Where are they? Where are they? The crew members asked, flying feet off the ground, hearts beating with fear. And right when it seemed they might not succeed, hey, follow us. Our friends are over here. It's more of a suggestion than an answer to the question, but it's one I happen to believe. How many angels are needed to part heavens? Well, what do you know? It's exactly 27. I never asked Olivia directly when we picked her up from the reunification center, and we were driving to my sister's house in Austin to spend the night. And it was, of course, as everybody knows, raining again, and dark, raining, mentally struggling to focus on the road. So I had my AirPods in on silent mode because I just didn't want to be fortunate enough to have my daughter survive, and then I blow the whole thing, being reckless and driving. So I couldn't hear the conversation in the back of the car, which was my wife and my sister and Olivia. And so I learned later, there were obviously a few questions and answers that were exchanged back there. But my job was my job right then, which was to get us wherever we were going safely. And then in the days that followed, I didn't ask her either, because I knew that the time would come. And I also never wanted or want her to confuse her dad with an inquisitor. And I didn't want her to think that I confused her as a survivor, not Olivia. I have my story, she has hers. They merge at some point, but daughter and dad first. As long as that's in place, we can handle the survivor, parent of survivor thing together, however she needs. Our day started, similar timelines, putting on bathing suits to go do July 4th things. And the texts start coming in, and like a lot of things, they're meant well. People get in, hey, have you, a lot of rain, glad everybody's okay. Oh, wait, they're not, just kind of. And then it crescendos into bathing suit off, load the car. About the time we got the email from Mystic, that was very brief and to the point and desperate. And that feeling of an institution, whether it's Mystic or a hospital or the Capitol saying, help us. We are bad shape. And it outlined the situation, as you've probably heard. If your daughter was at Cypress, she's accounted for. If your daughter was on Senior Hill, which is in Guadalupe, but up, she's accounted for. And then, it didn't name the flats, didn't have to. It just said, if you have heard from us this morning, then you know that she is not accounted for. And if you haven't, then she is. So we got in the car to leave. And even reading that letter, it was just so mind-blowing for a lot of different reasons. I mean, to go in from getting ready to go to the pool to, what do you mean, flood, washed away? Saw the same picture. And realized this is not just a problem, this is biblical, literally. Read the Bible many times as you want. That ain't in the playbook. So we get in the car to head south, to head to the hill country. Didn't know where at that point yet. I can't remember the exact time the reunification stuff came through. Maybe that was like 2 or something o'clock. So about 11:30, we load up. I ran back inside. I forgot my phone charger. And I grabbed it out of the closet, connected to our bathroom, and I started to walk back to the car, and I stopped in the bathroom and looked in the mirror, and I just looked up, and this guy is alone and scared. And how am I going to do this? Meaning, show up, get in the car, drive, be strong. And so I got on my hands, I got on my knees on the floor mat, put my elbows on the vanity, and prayed. And the first prayer was, "Thy will be done, not mine," because I knew that would help me execute if I could turn the outcome over. And I did say selfish prayers after that in the car, but I had to lead with the one that said, "Don't know." And a lot of times when I talk, it's like about mystic to people because it doesn't take a break, and that's okay. As part of the survivor part of it, it's like, it's easy for me to say, and it is, and it isn't. A lot, it isn't. This collision every millisecond of every second of every minute of every hour of these like atomic particles of gratitude, and heartbreak, and guilt all the time. And you can either take that and have a red button and push it and say, "I give up, it's too much," and you can do what atomic energy can do, which is destroy, or you cannot. And it's hard not to hit the button, because the button, like all instinctive decisions, makes you feel good at the time to get mad or to let it go, but it's not healthy, and it's not the right thing to do for your daughter, and to honor those that lost their daughters by not showing up, by doing the wrong thing. So many people, my connection to Mystic is cosmic in a way that is hard to explain. I went to Rio Vista for 2 summers. Camp's not really my jam, more of a sleep-in Doritos situation. I like air conditioning. My dad went there, my uncle went there, but I do remember the Mystic dance. That was the standout. I can pause archery, let's go dance. Mary Seal, I still remember her name, pen pal, first girlfriend. And then in 1994, I am at the Fiji House, where I went to college at Texas, and I'm in August of 94. And I meet a fellow named Richard Eastland, who I had known of, and he had known of me, because my uncle is his godfather. So we both grew up, 2 separate worlds, never met. Oh, yes, you have a godson named Richard, right? Oh, you have a nephew named Fletcher, right? And our uncle wanted us to meet face to face. Makes sense? And so we did at the Fiji House, party before, pledgeship starts. In 30 minutes, had a nice chat, and that was the last time I saw him until the 7th of this past July. And later that week, I met another fella, Cullen Childress, who was my pledge trainer. And of course, his brother and Chloe's father, Matt, and got to know Wendy. So here I am. Cullen is I feel like I know Chloe because I know her blood, and I talk to Chloe a lot. She helps me through stuff. She is a machine. I've never met her, but I know her because I know her blood. I mean, Cullen was a huge part. I mean, you're 18 years old. You spend 10 months together with simulated hardships, learning how to stay a unit and how when one fails, they all fail. You stay together. And that while it may be good to be one, it is great to be many. Matt was so kind, so kind. So then in July, on the 7th, I went down to Mystic. That was a Monday, I believe. I tried to go on Sunday, but the highways were still flooded. And I went because Olivia, when this was 2 days after the first letter home from camp, which was the reunification center, of course, was the first jolt of horror, people as close as these ladies are to me that checked in and got a different update. Either, I presume, she is still unaccounted for, or she's accounted for, but we need to go talk about it. And people I know that I saw a day before or 30 years before. And we never heard Olivia's name called by the yellow shirt microphone man. I counted scuff marks for hours on the floor of that gymnasium. The crazy thing is that when we got that email and it said something to hang your proverbial hat on because we had not heard from Mystic, i.e. she's accounted for, it sure seemed awful early to have everything locked in and loaded. I would certainly understand, even with all best efforts, that it might not be 100% accurate. So No phone call is positive. We're driving south. It takes forever. The closer you get to Ingram, the harder it is and the longer it takes to get to Ingram, because now I got to ask guys in Suburbans next to me, how do you drive across a river? And we take turns. Dads helping dads. You go first, stay on the upside, I'll go next, all that nonsense. And then the phone rings. I'm like, shit. Here we go. And we're on somebody's yard. We're not even on a road because everything's closed. Some rancher somewhere's got my tire skid marks on them. We pull over and answer the phone, and this lady says, are you, may I speak to the parents of Olivia Cordell, Molly Cordell, Philip, my first name? And yes, this is her speaking. And she said, well, have you heard from camp about your daughter today? Don't want to. And she said, well, I just want to let you know she's standing right here next to me. And we said, can we talk to her? She said, yeah. She gave us the phone. And it's the only time in my life with any of my children where when we talked on the phone, it did not sound like her. I don't know if it was the stress in our ears or in her voice, but it's the only time I've ever said, Olivia Cordell, like ours. Just didn't sound like her. And we went to the reunification. We sat there and never heard her name called. One time, when the roll call at reunification, the fellow was reading and says, got to an Olivia, but he was having trouble reading the last name because he was getting handwritten notes to read from. And so after about a couple decades, it felt like he got to the last name and it wasn't ours. Well, unbeknownst to me, my wife, showing up in her mom way, went over to the other building where the girls were held when they were ready to be reunited to go home, because we had gotten a call technically. And so I was sitting there like this, just again trying to see how high I could get in the scuff counting time passing. And I could see Molly kind of coming up towards me, the silhouette of your wife, you peripheral vision. And so I looked up thinking, I don't know anything is going to be what I'm going to tell her. And before I got to her head, there was Olivia right in front of her, eclipsed by her mother's silhouette. And until that point, I didn't think we had her. And that's when the guilt started right there, immediately. So when I say collision of gratitude and heartbreak and guilt, it is instantaneously. And then you feel guilty for feeling guilty. But what this experience has affirmed in me is I'm so grateful that years ago, before this happened, I decided to try and be the best version of me that I could be as a dad, as a husband, and as a fellow to help people. And my story has helped people. And I'm so grateful they've told me that. When I say my story, I mean the things that I used as resources to help me through that day and the days since. Faith, connection, love, honesty, feeling feelings, that you can get through stuff. And on the 7th, when I went back down, when I went to Mystic itself to look for my daughter's charm bracelet, which was a mission that was not going to be successful, and I knew that, but I needed a mission. It didn't matter what I was going to look for. She felt bad that she had lost her charm bracelet because she left it out on her trunk. So here's my daughter. She's feeling guilty for losing her charm bracelet. Here we go, Academy. It's muck boot time. I'm getting in the car. Goodbye. And go get her things. And I'm in her cabin. I'm taking a break because it's hot. I mean, the drive down there and around there is, of course, prehistoric, biblical, zombie, World War, whatever. It's unbelievable. And about 50 yards, I'm out on the stoop, about 50 yards away, because hang out, set back a little. There's a guy walking, looked like another dad or something, walking. And he goes, "Hey, do you need any help?" I said, "No, man, I'm looking for a needle in a mud pit. It ain't happening. You good? You need anything? Your daughter good? Your daughter good? Yeah, okay." And so he starts to walk up to the cabin to introduce himself. And I've got, sludge and dead fish with gloves and things going on. I was like, But then I saw him get closer, and he goes, "Hi, I'm Richard." And I said, "Richard? Fletcher." So 30 years later, since 1994 at the Fiji House. Here's Richard. And he is walking along the camp that day with what's happened to him and his family, lost his dad and lost these girls. And he is approaching, at the point, strangers and say, can I get in the mud with you and help you with whatever it is you're doing? And that says something about a man or any person. It sure stuck with me. And the questions when I ask myself about whether it's parents of Heavens 27, the Eastlands, everybody in this room, and Edward Eastland in particular, who saved my daughter. There's 3 links in the survival chain for Olivia. Edward Eastland drove, I believe, his pickup truck down along the river to the cabins. I don't know how many visits he made. I just know that he got down there and my daughter sat on the wheel well of his pickup truck at 4 in the morning in a flood. And I believe he reversed, she told me he reversed a straight line all the way back to the main buildings. At 4 in the morning in the dark, rearview mirror, I imagine, was a little full of 15 or 20 little girl heads. It's a tough gig. And I can't even imagine. I said, Richard, Edward, how do I thank him? He goes, man, he ain't thinking about the wins. He is thinking about the losses. Thinking is not something he's down for right now, and I understood. And then I went to Marble Falls to buy a metal detector, not because I thought I'd find a bracelet, but because I could donate it to the camp. So I came back. I didn't see Richard. As I'm messing around with a metal detector, I then see Richard. So this is a couple hours later. They said, Richard's out surveying property. I found out what that meant. And I watched Richard in a buggy as I'm near hangout doing, nonsense with a metal detector. And I see Richard in what looked like a, ranch car, whatever, with parents, one set at a time, driving them down past Bug House, down to the Grove area, spending a lot of time down there, coming back. That dismount and that pain, and I realized at that moment what surveying the property meant. And I watched that for an hour before I had to go, one after the other. And I watched, Richard couldn't see me because of where I was standing. I watched him get in his car between each one, bawl his eyes out, and then rally and show up and do it again. So where I'm standing, here's an example of how my life is affected, a practical example. I don't own any other blazers besides this one, but I have had anxiety all day because it happens to be a certain shade of green. I have a bracelet that my daughter made me. It's a green bracelet. It doesn't say Mystic, but it's for them. I took it off because I don't want to upset anybody. So it's hard, even with my daughter living. It's nothing. My worst day is nothing like their worst day. The Heavens 27, not even close. I just don't want to add to people's pain.
Thank you, Mr. Cordell. Appreciate your testimony. Members, any questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for being here.
Members, any questions?
All right. Mrs. Hoffman, please proceed.
Thank you. I don't have a nameplate, so my name is Katherine Hoffman. There may have been a little miscommunication, but my name is Katherine Hoffman. I am here on behalf of my daughter, who was in the Twins 1 cabin at Camp Mystic on the night of July the 3rd and survived the flood. Thank you for having me here today. Over the last 9.5 months, I have begun each day with 2 overwhelming emotions. I feel absolute and utter gratitude that my daughter somehow survived that night, but it is always weighted with the heaviness that others did not. I offer my daughter's experience to shed light on the suffering of the survivors, while also very respectfully acknowledging that there is no greater loss than the death of a child. The following is a testimony of her story, the broad structure of which she told my husband and I on the night of July the 4th as we drove home from Ingram Elementary. Some of the details have emerged since that time, but they are all details that she has specifically recalled directly to me. She awoke following a startling boom of thunder sometime in the 3 o'clock hour on the morning of the 4th, frogs hopping through ankle-deep water that covered the floor of the cabin as a soul counselor calmed 12 little girls with reassuring words and favorite stuffies. The water continued to rise. Girls moved from single beds and lower bunks and crowded in on 3 top bunks, one of which was my daughter's. Perched on the higher beds, water spouting through holes in the wall, 12 girls yelled for help. They were trapped. The green screen door forced closed by the pressure of the water pushing across the porch. The girls continued to shout, though this time my daughter counted down 3, 2, 1 to give a signal for the girls to scream in unison. She thought, maybe they can't hear us over the roar of the water, and if we shout together, we will be louder. Still, they were locked in. Even if help came, they could not escape until the water pressure equalized and the door opened. The cold water inched up toward the ceiling of the cabin and the airspace closed in. The bed started to tip, and her counselor signaled it was time to leave. My daughter navigated through murky water, over a number of floating trunks, and through bed frames, finally swimming underwater through the door which, with the water higher, could now open. She bumped her head on the top of the wood frame as she exited and grabbed onto one of the stone porch pillars outside of the twins' one door. When she looked back at the door from the pillar, it was closed. The current was strong, and she lost her grip and was swept away into the darkness. She screamed, and after taking water into her lungs, she knew she had to swim. She did not fight the current. She recalled later, "Mommy, the current was a 10 out of 10, and when it would go down to a 9 out of 10, I would do my biggest stroke." She could see very faint lights that showed the cabins and navigated her way to a square stone pillar on the porch of Tumble Inn. She grabbed onto the pillar, the water pushing at her back. She maneuvered her body to the leeward side of the pillar, which, by the way, I did not know what the leeward side meant. She recalled this on July the 4th, and I had to ask my daughter, "What is the leeward side?" And she told me she learned it in school. Sheltered from the current that heaved trunks and mattresses against the opposite side. She could hear someone screaming from a tree and would scream back, but it was difficult to communicate. More than just say help. A truck with its lights oriented toward the cabins rested against a nearby tree and gave a bit of light. She clung to the pillar and watched as mattresses with crickets, bedside lamps still turned on, and alarm clocks passed by her. The water continued to rise. She scooted up the column until her chin scraped against the sharp edges of the top of the cement pillar, her head bumping up against the roof. The water continued to rise. As she recounted on the night of July 4th, "Mommy, when the water reached my neck, I thought I was going to die. I thought of my best friends at school and corgis so I could die a good death. Thankfully, she managed to hold on until the water receded. As she recalled, it was like someone had pulled the plug in the bathtub and the water started to go down. She said, when I could finally touch my toes to the porch, I went like this." She gave me a heavy sigh, and she said, "I thought I might live." This was one example of many times, I'm not sharing the full story, that she thought she would die and has told me she thought she would die specifically in this story. My daughter carries tough memories with her. Often in the late evening when the burden of these memories becomes too much, the weight of the thoughts spills out. "Mommy, she was just a few trunks behind me. I should have saved her. I should be dead instead. It was my fault." And in the shock at her words, I pause. I take a breath, and then I reply, faking the calm for the sake of my daughter. You did the right thing. Children are not supposed to save other children. You were all trying to survive in the water, and it was not your responsibility as an 8-year-old to save others. Her questions continue. Then whose responsibility was it? We called for help and no one came. Why didn't anyone call 911? Her questions are the ones that I have too. How do I answer? And on another night, Mommy, we had a fire drill today at school. I don't think it is likely that we would have a fire. But I am really glad we practice. I know exactly where to go and what to do. And after a pause, she asks, why didn't we do a flood drill before the flood? My mama heart sinks with her question, what do I say? It is with deepest respect and gratitude that I thank, and everyone should thank, the Heaven's 27 parents and the quick action of lawmakers in the passage of the Camp Safety Act. Thank you. On September 5th, you gave me the gift of powerfully healing words that I can offer my child during these gut-wrenching conversations. Reassuring words that I can speak that help to rebuild her sense of safety and security stolen from her on the night of the flood. It is an incredible testament to these families that during their lowest hours of unfathomable suffering, which I cannot even fathom, I am close to this tragedy and I do not understand their grief. It is so deep. They push for legislative change so that no other children die. No other parent has to experience the deep void that they feel, and so that kids who survived the unimaginable on July 4th have the possibility to be brave and go forward. With the reassurance that laws are in place to keep them safe. Thank you. I can now tell my daughter with full confidence that this will never happen again. And so I do, and this is what I say. I do not have all the answers from the night of the flood, but the parents of your friends helped to pass a law that now requires all counselors in cabins to be able to communicate and requires camps to practice evacuation procedures in the first days of camp. So this cannot happen again. The new law would have required you to evacuate way before the water got to your cabin, and everyone would have survived. And she says, I really wish that had happened, Mommy. I miss my friends. I wish they hadn't died. And I say, me too. And after a long pause, she says, Mama, tomorrow can we write the Rangers? I want to tell them to work hard and not give up trying to find Seal. I replied, yes, we will do that tomorrow. The pre-bedtime conversations that used to consist of birthday parties, books, math puzzles, and excitement about performing at school assembly have been replaced with the darkest, heaviest moments that then become the burden that I carry as a mother. I have given some specific examples of tough conversations to give you a window into my daughter's challenges. These conversations are not the full picture. There are moments I choose not to share today. My daughter endured many points during her story that she thought she would die. She helplessly watched others struggle for their lives. This type of an emotional burden is heavy for any human, much less an 8.5-year-old girl. When considering future legislation, it is imperative to consider the cost of this collective emotional trauma. I tuck her in. Before going to Mystic, my daughter would choose between Taps and Twinkle Twinkle for her bedtime song. And now we just sing Twinkle Twinkle. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Hoffman, for that very powerful story. Members, do you have any questions? Chair recognizes Representative Gomez.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to thank everyone for the bravery that it took to come up here and share your story today. Thank you. Particularly for Ms. Charlie Johnson. Thank you for your work. Thank you for your service. If I'm not mistaken, you might already have someone vying for you in the Texas Department of Emergency Management. I think you have an old acquaintance or friend there who's very excited to meet with you, and we're looking forward to working together.
Thank you.
Members, any questions? No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair calls the next panel: Cece, Stewart, Carrie, Hannah, Mallerie, Lidle, and Allie Naylor. Mrs. Stewart, would you like to begin?
I'm going rogue for a second. I did prepare a statement, but anytime I've publicly spoken, I always talk about the importance of hearing from the survivors and the families and the trauma and the impact crater. Glad we have that term now. Most of those were really, really insightful and hard to hear, and I'm glad that they were shared. So thank you all to the survivors who are speaking out in support of the trauma and the help that is needed for the families and the victims that survived. So, chairs, vice chairs, and members of this joint committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. My testimony has changed a bit in light of what we heard from the Eastland family today. I haven't seen y'all yet, so thank you for making eye contact with me for the first time in almost 10 months. I thank you in advance for your indulgence. There's a lot to address. My name is Cece Stewart. I'm here on the behalf of myself, my husband, Will Stewart, and our youngest daughter, Millie, who I would never succumb to an environment like this. But most of all, I'm here to speak for our oldest daughter, my precious Seal. I didn't even bring a photo today because I know that each of you know who she is, and you have seen this photo, and it continues. Tomorrow will mark 10 months since I hugged and held my 8-year-old daughter for the last time. 10 months since she spoke her last words to me. Don't worry, Mommy, I'll be okay. But we all know she was not okay. No child in Bubble Inn, Twins 1, or Twins 2 could have been. The horrors that Seal and the other children and counselors endured that night, the darkness, the thrashing, the desperate fight for breath and survival, play on an endless loop in my mind. It is a place no mother should ever have to imagine, and yet one I cannot escape. Our family will always live in two halves, before July 4th and after. And in conversations with friends, I don't even have to say July 4th. It's before and after. Since I testified before you in September, I cannot believe that I am here again today with the same desperation I had over 7 months ago. Seal is still out there, somewhere in the ruin of that river, and our families are still pleading for answers and accountability. On April 20th, a week ago yesterday, the same day that each of you had your Camp Mystic site visit, I was also in Hunt, Texas. It was raining hard, a stark reminder, I hope, of the reason of why you were all out there. I stood along the banks of the river, calling out to my sweet baby's spirit, asking her to help us bring her home. Yesterday, Inspector Garrett raised the issue of the lack of incident command in the first 24 hours, which certainly merits investigation and change. We know those first 24 hours, as Chief Nimkid said as well, and we all know are the most important critical hours. That said, my family has only endured this purgatory because of the valiant and dedicated efforts of the state of Texas to find SEAL. So I do want to thank each of you, Governor Abbott, Lieutenant Governor Patrick, Speaker Burrows, and especially Nimkid, and the Texas Rangers that have sacrificed so much over the last 10 years. Feels like it, but also not. Last 10 months. So, why are we here? We know a lot of why, but Camp Mystic was licensed by this state and entrusted by this state as a for-profit business whose business was taking care of and protecting our children. The Eastland family swore to you and our families that Camp Mystic was safe, prepared, and ready. And now, we all know that they lied to us. Up until today, when Representative Meyer, you pressed them for that answer. You had to explain multiple times what you were asking, but I'm glad that you finally got the answer. No, they were not prepared. So thank you for that. Those lies of safety, preparedness, and readiness caused the greatest mass casualty event involving children in the history of the state, more than Uvalde, more than Sandy Hook. The Eastlands admitted under oath that they abandoned my daughter. They abandoned all of our daughters. They left SEAL with an impossible and unforgivable choice: drown in her cabin or fight violent floodwaters in the dark in a blind, desperate effort to save herself. The Eastlands can blame no one but themselves for the planning, training, and equipment they chose not to invest in. You've heard plenty by now of the Eastlands' evacuation plan. The Eastlands cavalierly insist, hey, we had a plan, you just didn't like it. Well, excuse my language, but damn right we didn't like it. Their so-called plan killed our daughters. 7 inches of rain, 12 inches of rain, 4 inches of rain, it does not matter. Shelter in place was a death sentence camouflaged as safety. Dick Eastland enforced a culture of obedience so powerful that their staff, including the directors of the camp and his children, were afraid to assist helpless children if it meant defying Dick's orders. The titled director demands diligence, not deference to dad. The Eastlands operated on obedience, faith, and complacency, and called it a plan. They rolled the dice each year and waited for the river to prove them wrong. And ultimately, while our children waited for rescue that would never come, the family obligated to protect them was improvising, sleeping, or saving themselves. And still, none seemed to know where Richard was that night, but boy, was he an authority today. The Eastlands have proven themselves incapable of protecting children. They made decisions for themselves that they admittedly denied for everyone else. The Eastlands are trying to bully their way into a license to operate camp in just a few weeks. And they told you today that they will appeal and keep operating if you deny that license. The Eastlands claim Cypress Lake is higher, it's different, it's unconnected, it's safe, but it's the same ownership, the same leadership, the same staff, the same culture, the same poor judgment. The state of Texas cannot, under any kind of scenario, certify to a parent that this family is qualified to ever watch children again. Nothing the Eastlands could do will eliminate the fundamental failures that killed my daughter, the reckless and incompetent judgment of the Eastland family. You can install sirens, you can promise you will do better next time or do the next right thing, also a song from Frozen 2. You cannot install judgment. You cannot retrofit character. If the operators stop being fit, or possibly were never fit, the premise of any license collapses with them. The Eastland family could transfer this entire camp to the arid desert of Big Bend with nary a drop of water in sight, and it would not make a difference. No camp will be safe for any child as long as the Eastlands are associated with it. This committee may think it has no bearing on that decision, but you do, and you should. DSHS has asked you for your findings. Nothing should stop you or the state of Texas from preventing future tragedy. Isn't that why we're here? And isn't Camp Mystic, the Easton family, in open defiance and violation of the very laws you helped pass in our daughters' names, as evident in their much-discussed 11-page deficiencies letter from DSHS? They cannot even be bothered to comply with the most basic requirements for licensure, submitting incomplete and outdated documents, calling it a mistake, an administrative oopsie-daisy by the guy who runs the kitchen, as if safety and compliance should not be their utmost priority, especially while under an active criminal investigation. Senator Kolkhorst, thank you for addressing the Eastlands' failures to report deaths to DSHS, not within 24 hours, not by the date of our hearing a couple weeks ago, and not even now, today. When Mary Liz was asked about this in court, it was the first time she had even read the law that governs her conduct. She was the health officer. It was her job to know. It was her job to report. She did neither, and still hasn't. She is defiant and blames the camp for not reporting the deaths, the camp of which she is a director and owner. There is, however, one child she perhaps hasn't had to report yet, and that's Seal. The Eastland family markets its camp as a Christian ministry, a camp whose walls and songs and traditions all testify to the same thing, that the adults in charge are serving something higher than themselves. But the way the Eastlands have chosen to treat my family has been callous, absent, false, and demeaning. I expected that the first name on their lips every morning would be the name of the child not yet brought home. But I didn't hear Seal's name from them until I publicly demanded that they acknowledge her and that she was still missing back in September. I expected a ministry to minister to the families it had broken before it ministered to itself. My family was forced to file for an injunction to stop them from further destroying evidence so we can find out what happened to our daughters. We just want answers. We deserve that. It took 4 days of hard-fought testimony. It took a judicial order twice to command them to stop. And even then, they've appealed it. And at one point, one of Camp Mystic's own lawyers in front of me in open court approached my attorneys and told them they were going to burn in hell. The lawyers of a Christian ministry camp told my lawyers that they're going to burn in hell for trying to help me find my daughter and learn the truth about what happened. And when questioned about it, the lawyer, Thomas Wright, said, "Oh, did I say that?" And he turned around and smirked. You can see it all on the video. He was proud. So, in just a few weeks, we'll be back in court. Lord knows what we'll see. The Eastlands want to move our case to arbitration, a closed-door proceeding, to further shield themselves from public scrutiny and oversight. This, despite their promises of transparency and wanting answers and having nothing to hide. Sure. The Eastlands family's desire for truth rings as hollow as Britt Eastland's quote last week and again today, in which he stated, "The last thing we want to do is create any more pain for our parents who are grieving heavily." It certainly seems that way, Britt. So to the Eastlands, I don't know how to do this. Do not insult me by pretending that reopening is anything more than your family's attempt at self-preservation. Do not degrade me by pretending you care about safeguarding or reducing my pain. Do not ever tell our families that one day we will be happy that you opened camp this summer. You have no right to contemplate or presume our happiness. How dare you? Shame on you. You stole our happiness on July 4th. I had to leave this chamber when I heard that, so I didn't scream out loud. They believe that invocations of faith and ministry will shield them from consequences. But when a camp's response to the death of 27 children is to reopen, rebrand, and raise money, that is not a ministry. It is a business. You heard them loud and clear. Despite your pleas for them to take a step back and reflect, learn, and heal, Britt Eastland defiantly told you that, God willing, they'll be able to open this summer and make $3 to $4 million by doing so. And apparently one day I'll thank him for it. Off script also, considering the camper to counselor ratio, I went to camp there 10 years and I was a counselor for 2 years. And I almost always had 3 counselors. And what never seemed to be asked or addressed is, it's almost $8,000 to attend camp for 1 month. And if they pay a counselor $1,000, well, let's just get another $8,000 in the pocket instead of paying a counselor for $1,000. Even the youngest ones who need the most help, as admitted. That's my anecdote on that. So, Britt, I got lost from my anecdote. After you, God willing, you'll be able to open. Britt, it's not God's decision. It's apparently yours. Walk away. Tend to your flock. Own your trauma. Your own family that is clearly broken. Cut the bleeding and stop the agony of our families. And if the Eastlands won't do the right thing, I ask this state to do it for them. None of them are equipped. How many more deaths are enough? So these days, I'm almost finished, or maybe not. These days, I find myself considering Seal's legacy, how she'll be remembered. It is not what I imagined for her, and certainly not what she imagined for herself. But I cannot bear the idea of Seal remaining known as Seal Stewart, age 8, unaccounted for, the only mystic camper who is yet to be recovered. I haven't shared much publicly about Seal, who she was, what she loved, and who she wanted to be. I've been consumed with her recovery and fighting for accountability for what happened to her, not with telling the world about her. And frankly, I cherish every memory of her life and want to keep it close to my heart. But Seal's legacy is not a statistic. It is not a weather event. It is a parent's worst nightmare, but she was my daughter. And her absence is like the sky spread over everything. Seal would never want our pain to be the only thing that survived her. She was extraordinary. She was loved, and she was stolen from us. A hummingbird's heart beats 1,000 times a minute, its wings flapping so fast that they hum and vibrate. Seal moved through the world like a hummingbird, quick and bright and nimble, always in motion and hard to pin down even when she was standing right in front of you. Like my daughter, a hummingbird's life is often tragically short, but both burn bright while they're here. Full speed, full color, and far too brief. She was brave in the loud way that little girls are brave when they think nothing in the world can hurt them, because the adults who love them have promised them that nothing will. She was my twin, and not in the way that mothers sometimes mean. Something intrinsic in her was wired the same way in me. The same temperament, the same humor, the same lovable defiance. She felt things at high volume. She loved with the same ferocity. I recognized her the way you recognize your own reflection. My family and childhood friends delighted in hearing my parenting stories about Seal and how hard it was to parent myself. I will spend the rest of my life walking past mirrors and seeing the woman she should have been. And what was taken from us at Camp Mystic wasn't only her body, it was all of that motion, all the places she was still going to go, the whole long life she was owed. She was music, laughter, and play in our lives. That's what's missing from our home now. And the shape of that silence is agonizing. Neither a storm nor a river took her from us. The Eastland's complacency, hubris, and choices took her from her family, from her life, and from her future. You have to look at what happened and decide whether it counts. We can never give meaning to what happened, but we can all work together to give it purpose, to make sure that nothing like this ever happens again. I am not here to ask you to do anything that is not already within your power. I am asking you to use it, protect it, and strengthen it. Camp Mystic's license should not be renewed. If a child dies at a Texas camp this summer, it will not be because we lack the information to prevent it. It will be because we did not act on it. You can't rely on the Eastland family. They are defiant and blame everyone, but account to no one. Clearly, this family will not walk away willingly. They think they are above the law. So we need the state of Texas to make a decision we need the state of Texas to make a decision. We need the state of Texas to make a decision the Eastlands refuse to make. We must get this right. This time, now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Stewart. Incredibly powerful, and we, the state of Texas, will not rest until we find Seal for you and your family. Members, questions? Chair recognizes Representative Gomez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Stewart, I'm so sorry for your loss. To everyone on this dais, I'm so sorry. I thank you for your bravery in that. You mentioned something that I hadn't heard before. You're stating that Camp Mystic is asking to push these issues into arbitration. They're alleging there's a mandatory arbitration clause in this.
Yes, I believe that's the week of the 13th and 14th of May, a mere 2 weeks before their first session to start.
I'm so sorry that you're continuing to go through this. I'm appalled. I don't believe that was the purpose of arbitration or the intent ever to allow that to happen. I don't believe it would serve the public interest or the welfare of the future camp attendees in the state of Texas to hinder and prevent this information from coming to light. So thank you for letting us know about that. That's something that we can definitely commit ourselves to looking into.
That'd be great. And to add to that, we have sat through counting today, 5 days of testimony. each day, I think, can't get worse than that. Yet each day, it is worse. I have no idea what else they want to hide other than what they haven't told us. But it's clearly necessary and a public interest, like you said, that we get all the facts, the information, so we can prevent anything like this happening again. So thank you for your support in that.
Members, any questions? No questions. Chairman.
Thank you, Mrs. Stewart. I appreciate all of y'all's bravery in being here, telling your story. We all know how incredibly tough this is. Y'all are so strong. It's just amazing to me, for sure. All right, Mrs. Hannah, please proceed.
Thank you for taking the time to be here yesterday and today. We appreciate you listening to us, and we are grateful to Ms. Garrett and her team for trusting us here. My name is Carrie Hannah, and I'm here on behalf of my husband, Doug, and our 3 daughters, Hadley, Harper, and Hunter, and all of our 27 families. Our beautiful, magical, and brilliant daughter, Hadley, was not even 8.5 years old when she died on July 4th. She was a gentle soul who was a friend to everyone, and her heart was always bursting with kindness. She loved to give hugs, play with her sisters, friends, and cousins, and teach her friends gymnastics at recess. Hadley was the biggest ray of sunshine, always smiling, singing, dancing, or doing cartwheels as she went along her way. She lit up every room with her smile, her laughter, and her love, spreading her joy to those she met. Our angel, beautiful on the inside and out, observant, compassionate, caring, kind, silly, smart, full of love and life, a vibrant ray of light. Hadley was our family's biggest cheerleader and the glue that held us together. She was the hardest worker and always set out to accomplish her goals. But her future was stolen when she was left in her cabin due to complacency and neglect. Where was the duty of care? Now our family is shattered and forever changed. All of our lives are changed. Instead of properly mourning the loss of our beloved Hadley and trying to help our other 2 daughters grieve, we are here, fighting for answers and accountability since we were given no information about that night or her death by Camp Mystic in the Eastlands. I was a Mystic camper and counselor for 14 years, starting in the summer of 1990. During my time at Mystic, I was Working Stern, M-Girl, Cup Counselor, Tribe Coordinator, and an Ag Award winner, all extremely high honors. I say this to show you how deep my love for Mystic was. Some of my best friends are girls I met at Mystic over 30 years ago. I wanted nothing more than to be able to have girls and send them there each summer. The thought of them enjoying summers on the Guadalupe River, growing closer to God, making lifelong friends, learning new skills, being away from technology and the stress of the school year was a privilege I hope to give them. Last summer, our oldest daughter, Harper, was starting her 3rd year of camp in Jumble House. Hadley was in Twins 2 for her first summer. Harper was excited to show Hadley the ropes, and they often spent time throughout the year working on their activity schedule for when they arrived at camp. I was lucky enough to chaperone the Mystic Dallas bus on June 29th. I went to see Hadley at her cabin before I left for the airport to say goodbye. I don't remember if I gave her a hug or kiss. She seemed happy and I was relieved. Leading up to camp and even the night before she left, Hadley was worried about being away from me for a month. She was my mini-me and best friend. I promised her she would be safe and okay. I told her camp was the safest place she could be and she would make new friends and learn new skills. Words Dick echoed to me as I left camp that day. The last time I ever tucked my child into bed, I lied to her. She not only wasn't safe, but she died because of reckless action that came too late. Unfortunately, 5 days later, the camp in my dreams turned into a living nightmare I can't wake up from. Usually our imaginations are worse than the truth, but in this case, the truth is far worse than our imaginations. Hadley, Harper, and all the campers should have woken up on July 4th and celebrated the holiday with their friends. Instead, Hadley waited in her cabin for hours while the lightning and thunder boomed. It filled with water around her, and then she was sucked out of a window by the raging water. Mere feet away were stairs to an upstairs 2-bedroom apartment. That higher ground could have saved her life, all of their lives. Hadley was strong, so strong. I thought if she could just hold on to something, she would be okay. Instead, she and 2 other little girls were knocked out of a tree and died. In total, 5 of the 12 girls from her cabin died. Unfortunately, the little details my husband and I know have been given to us by fellow 8-year-old survivors that have been brave beyond their years and ultimately should not be the ones providing us with this information. Our precious, hilarious, kind, caring, silly, loving little girl who always wanted to help others died because there was no plan, because the PA systems were not used, because there were not enough adults helping, because no one in authority heeded the warnings, because the sweet 18 and 19-year-old counselors did not have proper training on these types of situations. Every counselor on the flats was put in a terrible and hopeless position. And let me be clear, I don't blame a single counselor for anything that happened that night. These were sweet 8 and 9-year-olds, soon to be third grade girls, who were never told where they could possibly go in an emergency. They were told to stay in place unless someone from the office told them otherwise, a rule that proved to be fatal. No one in leadership arrived at Hadley's cabin until it was too late. To the best of our knowledge, the water started rising a little after 1 a.m. on the 4th. I woke up at 7 to text after text telling me that 2 little girls, one from Hadley's cabin and the other from Twins 1, had been found downriver by a neighbor and asking if I had heard anything. The answer was nothing. A while after Doug left for camp, I received a call from a friend in Paris, France, telling me Hadley was unaccounted for. She couldn't provide me with any other information. When I talked to Mary Liz Eastland later, she said Hadley and 26 others, plus Dick, were unaccounted for. Again, I didn't get a straight answer on what that meant and if I should drive down to camp myself. I finally left for Kerrville around 5 p.m. after spending the day without any information or news. On Saturday, July 5th, I made Doug drive me out to camp. We had gone 24 hours with basically zero information from the Eastlands or law enforcement, and I needed to yell for Hadley and all the missing girls. At Hadley's cabin, we found her pajama bottoms hanging from the outside of the bathroom window. We learned later those were the bottoms she had been wearing that night. We had a meeting at the church with officials at 10 o'clock the night of the 5th and were once again without answers. We were told to come back the next morning at 7 to give DNA and that there would finally be some information. I personally asked if there were children in the morgue whose parents had been identified. I'd originally heard this in the media. The answer was yes. There were 5 little girls whose parents were in the process of being notified and 1 unidentified. It turns out it was our sweet Hadley Rebecca. The only way the Rangers knew for sure it was her was after I told them she had alternating green and yellow nail polish on her fingernails. Hadley was found around 2 p.m. on Saturday. For 18 hours, we held on to hope that she would be found alive. The child laying in a makeshift morgue could not have looked more different than our beautiful girl. It is a sight I can't get out of my mind. It haunts me day and night and is all I think about. I think about how much she suffered and how scared she had to have been when her cabin was being taken over with water and once she was swept out into the cold and dark. It kills me I couldn't help her. I'm constantly asking myself how things could have gone so wrong. The overwhelming lack of foresight, awareness, pre-planning, training, and response in this situation is mind-boggling. This is not the first flood, and it certainly won't be the last. How did things go so wrong? Hadley could very easily have been one of you if she had been given the chance to grow up, advocating to make her city and state a better place. She dreamed of being a Longhorn and would have worked hard to accomplish that goal. Now it has been stolen from her because of what feels like complete disregard and disrespect for the lives of 27 girls. And yet, we are grateful our oldest daughter, Harper, survived that awful night because it is truly a miracle she is alive. Harper and the girls in her cabin were woken by the storm. They were calmed and told to go back to bed by their counselors. From what we have gathered, again, not from any camp leadership, was that around 3 a.m., a fellow 10-year-old from Tumblin 1 came and told Harper's cabin, Jumble House, to run to rec hall. There was no orderly evacuation. There was no walking in a single file line with the counselor in front and a counselor in back. In fact, one of Harper's cabin mates and friends, Greta Toronzo, died because she was never safely evacuated. Once in rec hall, a 100-year-old structure, the water rose quickly, and the girls were forced to move to one side on the second floor. The balcony is very narrow and usually off limits for campers. There, girls were getting sick and peeing on themselves. At one point, campers were told to throw anything they had brought with them over the side because the water was nearing the bottom of the balcony and their feet. From the time Harper left her cabin to the time she was reunited with Doug late on the afternoon of the 4th, Harper did not know where her little sister and best friend was. For my daughter's privacy, I won't go into details. about how things are in the 9 months since losing Hadley. But it is a constant struggle for both of our girls. I will also say, I'll go off the cuff like Cece. There are major storm warnings going on in Dallas right now. And this whole day, I have been concerned about Harper and how she's handling this because she is terrified of weather. And her dad and I are here instead doing this instead of being with her. Between 1994 and 2005, the memory book shows 3 counselors in Twins 1, Twins 2, and Bubble Lynn. 2 of our own Heavens 27 moms were Bubble Lynn counselors as ETs, with at least 1 senior counselor. From 2013 to 2024, Twins 1, Twins 2, and Bubble Inn had 3 counselors in each cabin, except for 2020 when there were less campers, shorter terms, and 2 counselors. And in 2024 when Twins 1 and Twins 2 had 2 counselors. In 2013, Twins 2 even had 4 counselors, as did Bubble Inn in 2015. These 3 cabins usually had first-year counselors called ETs. ETs weren't supposed to be left alone in any cabin at night without a co-counselor. And there should be 3 counselors, 1 being an experienced counselor if there were 2 ETs in a cabin. As an ET, you are a new counselor and will be a freshman in college the following fall. ETs take a class with Tweety or Mary Liz throughout the term where they check in on how things are going in the cabin and do a devotional. I do not remember them receiving any extra training during orientation. I remember orientation mostly being about homesick campers, the tribe training rules, and lessons on how to hit a deer when you return from your night off. There was also a lot of talk on the rules and expectations when you had your days and night off. I don't remember safety talks. As tribe coordinator, from my recollection, I only had a walkie-talkie when I traveled between the 2 tribe hills. Our family mourns the loss of an amazing daughter, sister, granddaughter, niece, cousin, and friend. We mourn for the loss of camp friendships that never will be, not just for Hadley, but for her sisters and friends as well. Camp must be a place where parents can send their kids free from worrying about their safety and leadership while they are there. Campers, counselors, and every staff member should be trained in what to do in an emergency. We ask this of our daycares and our schools. Why are we not holding camps and leadership to these higher and safer standards? Finding the truth and being held accountable should matter more than the Eastland's desire to carry on. This camp should not matter more than the precious children who perished. Tradition and good memories do not trump the truth. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. Members, any questions? Seeing none, thank you for being here.
Members, any questions? Thank you for your testimony.
Ms. Lidle, please proceed.
Good evening. My name is Mallerie Lidle. My husband, Wade, and I currently reside in San Antonio, Texas. We have 2 daughters, Kellyanne and Emmeline, who mean the absolute world to us. My oldest daughter, Kellyanne Elizabeth Lidle, was a second-term camper in the Twins 1 cabin. Kellyanne tragically died at Camp Mystic on July 4th, 2025. She was only 8 years old. My husband and I did not receive a phone call from the Texas Rangers until a week later, informing us that Kellyanne's body was finally recovered and positively matched our DNA. Kellyanne was a cheerleader, a softball and soccer player, a Girl Scout, a beauty queen, a high-achieving academic student, and a true leader. She was a perfect daughter, a beloved granddaughter, a protective big sister, a fun-loving cousin, and a loyal friend to everyone. Kellyanne had the kindest soul, the whole world ahead of her, and her beautiful life was stolen from us. I was a Mystic girl. I attended Camp Mystic as a first-term camper for 9 years. This camp meant everything to me. The memories and experiences that I had as a camper, I wanted to share with both my daughters. My sister and my entire extended family attended this camp as well. When I brought my 2 daughters home from the hospital, I immediately signed them up to attend Camp Mystic. I never knew signing that Mystic application was signing Kellyanne's death certificate. I was a first-year camper in Camp Mystic in 1995 and was placed in the Twins 1 cabin. I requested Kellyanne to be in that same cabin. We had many discussions with Kellyanne leading up to camp. She was excited to go, but also extremely nervous as a first-year camper. I had multiple conversations with Kellyanne about her protection and safety at camp. She asked me specifically about rainy days and thunderstorms. I always reassured her that counselors would be trained to help her and that leadership would know what to do in any type of emergency. I believed that, I trusted that, and I was wrong. When we were thrilled when we received Kellyanne's cabin list to see that she would be in the same Twins One cabin that I started in. The cabin list that leadership mailed to parents prior to camp did not provide any information related to counselor assignments. I trusted and paid tuition to Camp Mystic to do their due diligence in creating a safe environment to protect my child at every level. They failed every camper, every counselor, and every family who trusted them. On June 29, 2025, my sister and I dropped our daughters off at Mystic together. As excited yet scared as Kellyanne was being a first-year camper, she got out of the car with a big smile on her face and told me, "I'm gonna do it." After saying our goodbyes, I got back in the car and my sister and I proceeded to pull up to the next station and saw Dick and Tweety Eastland. Dick called us by name and walked over to the car. I was overwhelmed with emotion and started crying and repeated, "Please watch over my baby. Please watch over my baby." Dick asked me, "What cabin?" I said, "Twins One. It's Kellyanne." And then Dick said back to me, "We got her." Those words will haunt me for the rest of my life. Camp Mystic did not have her. As her cabin filled with floodwaters, she was left to fend for herself and wash miles downriver to die the most horrific, gruesome death. Camp Mystic created an unsafe environment that just knocked on wood with its safety standards and rolled the dice with our daughter's life. After the tragedy on July 4, 2025, there was many alarming things that came to light. When I was placed in the Twins One cabin in 1995 with 12 campers, we had 3 counselors. Kellyanne was placed in the same cabin with 12 campers, but only had 2 counselors. I also learned that both Kellyanne's precious counselors were brand new rookie year, first year counselors. They had no prior experience being a counselor. As I look through 10 years of my camp memory books, Camp Mystic always had 3 counselors placed in the younger Twins 1, Twins 2, and Bubble In cabins for all the 3 terms. At what point did Mystic change this practice and reduce the number of counselors in each cabin without alerting the parents? Not only did Kellyanne have 2 inexperienced counselors, but I also later learned that one of her counselors was a minor, less than 18 years old. This meant while one counselor goes on her night off, Kellyanne and her 11 other cabin mates were staying in a cabin without any adult supervision. That should alarm every parent in Texas. 13 children left in a cabin alone. This is by no means any fault of the counselors, but Camp Mystic creating an unsafe environment for their campers and counselors that was all unknown to parents when we dropped off our daughters with the Eastlands. It is shocking to learn the unsafe protocols that Camp Mystic permitted over the last 30 years since I was there. How has time gone by with every school and every daycare tightening their safety standards, but Camp Mystic has only lowered their safety standards from when I was there in 1995? No logical-minded parent would have ever allowed their child to attend Camp Mystic if they knew all the red flags where leadership had cut corners to maximize profits. I want to be very clear that Kellyanne's counselors, who are babies themselves, were heroes that night. They too were put in harm's way, waiting on camp leadership to tell them what to do in an emergency, because they were never trained other than to stay in place and wait for further instruction. No loudspeaker announcement was made, or to our knowledge ever attempted, to communicate with these poor counselors during a critical period of time that would have saved lives. Further, counselors were not equipped with walkie-talkies, cell phones, landlines, radios, or any form of communication to reach out for help or guidance. Kellyanne's cabin was a short walk to the rec hall building, a few feet from a hill to higher ground, and a few steps from an external staircase that led to a second story above the commissary, right in front of her cabin, where Mystic staff remained safe. Kellyanne had places to go to survive, but she was left in a death trap. She died because camp owners responsible for protecting her failed to prepare, failed to communicate, and failed to act. A total and complete failure on all levels. Additionally, cabins on Senior Hill were stranded and cut off from the camp for hours without any resources or communication. When the brave counselors broke into the riflery range to access a walkie-talkie, they were met with silence as they yelled for help. These counselors and campers were also abandoned and had to fend for themselves. Furthermore, we were told that there was a night watchman protecting campers at night. It was shocking to later learn that the night watchman shift ends at 2 a.m. Who was monitoring the camp from 2 a.m. until morning while the entire camp is sleeping on a typical night? There are still so many unanswered questions from July 4th. Why are camp directors not heeding to a life-threatening flash flood warning? Why were girls being told to put a towel down as water is coming into their cabin? Why were not more adults instructed to evacuate the girls immediately? Why was a working loudspeaker never used during an emergency? Why didn't any camp director not call 911 until almost 7:30 in the morning? I trusted Kellyanne's safety to the Eastland family, expecting them to uphold the highest safety standards, and they failed. Kellyanne's life and the lives of her Heavens 27 friends were meant for so much more than proving the incompetence and negligence of Camp Mystic and teaching them about common sense safety. For the Eastland family, as the camp directors and owners who I have known my entire life, almost my entire life, I am heartbroken that you have not only destroyed our lives, but that you've destroyed your own, as well as taken away every beautiful memory and magic of Mystic that many have held so dear in their hearts. Instead of transparency, accountability, and wrapping their arms around these families during our time of unimaginable grief, the deaths of our daughters have been nothing more than an inconvenience to Mystic's rush to reopen camp. Kellyanne did not die because of an act of God. She died because of a for-profit camp that became complacent and maximized profits over safety for years. Camp Mystic failed in staffing, training, preparation, communication, and emergency response. Camp Mystic has taken zero responsibility for the deaths of these 27 amazing girls. Laws and thorough safeguards must be put in place to ensure that camps cannot cut corners on safety and then escape accountability when children pay the price. I am here today because my beautiful daughter, Kellyanne, should still be alive. No other family should endure what these 26 families have. As a former Mystic girl, I pray that no one will allow the nostalgia for Camp Mystic to absolve them of their duty and responsibility to protect and care for our children. I sincerely thank this committee and to the investigators for taking their time to meet with our family and thoroughly and objectively investigating the tragedy that occurred on July 4th, 2025. Every story about Kellyanne always comes back to her kindness and willingness to help others. We are now tasked with carrying on her legacy and ensuring that every child can go to camp and feel safe and protected. Last and most importantly, to my precious baby Kellyanne, it is an honor and a privilege to be your mother. You made me so proud every single day. Keep smiling and dancing in heaven, and I promise when I get there, I will wrap my arms around you, and this time I will never let go. I love you, sweetheart. Love, Mommy.
Thank you, Mrs. Lidle. Excuse me. Members, any questions? Thank you for a very powerful testimony.
Members, any questions? Thank you for your testimony. God bless you.
Mrs. Naylor, please proceed.
My name is Allie Naylor. My husband, Cole Naylor, and I are the proud parents of 3 beautiful girls. Our oldest daughter, Virginia Wynn Naylor, was a second-term camper at Camp Mystic in the Bubble Inn cabin. Wynn, along with 24 young girls and 2 teenage counselors, was killed on July 4th, 2025. Wynn was 8 years old. Wynn was a bright light. She was kind, and she was inclusive. One of my favorite Wynn traits is that she always gave everyone and everything her all. Her grit, her determination, her fight was unmatched, yet she was gentle and loved deeply. She was resourceful. Her creativity and imagination blew Cole and me away. She was, and always will be, our little girl. On July 4th, 2025, at 7:28 a.m., my phone rang, and a text quickly followed at 7:30. Not from Mystic, but from a family friend. This was my first alert of the Guadalupe River flooding. As the minutes turned into hours, the text messages and phone calls became more alarming. A picture of girls walking through ankle-deep water towards Rec Hall was circulating. And then it came. At 9:29 a.m., a Bubble Inn mom called me and said, "I talked to Mary Liz Eastland. Bubble Inn is missing." At 9:30, the Bubble Inn mom group text received a screenshot of communication with Mary Liz Eastland. It read, "We are searching for Bubble Inn. They were with Dick, and we have not found them." I couldn't think or type a response. I was frozen. All dads were quickly added to the Bubble Inn text group. Mary Liz Eastland was also added to the group. At 9:44 a.m., Mary Liz Eastland sent her first message to the group. "We are searching for your girls. Yes, the entire cabin. I think they are together. Dick was with them." At 10 a.m., Cole and I began our 5.5-hour drive from Dallas to Hunt. No one instructed us to drive to Hunt, but we needed answers. Cole drove, and I managed our phones. We called the Hunt Police Department emergency phone line and reported our daughter and her cabin missing. We were told search efforts were underway. No further information was provided. Rumors were flying. Dick and the girls were spotted in Kerrville. Dick and the girls are safe on an island. Kerr County Judge Rob Kelly was quoted to the effect of, "All child campers at Camp Mystic were safe and accounted for." We received no outreach from first responders, law enforcement, or anyone in a position of authority. Who was in charge? Who was our crisis management point person? What on earth is happening? Parents of missing girls began circulating missing camper photos with contact information on social media. We were desperate for information. As we continued our drive, Cole and I received 3 communications from camp, 2 emails, and 1 phone call. The emails were not relevant to parents of missing girls. The noon phone call simply notified us that our daughter was unaccounted for. No further instruction was provided. That call lasted 28 seconds. At 3:32 p.m., Cole and I arrived at Ingram Elementary School. We checked in with the volunteer staff, gave Wynn's information, and received an ID bracelet. We expressed that Wynn was one of the girls unaccounted for at Camp Mystic. We received blank stares in return. No further direction from law enforcement. No acknowledgement that our daughter was known to be among an entire cabin of missing girls. We were told to sit in the gym and wait. We were left to watch in anguish as hundreds of girls were bussed in to be reunited with their families. At 6:42 p.m., the families of missing and unaccounted for campers began congregating in the back hallway of Ingram Elementary. We wanted answers. We wanted an update. Nobody had heard from camp in hours. Was anyone searching for our daughters? Why had nobody been assigned to our families? We were in the middle of a crisis, and we were being treated as if we were a burden. At 7:03 p.m., I received a phone call from a Bubble and mom. She was at Grimes' funeral home. Her daughter's body had been recovered. She asked me to pass my phone to another Bubble and mom, who immediately left the school and drove to the funeral home. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't feel anything. I collapsed to my knees and cried. I felt I had become a messenger of death. At 7:43 p.m., a sheriff's deputy came to talk to us. He gave us the same update we had been receiving all day. He, too, acted as if he did not know that there were girls from the Mystic property missing and treated us as a burden. As the parents, we were done being ignored and pushed aside. The sun was starting to set, and the only new information we had gained was that girls had died. We made a list of the missing girls and their ages. There were 20 names on this first list, which we handed over to the sheriff's deputy. At 8:55 p.m., Cole and I decided on our own to visit Grimes' funeral home. Upon our arrival, we gave a statement and Wynn's description to a state trooper stationed outside. At 9:01 p.m., I opened a text message from a Bubble and mom that said, "Dick is gone." At the same time, another mom texted, "I just texted and called Mary Liz, nothing." Mary Liz Eastland texted the group at 9:21 p.m. after 10 hours of silence with 2 words, "Dick died." At 9:22 p.m., Mary Liz texted, "We have not found any girls." At 9:36 p.m., we were told Wynn was not at Grimes. We left the funeral home and drove to Schreiner University. During our drive, 3 more Bubble and families told us their bodies had been recovered and positively identified. The body count was quickly increasing. 5 Bubble and campers deceased. 10 Bubble and girls were still missing. Schreiner University was another dry hole, but while we were there, we were informed that Mystic families needed to report to Trinity Baptist Church. Cole and I arrived at Trinity Baptist Church at 10:10 p.m. We were greeted by volunteers, a Bernie police officer, 2 state troopers, and other parents of missing girls. At 10:26 p.m., the 6th family from our cabin messaged that their daughter had passed. At 11:04 p.m., a patrol officer provided a search update at Trinity Baptist. During this update, we were told that there would be a standstill on body identification until 8 a.m. the next morning. The justice of the peace was exhausted for the night. Search operations would continue if the rain held off. There would be a briefing the next morning at 8 a.m. At the end of the day on July 4th, Cole and I remained hopeful. The other families we were with were hopeful. Wynn was a fighter. She was scrappy. She climbed trees. She ran faster than the boys her age. We thought there was no way the entire cabin was killed. 7 Bubble and campers were missing, and they had to be safe with their 2 counselors. We just needed to find them. July 5th, 12:45 a.m., Mary Liz Eastland messaged the group saying no news from camp. Throughout the night, families of missing girls, me and Cole included, received ransom text messages regarding our children. Despite being provided air mattresses in the church foyer, none of us there could sleep. At 8 a.m., we had our first briefing from Kerr County Sheriff Letha. The briefing was vague and left us with more questions. He stated that regular updates would happen every 2 to 4 hours direct to the families. We were instructed to remain at Trinity Baptist Church and that no additional volunteers were allowed in the search efforts. 10 a.m. came and went without any update from the EOC. The noon scheduled EOC update was pushed to 2 p.m. We did not have a liaison officer and no information was provided. Our 2 p.m. update was delivered in the form of a press conference on a national news outlet. Why were the parents of missing children being given the same update as the rest of the world? Our daughters were missing and no one seemed to care. 4 p.m. came and went without any update from the EOC. At 5:04 p.m., Mary Liz Eastland messaged the Bubblein group and informed us that she was going to meet with the Texas Rangers. Cole called Mary Liz and asked to be included in the Texas Rangers meeting. We left the church and drove straight to the Kerrville Youth Event Center. We found Mary Liz Eastland in the parking lot. She told us that she had already met with the Texas Rangers. She did not wait for us as we requested. A state trooper and a volunteer walked over and asked who we were. Cole and I shared our story, and we pleaded for information. This conversation resulted in establishing a direct family liaison of 2 state troopers between Trinity Baptist Church and disaster response leadership at the EOC. My phone buzzed. It was 5:48 p.m. Bubblein camper number 7 was recovered and identified by her parents. At 6:24 p.m., Cole and I drove to the funeral home. We just needed to find Wynn. They told us that no unidentified young girls matched Wynn's picture and description. We would later learn that Wynn's body was brought to Grimes around 4:30 that day. We returned to Trinity Baptist Church at 6:54 p.m. in time to catch the tail end of Sheriff Letha's second briefing, this time with Chip Roy included. Because of our visit to the EOC, we learned nothing new, but were told the Texas Rangers would be taking over the search efforts. We were to report back on July 6th at 7 a.m. Various members of the Eastland family had joined the crowd and mingled mostly with volunteers and families of older campers. Cole and I left Trinity Baptist Church and retreated to a hotel room for another night of no sleep. Between 8:35 p.m. and 10:36 p.m., 4 Bubblein girls were identified by their parents, 3 campers and 1 counselor. Wynn was still missing, but now our hope was lost. July 6th. Cole and I were among the first families to arrive at Trinity Baptist. At 7 a.m., Texas Ranger Captain Miller addressed the families with instructions. Cole and I completed our paperwork, had an in-person interview, provided DNA samples, and were advised to return home. The Texas Rangers would be in contact as soon as positive ID was made. I was too numb to cry. How was I supposed to go home without Wynn? How was I supposed to explain this to Wynn's sisters? They didn't even know why we left home and had been away. On our way out of town at 9:43 a.m. on July 6th, I received an incoming phone call from a Kerrville police officer. He asked us to meet him at the Grimes funeral home. Cole first went to identify Wynn alone. Once positive ID was made and he confirmed her body was in a condition that I could see, I was escorted back. I almost didn't recognize her. My firstborn, my Wynn girl. The girl who loved her 2 younger sisters more than anything in the world was lying on a cold table in a half-zipped black body bag. Cole positively identified Wynn by her missing top tooth, an earring in her right ear, and a scar on her forehead. I tried to look for her blonde hair, but all I could see was matted mud surrounding her precious face. I kissed her cheek, and I told her that I loved her. I was transported back to her delivery room, where I was the first person to kiss that cheek on the same day she was born. Wynn's death and the death of 26 other Camp Mystic girls was not an act of God. On July 4th, 2025, Camp Mystic became the site of one of the deadliest mass casualty events involving children in our country's history. But if their deaths were truly an act of God, the death toll at Camp Mystic would be significantly higher. Many of the girls who survived did so because they ignored instruction, took initiative, and made the right decisions. My 8-year-old daughter was not given the chance to make a life-saving decision. She was told by Dick Eastland to get into his vehicle during a flood. My daughter died because Camp Mystic directors had become complacent. Complacency leads to negligence. Camp Mystic was issued a license and passed a regulatory inspection without a written or practiced evacuation plan. The evacuation plan was to stay in their cabins, instructions that for some little girls was a death sentence. Camp Mystic directors received and largely ignored a 1:14 a.m. code red weather warning. Camp Mystic directors disregarded counselors and campers who asked for instruction and their requests to move to higher ground. Camp Mystic directors abandoned the children under their care. True evacuation procedures were too little too late, understaffed and uncoordinated, unplanned, and in many respects, asinine. Camp Mystic directors wasted hours of precious time. If my daughter had been in the first cabin evacuated, she would be alive today. But which poor family would be here in my place instead? If my daughter had been given the opportunity at the appropriate time to seek higher ground and stay there, she would be alive today. Likely traumatized by an act of God, but alive. When's death was preventable, and the absolute hell Cole and I lived through the weekend of July 4th and the nearly 10 months since could have been mitigated by transparent communication, effective leadership, and basic human decency. On behalf of our children, on behalf of our citizens, drastic change needs to be made, and it begins at Camp Mystic.
Thank you, Mrs. Naylor. Members, any questions? All right, thank you for your very strong and impactful statement.
Members, any questions? Senator Coplers?
Thank you for your courage. We can bring back your children. We can make sure that this never happens again. I wrote so many of your quotes down because they need to be remembered. From grieving, loving, caring mothers. Stewart. Walking past mirrors and seeing the woman she should have been. Indelible words. They will not be forgotten. I echo what the chairman says. We'll keep looking for Seal. You keep going to hunt. Keep talking. God is listening. God is listening. We will find her. So many of you are legacy mystic people, campers. I know so many as well. And I just want to drill down on a couple of things. Those of you that were campers wrote down different time periods, but from y'all's books and recollections, for the most part, three counselors in Twins 1, Twins 2, bubble in as well.
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am.
And older cabins as well. It wasn't limited to the youngest.
The other thing I want to ask, and I think I sometimes don't express myself well, although I talk a lot, is what I said to the Eastland family, which is so much hurt. And what I consistently hear from all of you is their lack of reaching out, being consistent with that, empathy. Am I right on that? Am I gathering that?
Yes.
Ms. Stewart, for you to say this is the first time you've looked him in the eye.
That is correct. You can hear the remorse in Edward, and I feel for you because you had a harrowing experience. You reacted too late, and you made poor decisions, but you went through something awful. I know what the other three of you were doing, except for you, Richard, still confused. Britt's, checking on his campers, while it also sounds like still pitching how safe Cypress Lake is. Mary Liz, you are a mother. You are also a camp director and the health officer. You have a duty. And I know you know that. What was the question?
Do you, any of you think that there's any way that heard you say this, that in 32 days they could host campers again.
No. Do we think they're capable of it, or do we think they'll get away with doing it?
Capable.
No.
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 They have lost the privilege to care for anyone else's children ever again.
I don't think they're mentally ready to do it either. Or emotionally.
Again, I think I speak for everyone on this panel, the courage that y'all have to come tell the stories of your children. Thank you. It's making a difference. We will pray for you. We will continue. We have been praying for you. We will. Ms. Stewart, we won't stop.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. God bless you all. The chair calls the next panel, Michael McCown, Patrick Marsh, and Matthew Childress. Mr. Marsh, why don't you go ahead and lead us off, please, sir?
Good evening, Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Patrick Marsh, and I'm here on behalf of my wife, Jill, and our 10-year-old son, John. Our daughter, Sarah, was the youngest of the 27 girls killed during the flood at Camp Mystic on July 4th, 2026. She had just turned 8 on May 30th, less than a month before leaving for camp. May 30th is Sarah's birthday. Sarah is special. She was supremely confident. She believed she could do anything, and she wanted you to see it. The bigger the stage, the better. At 5 years old, I took her to a college volleyball match, and after an All-American player made a big kill, she looked at me and said, "I can do that." And the thing is, she believed it. She thought she could do anything. And had she been given the chance, I have no doubt that she would have changed the world. You see, what made Sarah special wasn't her confidence, it was her love. Sarah loved big. She loved her family, her friends, and even complete strangers. She would hug people out of nowhere and tell them she loved them, and she meant it. She made everyone she knew feel like they were the most important person in the world, because to her, in that moment, they were. Sarah loved God, she loved people, and she made you feel it. It's who she was. On June 29th, my wife Jill and I entrusted Camp Mystic and the Eastland family with the care of our 8-year-old daughter. The parents of hundreds of other girls also entrusted them with the care of their daughters. We trusted that our daughters would be housed, that they would be fed, that they would be happy, and that they would learn and grow. Most of all, we trusted that our daughters would be kept safe and they would be returned to us on July 26th. For Jill and me, and the parents of 26 other girls, that never happened. On this side of heaven, we will never get to see our daughters again. There are no more hugs, no more cheers, no more laughter, and no more "I love you, mommies," or "I love you, daddies." Instead of picking Sarah up from Camp Mystic on July 26th, I had to identify her body laying in a black bag on the floor of Grimes Funeral Home on July 4th. Her body had been recovered by Kerrville police officers 18 miles down the Guadalupe River from Camp Mystic. It was the worst moment of the worst day of my life, and yet looking back, we were the lucky ones. Many parents waited days for their daughters' bodies to be recovered. Seal Stewart's body still hasn't been recovered. The lives of 27 girls were lost in the flood. The lives of 26 families were shattered. Countless children are left to deal with the loss of beloved friends. And the worst part of it all is that it was completely preventable. There's no greater honor, privilege, or responsibility than being entrusted with the care of someone's child. When a parent places their child in your care, they are trusting you with the most important thing in their life. This is a responsibility that I have the honor and privilege of undertaking on a daily basis, and one that I take very seriously. In addition to being Sarah's dad, I'm also an associate professor of sport administration at Samford University in Birmingham, Alabama. I get to help students, other people's children, learn, grow, and develop into adults, and it is awesome. I love what I do. I have a heart for college students. One of the greatest things I get to see every year is the transformation that happens during a student's freshman year of college. It's one of the most significant periods of growth in a young person's life. They come in as teenagers, really just kids. They go back home as young adults. They grow in confidence, judgment, independence, and responsibility. And that growth requires something. It requires mentorship. It requires structure. It requires leadership. Chloe Childress and Katherine Ferruzzo were rising freshmen at the University of Texas. They were counselors in Sarah's cabin, Bubble Inn. They were exactly the kind of young women you would want caring for your children. Smart, responsible, capable. And when the flood came, they were heroic. They died trying to save our girls. They are heroes. And I want their parents and the entire world to know that we will never forget that. But here's the hard truth. Chloe and Katherine should have never been put in that position. They were still in that critical stage of development, on the edge of adulthood. They needed prior training. They needed a clearly communicated plan. And perhaps most importantly, they needed to be empowered to exercise their judgment. Instead, they were just told to stay put. They weren't given proper preparation for an emergency situation. They were left without effective communication. They were left without a real evacuation strategy. They were failed by their leadership. Yesterday was the last day of classes at the University of Texas. Final exams begin on Thursday. Next week, the Childresses and Ferruzzos should be meeting new versions of their daughters. They should be meeting them as young adults for the first time. And it breaks my heart that that won't happen. What should have been one of their first steps into adulthood became their last. Not because they failed, but because the adults responsible for them did. As I mentioned earlier, I'm a professor of sport administration at Samford University. I received my PhD in sport management from Baylor University in 2019. Prior to starting at Baylor, I managed arenas at the University of North Carolina for 6 years. My area of expertise within the sport management field is facility and event management. Every year, I teach facility and event management to the first-year students in our program. I teach them about risk assessment and about emergency action planning. In my classroom, we talk about how safety is not just a document, it's a mindset. It's preparation for the worst, even when it feels unlikely. It's communication systems that work when everything else fails. It's leadership that makes decisions before a crisis, not during one. And it's training, real training, that prepares people to act when lives depend on it, because they do. This year, when teaching about emergency action planning, I asked my class, how many of you are CPR certified? In a class of 34, about 20 students raised their hand. Then I asked them, if someone collapses in class and they aren't breathing with no pulse, what are you going to do? They all just stared at me until one student finally responded, we're going to look at you and do what you tell us to do. Okay, great. What if it's me? I've taught this class for many years now, and I knew what the response was going to be. Silence. Kids not only have to be taught what actions to take in a given situation, they have to be taught to act. 18-year-old kids have been taught their whole lives to look to the adults for help, guidance, and permission. On July 4th, Chloe and Katherine looked to the adults for help, guidance, and permission, and they were told to stay put in the cabin. I can't help but wonder what would have happened if there weren't any adults around and they were able to follow their instincts, because I know they would have taken action. Natural disasters happen, floods happen. But a flood did not kill 27 girls at Camp Mystic on July 4th. Complacency did. Complacency. The belief that we've never had an incident. Complacency. The assumption that we know this environment better than anyone. Complacency. The failure to prepare for what you know is possible. Camp Mystic sits in one of the most flood-prone regions of Texas. It was not an unknown risk. This was a known, documented, historic reality. And yet, when the moment came, there was no plan, there was no communication system, and there was no trained response to protect our children. There was just chaos. Safety is not merely a checklist, it is a culture. It is leadership that asks hard questions. It's preparation that assumes the worst-case scenario. It is empowering young staff to act and equipping them to do so. And in this case, that culture did not exist. I want to be clear about something. I am not anti-camp. Despite all that we've been through, I still believe in camp. I believe in what it's supposed to be. I believe in its power to shape lives, build confidence, and create lifelong relationships. That belief is why I'm here, because camp only works if it's safe. The role of government is not abstract in moments like this. It's very clear. It's to protect those who cannot protect themselves, to ensure that those entrusted with the lives of children are properly prepared to do so, to ensure that systems are in place so that trust is not misplaced, to make sure that when parents hand over their children, that trust is warranted and honored. Chloe and Katherine showed us what courage looks like. Sarah showed us what love looks like. Now it is our responsibility, you, me, everyone in this room, to show what leadership looks like, because this cannot happen again. Not here, not anywhere. Thank you. Thank you to Ms. Garrett and Judge Massengill for your hard work and diligence. Thank you to the committee for listening and for doing the work to protect future campers. And most of all, thank you to Sarah, my little. Thank you for teaching me how to love big. I love you, and I hope that I make you proud. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marsh. Members, any questions? Job well done. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Thank you very much for your comments, Dr. Marsh, and your advice. And we're very sorry for your loss.
Mr. McCown, please proceed.
I want to first start by thanking everybody on this committee. I want to thank Governor Abbott, Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, and Speaker Darby. I also want to thank the investigators. I can't say enough about how much they cared about this. And it was very refreshing to have an opportunity to speak openly about what we have gone through and what we are going through. My name is Michael McCown. My wife is Callie McCown. Our daughter, Lenny, was in Bubble Inn. Before I go into talking about Lenny and how special she was, I'd like to start with a section I'm calling Continued Trauma. Britt Eastland said that they don't want to hurt our families any more than what's already happened. Yet since July 4th, they have repeatedly added grief and trauma to us every single time they have opened their mouths or done anything in the public eye or private eye. In the weeks after this event, before any state investigation, before lawyers obtained facts, before we even were thinking about a civil lawsuit, their lawyer proudly told the media that no jury in America would hold them accountable. Yet, as the true facts start to come out, they are now doing everything they can to prevent a jury from hearing the evidence of what really happened by trying to escape the state courts with arbitration. So even when we were barely out of this disaster, we were already seeing news reports coming out saying, don't bother, it won't work. I did not sign an arbitration agreement. Lenny did not sign an arbitration agreement. The arbitration agreement that's in the document covers everything except for gross negligence. When the bills passed, DSHS held a meeting for all camps to come in and review the new laws and how they're going to be implemented. I was the only family representative there. I told my story. I felt like I reached the room. I was not vindictive. I felt I was very fair. And what I learned from that meeting was that most of those camps there were small camps trying to help their community. Nonprofit camps, church camps, rural camps that aren't trying to seek people from out of state or from Dallas or Houston, San Antonio or Austin. They're trying to get their local community out into nature. After that, I had dozens of camp owners come up to me, shake my hand, offer their condolences, and give me hugs. We all cried together. Later that night, I saw a Facebook post by that same attorney who put out that original statement with a selfie and his DSHS badge that said, "I'm so proud about how Camp Mystic is helping to make camp safer." I never met him at that meeting. There was a line out the door, yet he could not come up to me, and he knew who I was. Everybody in that room knew who I was. He could not come up to me and look at me in the eye and give me condolences. They have incessantly posted on social media, mainly Facebook, through the representatives, including one that said, "I am so proud of Camp Mystic for the orderly evacuation of," I don't remember how many, hundreds of campers. I think we've all learned today it was not orderly at all. It was chaos. They're lucky Rec Hall didn't just fall down and kill everybody. They claim they support Heavens 27. They didn't show up to any of these hearings, but they did hire high-powered lobbyists in October. So why would you hire high-powered lobbyists if you support our legislation? And I know they've been making the rounds because I talked to them. I'm in this Capitol a lot because I'm here in Austin, and the best lobbyists in the state of Texas are these families right here. There is no lobbyist in the state of Texas that can convey a message like us. And I believe that is 100% why these bills passed. No father in this audience or at home who lost a daughter that day at Camp Mystic has received one piece of communication tailored to them directly from the camp since July 4th to today. Generic emails went out. A refund check with our daughter's name and a heart written on it. But nothing, no one ever called me and said, "Michael, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry." And it took 10 months for someone to have their back facing to us and saying, "I'm so sorry." Do they even know our daughters' names? If put on the spot, could they say every single girl's names? I don't think so. I was asked several days before Lenny's funeral if, through an intermediary, if it would be okay if the Eastlands came to her funeral. I was torn about it. We weren't sure what we were going to do in terms of a lawsuit. We were just in shell shock, planning a funeral. Every night, we were trying to make sure our kids were occupied right up until they went to bed. Bates, my oldest son, his uncle, would sleep in the same bed with him several nights in a row, the same twin bed that Lenny would sleep with Bates. I ended up agreeing to letting them come because that day was about Lenny, and I wanted to see what the world lost. I wanted them to see what the world lost. Later that night on social media, I started getting messages about a Camp Mystic party in Austin. And I was being sent photos of Tweety in a white dress at a Camp Mystic party handing out M's. And I don't really understand what that is, but I believe it's some sort of graduation ceremony. Handing out M's in a graduation ceremony to Camp Mystic campers on the day I gave my daughter's eulogy. Edward and Tweety were both there. I have their signatures in my daughter's memorial book. I can't explain their actions other than an incredible case of delusion and living inside a bubble so long that you have no way to recognize what is going on the outside. Lenny was our only daughter, nestled between our 3-year-old George and 11-year-old Bates. She was everything to us. She was a counterweight to me growing up in a family of 3 brothers, showing me the sweet side of fatherhood, raising a daughter, and the relationship only a father and daughter can have. For my wife, she was an emergency escape. With a house full of boys, she and Lenny had a one-on-one relationship outlet that they could understand. One of the last family trips we took in June of 2025 was to Colonial Williamsburg. One morning, Callie and Lenny were at a bakery getting breakfast, and I was the absolute typical dad, buying tickets with the boys to go into all the old colonial houses. Very excited to see how they made furniture, metal tools, gunpowder, and churned butter. I remember texting Callie that we got tickets to go into all the old houses. And she asked Lenny, do you want to go do that? We're going to go into all the old houses. Lenny, with her big, beautiful brown eyes, looked horrified and embarrassed. She shook her head no, as she had those eyes on the Lululemon store and a sweet treat from the ice cream shop. I wish I could play the video now. Lenny was caring, gave big hugs, loved her friends, and most importantly, loved her family. Her baby brother, George, older brother, Bates, were both so special to her. We miss her giggles, the way she pranced and skipped rather than walked. Her long hair, her beautiful eyes, her dimple, her dyslexia, and thank you, Senator Perry, for mentioning that on the floor. And her sensitivity. We miss the mischievous looks and smile on her face when her older brother would get into trouble. Or when the gossip around early budding 4th grade crushes that kids in Bates' grade would come up in the conversations. She loved being in the middle of it. She loved the gossip. And we miss her presence around every corner of our house. We miss the way she cried when she was upset or sad. I miss how she would take her hands every night before going to sleep and ask to tickle my mustache with those little tender fingers when I needed to shave. There is nothing big enough in this world to fill these holes in our heart, and we will carry this forever. A couple of weeks ago, the Austin High Red Jackets dance team made both Abby Pohl and Lenny honorary members. During that heartbreaking ceremony, aside from our own sobbing, we could hear Abby and Lenny's 8 to 9-year-old friends wailing uncontrollably in the theater. One of those girls, Mackenzie, was in Twins 2, and you heard her story earlier today. Another of Lenny's friends at Cece Elementary was in Bubble Inn during the first term. She left Bubble Inn just days before Lenny arrived. Her 3 friends, Mary Barrett Stevens, Abby Pohl, and Lenny, stayed in that exact cabin for 5 days. But she was spared. Lenny's very first friend, who she met when she was just 1, and shared every day of preschool with and hours at our house and our friend's house, was signed up to be in Bubble Inn as well, but backed out a month beforehand, or maybe a couple months beforehand. We still get texts from her on Lenny's iPad, and we get artwork she makes. She makes us little videos, little collages, and sends them to us, praying for Lenny every day. We have the texts on our iPad during those days when we didn't know if Lenny was alive or dead, saying, no matter where you are, I'll always love you. We didn't just lose Lenny. The world lost Lenny. Her best friends lost a lifetime friend, and the world lost the love and kindness that Lenny gave out so freely. We were not a generational Mystic family. My father-in-law was a fraternity brother with Dick at UT. We hopped the line. We hopped the line in front of people who had been signed up for almost a decade. I have a text from my father-in-law to Dick that said, "This is Jimmy, Dick. My granddaughter, Lenny McCown, will be with you at camp starting next week. Take good care of her. I know you will. She's a lot of fun. Love to Tweety. Take care of yourself. Awesome, Jimmy. Dick replied, yes, we will take great care of her. We are very excited to have her. Hope to see you at closing. Love, D&T. The next text in that conversation is Friday, July 4th at 8:19 okay from my father-in-law that says, everything okay, Dick? There's no response to that. The morning of July 4th started like any other day, but our sweet Lenny was already gone by the time we woke up. We didn't know, and there was nothing we could do about it. I heard many of the rumors the investigation mentioned yesterday while driving down to Mystic. We both received an email from Mystic stating that if we hadn't been personally contacted, your daughter is accounted for. It wasn't until 30 minutes after we received that email that an Austin rep for Mystic, not an employee, not an owner of the camp, called Callie and told her Lenny was unaccounted for. As I mentioned, I received no direct communication from the Eastlands and haven't ever since. And this goes for all the other dads. The Eastlands built something more than a camp. They built a family brand that parents trusted like a pastor or a priest, with ministry, faith, and kindness to others being taught. That trust was the product, and they charged premium prices for it, year after year, while never informing anyone that they were sitting in a flood canyon with no evacuation plan and no trained staff. No notice that they reworked buildings out of the floodway, and I say floodway on purpose and not floodplain, to avoid flood insurance. Despite the warnings from TDM and the National Weather Service in the preceding days, the camp did nothing. TDM and the National Guard even pre-deployed resources to the area. I know this because I saw these resources with my own eyes. The Eastlands claimed they did not know about TDM or the National Weather Service warnings because they were not hand-delivered to them. Is that the right mindset of a group of people responsible for the heightened duty and care of thousands of children over one summer? At 1:14 in the morning, for their specific location in Kirk County along Highway 39, the code red alert was delivered to their phones with the words life-threatening flash flooding. Dick received it, Mary Liz received it, Edward Eastland received it. I don't know if Tweety received it. But since she owns the camp, I hope she was signed up. I have no idea about Richard Eastland because not even his family knows. Yesterday was the first time we ever heard about his whereabouts. Britt and Edward both testified under oath that even 9 months after the fact, they don't know for sure his whereabouts that night. If I don't show up for a family birthday or Thanksgiving, do I think 9 months later my family would just not know where I was that day? If he was simply waiting around with the nurses, why didn't they just say that? I can't believe anything that they say. Anything that comes out of their mouth, I have to second guess. They have shown no good faith in communicating truth, so I have no reason to believe anything they say. What the Eastlands did, and more importantly, did not do, is a betrayal. Now, I want to talk a little bit about what emergency managers preach as there are no natural disasters. If you haven't heard the term, it's a concept that natural events and hazards occur with or without us. This term is used in media after a catastrophic event, mainly in the context of poor communities. For example, people born in Haiti on a fault line, living in poverty, who never had the resources or opportunity to protect themselves when that earthquake hit. That's a real important conversation, but that framework cuts the other way too, and that's where it hits me the hardest. The Eastlands had every resource in the world. They had money, making over $10 million per year with both camps open. They had lawyers, they had banks, they dammed up Cypress Creek into a lake. They also had decades upon decades of flood history on that river. Dick Eastland was appointed to the UGRA. The man responsible for managing that river sat on its governing board and still did nothing. If the county doesn't install flood sirens or you don't get the budget, and you are making $10 million a year, the onus is on you to do that. I'll get to later what I was told when I first got there and when I get there. They filed paperwork with FEMA 3 times, which proves exactly what they knew what they were sitting on. The exact disclaimer, and this is important, the exact disclaimer FEMA states on the LOMA process reads, the issuance of a LOMA does not mean the structure or lot is safe from all flooding. Events greater than 1% annual chance of it can and do occur. This reduces regulatory risk and eliminates insurance premiums, but does not reduce the physical risk of flooding. I totally understand why a homeowner who has a river house might do a LOMA. 100% I understand. But when you are in the care of 1,000 kids per year in these summer months, it is beyond me why you would cut those out and not abide by the regulations. Because right outside of that, these islands, if you look on the floodway map, everything else is red. There are islands in a sea of red that say floodway, not floodplain. The floodway is where the river naturally floods. That is very important to understand. And that floodway covers much of the Guadalupe side of Camp Mystic. And I say camp because it is one camp, with shared facilities, shared management, same entity, and most importantly, same dishes license. They built Cypress Lake, but they left the old cabins alone. No upgraded infrastructure, no evacuation plan, no training for staff, just money coming in year after year, dressed up in the language of ministry. In the hours after the code red warning that said life-threatening flash flooding, days after TDM and the National Weather Service forecasted flash flooding, while the roads were still passable, while there was still time, do you know what Camp Mystic did? They moved canoes to higher ground. I understand that that's probably the first thing everybody does on a river. However, that warning came in at 1:14 a.m., and if I recall correctly, they moved canoes after 1:14 a.m. That is putting equipment over children. Insurance can pay for equipment. Their insurance cannot pay for children because they have no flood insurance. That is what an institution looks like when it has never once prepared for the moment that actually came, not a failure of instinct. Every decision that was made and could have been made failed that night and in the years leading up to it. No one in this room is arguing that the flood wasn't devastating. We are arguing that a loss of life was 100% preventable and that the people responsible for preventing it had other priorities. And honestly, the severity of the flood is irrelevant because simple safety plans would have saved every single person that night, including Dick Eastland himself. The Eastlands made a choice. My daughter did not. She was not given a choice. Now I want to talk about what actually happened to my daughter. When I arrived at Camp Mystic on the morning of July 5th, my brother and I were the first people there, to my knowledge. There were 2 Texas game wardens outside the gate, and I begged them to let me in, and they let me go through. They said, please be careful. No one's been up there yet. This was around 8 a.m. While searching for Lenny, I came across Bubble Inn. I vividly remember standing in front of the cabin, looking to my left, seeing a hill, less than 50 yards away, that I learned later campers self-evacuated to, including many people that Lenny looked up to that go to the same elementary school. I looked to my right and saw an outside staircase leading to a structure even closer, which had survived the flood. In front of Bubble Inn, I put my hands up in the air and fell to my knees, thinking to myself, how could this have happened? Safety was right there and there. Later on, Glenn Youngke came up to me and started talking to me about what happened. I honestly don't remember everything. But he just kept talking and talking. He did save a lot of girls that night. And if he was in charge of the actual emergency planning, I don't have a doubt that more girls would have been saved. However, the first things that came out of his mouth were blaming government, blaming faulty sensors, talking about how for years the state hasn't done anything. $10 million a year this camp brought in gross revenue. Eventually, Texas game wardens showed up, about 3 trucks full of them, and asked them if I could search with them, and we did. We searched downstream from Camp Mystic on the canyon side. I remember a lot of things that day. I remember it looked like an explosion of bright neon clothes, camp clothes everywhere, amidst 100-year-old cypress trees split in half, trucks buried 12 feet into the mud, canoes wrapped around like paper clips on trees. I passed Dick Eastland's truck, or Tahoe. I opened up the doors. I looked inside. By that time, I knew that some of the girls had perished in there. And I was wondering why at Ingram Elementary I saw some of my friends, including Davin Hunt, who I was so excited to reconnect with because we knew each other in high school and I haven't talked to them much in the last 10, 15 years. So excited our children were going to be together. And then early on at Ingram Elementary, they disappeared. And at that time, I was like, why'd they leave? That's so strange. Why'd they leave? Like, we don't know what's going on. It was only until then, or only until later, that I realized that they were getting calls to go to Grimes Funeral Home. Later, while searching further downstream on my own, I found a deceased girl under a fallen tree. I was able to confirm that it was neither Lenny or Abby, but with no cell service, I was stuck. Fortunately, as I waved, yelling at the top of my lungs to people passing by on Highway 39, sheriff's deputies from Wilson County spotted me. They heard me screaming, I have a body, I have a body. They were stuck on the other side of the river, so we had to improvise, and my brother and I went to Walmart on the way out, bought a bunch of supplies, but in my state of mind, I forgot all the supplies except for my knife and a paracord. They were able to find a child's kayak on the bank somewhere. And so no adult male was comfortable coming over on it. We had no idea what the depth of the water was, how fast it was moving. So I was able to tie the paracord to a rock, and I threw it over to them where they tied it on there, and I was able to pull over one by one, two female deputies. It was then we realized that we couldn't get her out from underneath the tree. And just by luck, 4 service personnel were driving by. And we were able to use that person. He actually got in with his chainsaw in the kayak, brought him over, and he took apart the tree to the point that we could get her out. Right before I was going to go in and help get her out, the lady deputy, who was half to 3/4 my size, turned and looked at me and said, "Michael, you don't need to do this part. You don't need to experience this. Let us do this." They did it out of my own concern, out of my own mental health. They did not want me to experience any more trauma, as they knew I was missing my daughter. I have since talked to them on the phone and given them my thanks and how much I appreciate their actions that day. And it was crying on both sides. I, too, like many other, was invited to Grimes' funeral home. The first body I was told was Lenny was not Lenny. Then the body on the river. And then that night I was called in again to identify Lenny, and I thought it was Lenny. I kissed her on her forehead. My brother and my father-in-law were also there. They thought it was Lenny. Walking in to identify a body is the worst thing I've ever experienced. You don't know what you're going to find. Several days later, I got a call from the Texas Rangers, as we already had that body in our funeral home, saying that body is not Lenny. So I had to drive back to Kerrville and do a DNA swab. So while we thought we had Lenny, then we lost her. And for several days, we didn't know if we would ever find her. Fortunately, we got a call, and she was matched by DNA. Just from the brief several days that I experienced that, I'm in a circle of hell right now. I can't even imagine, as someone who's lost a daughter, what the Stewarts are going through. You think it can't get any worse, but it can. I need this committee to understand what our daughters actually experienced. This was not a peaceful passing. They were not surrounded by family and loved ones. We did not get to say goodbye. What the Eastlands subjected our daughters to was more akin to a war zone. A violent torrent of water and debris that gave them no chance because no one ever gave them a chance. Out of respect for the families of all the victims, I will not go into any more details on this aftermath that I witnessed that day while searching for my daughter. There are things I saw, learned, and experienced that day on the Guadalupe that I will take to my grave. The Eastlands assured us through their ministry, their branding, their reputation, that our daughters would be safe. We were lied to, and it has cost us everything. We saw the same flood and the same geography in Wimberley on the Blanco River in 2015. These hill country rivers have told the Eastlands what they are capable of. The Eastlands chose not to listen. It's not if a storm like this could happen, but when. As I mentioned, we saw it in 2015. What did the Eastlands take away from the Wimberley floods? Did they sit there and really think, nah, this could not happen to us? If there is anyone in this room or watching online who has stayed in Bubble Inn or Twins 1 or Twins 2 or any other cabin on the Guadalupe side, ever, and they have stayed there or had daughters or granddaughters in those cabins, they also would have died. It wouldn't matter if the flood were last year or 20 years ago. If they were left in their cabins like Lenny and those other girls, they would be dead. And like me, and like Callie and I, they would have a set of GPS coordinates provided to them by Texas Rangers, like we do, to visit and lay flowers and sit and look at the river that took my daughter and think, why was she in the line of fire? I was down there this past week laying flowers, and I was sitting by Lenny's spot, and I was just so angry because the river looked so peaceful. And I just couldn't imagine how this could happen. I laid flowers down across from where we found that girl, and I texted Mr. Frank, and I ended up getting in touch with him just to say, next time I'm down there, I would really love the opportunity to go lay flowers at her side, and he said, of course. One thing I forgot to mention, and this is the only thing of this whole situation that almost made me laugh, as I call him Lumberjack, was chainsawing the tree. I heard rustling in the bushes next to me. Mr. Frank walks out because it was on his property. It took me 2 hours probably to get to where I was. Very treacherous terrain, boulders, trees all over, crawling under. I was completely exhausted, but here comes this guy who wasn't even breaking a sweat, and myself and the Wilson County Sheriffs office looked at him like as if we were looking at a ghost. Like, where did you come from? And the only reason I say that is because out of that entire day, that's the only thing that made me like get out of myself for a second and think to myself, what just happened? Where did this guy come from? So that was one point of levity in that entire day where I could escape the hell that I was currently living. Why were the youngest, most vulnerable children left to fend for themselves? Greta, who was already at the rec hall, simply walked back to the cabin to grab a pillow, and she didn't come back. She didn't understand how precarious the situation was because she was never told so by adults. The Eastlands had too few adults, no plan, no action, no urgency, no initiative to seek out information other than what was sent to them directly. And even that didn't spur them into action immediately to save lives. To close, I want to read a portion from Matthew 23:25. Woe to you, teachers of the law and Pharisees, you hypocrites! You clean the outside of the cup and dish, but inside they are full of greed and self-indulgence. Now, not the same indulgence as in Matthew, but the selling of indulgences broke the Protestant Reformation open 500 years ago. There are people who will take money from faithful families and dress their greed in the language of God. The Eastlands were doing this on the Guadalupe River. Whether they did it consciously or unconsciously, I do not know. I am not that judge. God is that judge. But the result is the same. 27 promising futures were wiped out in the blink of an eye, subjected to natural forces that buried trucks, split 100-year-old cypress trees in halves, and treated the human body in horrifying ways. Camp is nothing without campers, and if you can't protect your campers, you don't get to run a camp. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCown. Members, any questions? All right, thank you, sir, for your testimony.
Members, any questions? Thank you, Mr. McCown.
Mr. Childress, please proceed.
All right. I know it's getting late, but please be patient with me as we wrap up the day. My sweet wife leaned over to me earlier and said, please be concise. I said, you've met me before, right? So with that stated, please forgive any length or duplication as I try to wrap things up here. Because my mother taught me good manners, let's start with the thank yous. Thank you, Chairman Meyer, Chairman Flores, committee members, Lieutenant Governor, the Speaker, the Governor, the investigators, TDM, dishes, rangers, and all the governmental agencies that have been involved. And thank you to the public that have been engaged and continuing to stay informed and encouraging action. So like in August, I'm the caboose again, and hopefully I can land the plane here. My goal is to reintroduce myself, my daughter, discuss the facts of where we've been, and then focus in on where we are heading and how this joint committee can take further action to save children's lives in the future. So I'm Matthew Childress, and I'm here on behalf of my wife, Wendy, and my now only child, my son, Jack, who is 16, who is my best friend. It's good to see many of you again. I'm the same dad, hair and beard a little bit longer and grayer, but I'm happy to be here with you all. And somehow, for all of us, this has become a normal part of our lives. So I'm honored to be the father of Chloe Madeline Childress. Chloe was 18 years old when she died as a hero. She was a counselor with Katherine attempting to save a cabin of 13 8-year-old girls on July 4th, 2025. And again, to remind you, this was the largest mass child casualty event in the United States in nearly 100 years. Again, more than Uvalde, more than Sandy Hook. Her cabin was in the floodplain where she was instructed to stay by directors for hours while waters rose around her. As we covered yesterday, she and her campers had to watch other campers from other cabins slowly evacuate around them. Their sisters, their cousins, all while the waters rose over their legs, waiting for orders to leave. It's hard not to imagine the horror and the suffering that happened in that cabin that night, when less than 1 minute of action would have saved all of their lives if the Eastlands had just evacuated them all. And I may never know what happened to my daughter. Did she make it into Dick's car? Did she get swept away helping kids into the car? All I know is that she gave her life for her campers because she was big enough to save herself. That's my hero. That's our hero, and that's how she will be remembered. Let me be clear. They were not killed by Mother Nature, but by complacency, ego, and tradition. Also by the lack of proper regulatory enforcement, and ultimately by poor human decision-making. And me? I'm just a dad who lost his firstborn, and his hero, who is gone forever. Not only has my life changed permanently, but so has my wife's, my son's, my extended family, Chloe's friends. The suffering, the grief, the anguish that is inescapable. The 18 years of memories, and this is what I grind on all day long. Her birth, the brutal first 6 months of no sleep, The newborn days that feel like eternities between naps. First crawls, first walks, millions of terrible birthday parties, her first days of school, millions of carpools, millions of performances, middle school girl drama, first boyfriends, her overcoming anxiety, conquering school, cheer, and cross country, and becoming a dominating lover of music. A daughter who wanted to prove her father wrong at every turn. And this is how I knew she was my daughter. She was a fighter. And every one of these nights that I would see her, I kissed her 17 times, ever since she was a newborn before going to sleep. I was lucky that Chloe got her mom's beauty, intelligence, and quick wit. And I just passed along my competitiveness, drive, and anxiety. Luckily, that made her into the perfect balance of someone that would change the world. And the joy of me getting to see her graduate and going to my alma mater, that was just 1 month before I never saw her again. And now, the imagining of a future that she will never have. Watching her friends move on. She should be finishing her first year at the University of Texas right now. We won't see her graduate. We won't see her go to med school. I won't get to walk her down the aisle at her wedding. I won't get to hold her children. I won't get to watch her grow into someone that I know that would have changed the world. I now kiss her nameplate 17 times where her ashes are interred at St. Luke's in Houston. I'm also aware these are all I statements. That is because not only did my daughter lose her life, so did I. So did we. This has killed us all. That is our impact crater. In October, I went to camp to search for my daughter's things by myself. Going through bins, all alone, I found one of 3 loveys that Chloe had taken to camp with her. The one that I found was a small pink bear blanket that she had took home from a hospital when she was born. I now sleep with that lovey every night in my arms. As others can attest, is the permanence of all of this that is still so hard to grasp every day. Why isn't she here? Why can't I give my life to let her have hers? Her life was just launching. She deserved that opportunity, and I can't give it to her. It just hurts so much. She's going to be 18 forever. And asking the question, why are we the unlucky ones? So instead, I've had the honor of working with 25 other grieving families over the last 9 months, representing Heaven's 27. These people were all strangers to me before July 4th. They're all now my soulmates and my jailmates. And we have stayed unified, because guess what? That's what families do. Whether we like it or not, we are a family. I would put my life on the line for any of them, and I'm honored to be here speaking on their behalf and with them today. So since I'm a fact-driven person, let's get back to the facts. This is what's been confirmed by the Eastlands under oath in a courtroom down the street, and facts in the hearings the last 2 days. And there are many. Confirmation that the Eastlands received a flood warning at 1:14 a.m., more than 3 hours passed after that warning when less than 1 minute of action would have saved lives. The water rose gradually over those hours, and there was no sudden tsunami. Confirmation that there was no written evacuation plan despite prior legal requirements by the state. Directors evacuated themselves to higher ground while instructing campers to remain in flood cabins in an area also known as Flash Flood Alley. Further, those children were housed in cabins located in a floodway and a floodplain that the camp had previously removed from federal maps to save money. As Chairman Perry said, this is not an easy task. It was a calculated activity over the course of years. And their emergency plan still said their cabins were in high, safe locations. As I have testified previously, I'm from Houston. I know what it means to live in a home in the floodplain or the floodway and what it does to your insurance. Again, these changes were made intentionally and not shared with parents. A working loudspeaker system capable of warning every camper still had power, was never used, and acknowledged by them that it would have saved all lives. Priority was given to moving equipment rather than evacuating children. Hundreds of girls were left without director supervision for hours. And then afterwards, no one from the Eastland family called 911 during the critical hours, even as campers and staff did, while the camp still had power and fiber communications. And when they did finally call 911, it was more than 6 hours after the original warning. And Britt Eastland, mind you, did not report dead bodies on the campus, when multiple girls have been found on campus when the water receded. I want you to remember that. That has not been discussed. Mary Liz said under oath that she did not know there were dead bodies for days. That is not possible. Allie Naylor just testified that she confirmed Dick was found, she, being Mary Liz, confirmed that Dick was found on July 4th. Dick had 3 girls with him. Deaths were not properly reported to authorities as required by law, and still have not to this day. Shocking. But further, the deaths of the 2 counselors, including my daughter, have not been reported to OSHA. That is also required to be reported of a workplace death within 6 hours. And by the way, Chloe was never paid for her work last summer. Evidence preservation obligations were received, acknowledged, and then disregarded, and the Eastlands proceeded to destroy evidence as they reconstructed camp. New information to me today is that the cook that did not help during the flood and the former part-time security guard are now in charge of safety and licensing at Camp Mystic. And also new revelations to me yesterday is that there were more than 20 able-bodied adults that were sitting on their hands and not helping. Is this acceptable? And most damaging, by their own admissions, they abandoned campers when it mattered most. When their chief medical officer was asked under oath whether she abandoned SEAL Stewart when SEAL needed her help, she said yes. One thing I've learned in life and in business is when people tell you who they are, believe them. This is all incomprehensible. It's gross negligence. It's child abandonment, which led to the deaths of 27 girls. I know 100% that if the Eastlands had all been trapped at the other camp, every girl would be alive today. The water rising, you go to higher ground. Those girls would have taken action, even without any training, especially my daughter. They died because they listened to the Eastlands. This all could have taken a different path. There have been no apologies, no acknowledgement, no contrition, no discussions from the Eastlands. I've had no communications directly with them, other than grief books that were sent to us and a Xerox copy of the letter from Tweety saying that camp is more beautiful in heaven. And can you imagine the chorus of songs of Dick and the girls? I still cannot believe I read those words. And the resistance of the camp to slow down before blindly pushing forward to reopen has been confounding. So we are here. Litigation, state investigations, criminal investigations. This is of their own making. And also, let's make no mistake, this is big business. Tens of millions of dollars a summer when both camps are operating. They have several homes across the state, including a multi-million-dollar home on Lake Austin, suites at sporting events, and announcing reopening less than 2 months after the deaths of 27 children in their care. So, let's ask the panel, how many deaths does it take to hold an operator accountable, especially when they admit to it? 1, 3, 5, 7, 12? I'm still going. So we're at 27. If you do the math, that is a death every 3.6 years of Mystic's existence. Is that an acceptable level of death? It's hard to grasp how we are still talking about the Eastlands still having a license to operate. And if it wasn't for the brave actions of other counselors that defied the Eastlands and Mr. Yunke's orders and evacuated their campers up hills, there could have been 20, 30, 50 more. If Rec Hall had collapsed, it could have been 100 more. All of those counselors are heroes and should be acknowledged as such, especially those in Twins 1 and Twins 2. Whether the Eastlands know it or not, it has driven fear of the unknown into families across the country. I know this because I've spoken to them. We are here to bring that confidence back, to bring transparency to those parents so they can be informed to make the right decisions for their families, and hopefully get back to enjoying the beauty and fun and camaraderie of camps. And even with all these public revelations, the acknowledgement of all our worst nightmares, there's catharsis, a lifting of this unbearable weight that we've all been carrying for more than 9 months. Knowing that more of the public now actually know the facts that we've been living with privately is helping to unburden us all. And make no mistake, the public is on our side. These facts from their own mouths have shown the public exactly who they are. And let me be clear with what Britt Eastland said earlier. And I quote, "I know these families will one day all be glad we reopened camp this summer." For the record, that is not an accurate statement. So in the face of loss, I'm so proud of what the families of Heavens 27 have accomplished. Anyone saying otherwise has not been paying attention. We have already achieved meaningful reform not only in Texas, but in states across the country, including Alabama, passing the Sarah Marsh Heavens 27 Camp Safety Act, but other bills in motion. Now in Missouri, Oklahoma, Maryland, and Louisiana, with many more to come. You want to know what true heroism is? It's giving your life for someone that will never know your name or who you are. Our 27 girls gave their lives so that hundreds, maybe thousands of girls will be protected in the future. That is true heroism. And also, as you heard from Charlie Johnson and about our partnership with Safety Navigator, in addition to what she shared, we've also helped to give hundreds of thousands of dollars in grants through Safety Navigator to at-need camps where they need infrastructure improvements and cannot afford it. Again, we're here saving camps. So let's look forward. Back in August, I had the honor of testifying in front of the Senate committee with a goal of helping you guys all save children's lives. As I embarrass my wife one last time, and to be consistent with my previous testimony, 9 months in, how am I doing? Again, for the record, this sucks. I should not be here. These families should not be here. The Eastlands should not be here. This is all because of their poor human decision-making and common sense that was not in place. It is just so sad, and I'm so tired. I'm tired of having to console others who do not know how to engage with a father who has lost his firstborn. I don't blame them, because I don't know if I would be able to do the same thing if the roles were reversed. I'm just exhausted. But what else am I to do? Marinate in my own misery? So instead, we are all driven by guilt to impact change and affect change across the country. So as I communicated in August, I would make it my second job to continue the mission of children's safety. So here I am, pushing again for common sense, bipartisan efforts. You all started this with us, doing what you know is right. You should be proud of that. So let's finish it. So I'm on the downslope here, guys. So what's next? So again, what you guys can do, finish this report. Make sure the facts are known to the public. Next, enforcement. Stick to your guns. Stay committed. Previously, the laws that were in place were not properly enforced. The inspection process failed at Dishes. It missed that Mystic was not compliant and in violation and should not have been able to operate as a camp, even under the previous laws. Agencies have to be held accountable to enforce the law. We need you to stay committed because enforcement means accountability. What else? Incident response. We talked about this at length yesterday. I'm a pragmatist. I know things will never be perfect in an emergency. But there needs to be better coordination across FEMA, state, county, and city officials. We realize these committees have focused on the failures primarily at Mystic, but you can investigate the other failures outside as well. Yes, we families are owed the truth, but those other families are also owed the truth about the failures across the systems, across the board. We've all started this process, and we know it will take time. It needs your further analysis and examination of the recommendations on how to improve. Search and rescue. As my colleague, Mr. McCown, witnessed firsthand, and as Chief Kidd and Ms. Garrett testified, we need better on-the-ground tracking and coordination that could, at minimum, help locate survivors before they could become victims. Michael was out there searching for his daughter with no one around and found a dead body of a young girl alone. Where was the mobilization? Where was the coordination? We have to do better. Also, disaster and trauma communications. Still today, I've had no communications from the Eastlands directly. This was the first time that I've seen them in person since the night of July 5th, where we had been suffering for 2 days. They showed up at Trinity Baptist Church and let us console them for the loss of their father when they knew many of our children were dead. After they left, moments later, I got a call from Grimes Mortuary after they left the church. It has been proven that they knew girls were dead on their campus and elsewhere. More than a day and a half without communicating this to us, torturing us, allowing us to hold on to false hope, somehow making this all worse. Chloe's name has still never been mentioned by them. We ask for you to focus on rules, policies, and enforcement to communicate with victims' families as soon as possible to minimize the suffering. And finally, how are we still here? Let me read you a piece of the statute. It is section 141.011. It's called operator's duty. A youth camp operator shall provide each camper with safe and healthful conditions, facilities with no hazards that cause or may tend to cause death. There it is, operator's duty. After all this testimony, this week and 2 weeks ago, no reasonable human being can believe that the Eastlands can fulfill operator's duty. I'm a logical man, but this is bullshit that we are still discussing this with anyone in the government. Deny them a new license, revoke their old one. Put an end to this. So now I'm wrapping up. I talk to my daughter all the time. Most of the conversations end with me saying, I'm sorry, over and over and over again. She was my Clo-Clo. She was my Clo-Max, my machine, and my Sweet Pea. My job as her dad was to protect her. I wasn't there to do that. I entrusted others to protect her, and they failed her. She deserved better. They all deserved better. And not only did they fail, they let her die in an environment of fear, terror, agony, and violence that my brain tortures me with daily. And I know this because I had to identify her body. It's an image I can't get out of my head, knowing how much she suffered. Her cold, wet, discolored, and wounded body. Before I said goodbye, I kissed her one last time, 17 times, as I had done since she was a newborn. Again, Chloe, I'm so sorry that you endured what you did, and we will never be able to escape this reality. But to the committee members, even though all of us are suffering every day, we all give you the permission to continue to leverage our grief, leverage our pain, leverage our anguish and trauma, leverage this tragedy to prevent it from happening to others, not just floods, but fire, tornadoes, active shooters, and other potential disasters. And then how we react as a state in a bipartisan way. Hell, as a society, to help prevent unnecessary pain to victims and their families. That is what our 27 heroes would want. They deserve better, and all the children in the future should as well. So as I left you all in August, I'll leave you with the same lines. The time is now to take action for my hero, Chloe Madeline Childress, the rest of Heaven's 27, and the millions of campers and parents in the future, so it does not happen again. Thank you all for your continued efforts to do what you all know is right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Childress. Very, very, very powerful. Very, very, very well done. Members, any questions? Chair recognizes Speaker Moody.
No question, just a comment. I want to thank you all and all the families that have come up to testify, to share their grief, their trauma. And Mr. Childress, thank you by closing by saying, giving us the permission. The world that you all are living in is not a world that we will ever understand. But thank you for giving us that permission.
Yes, sir.
Because that's the work that's ahead of us.
Please do.
You made a lot of statements about things that you won't get to do with Chloe. And you said you won't get to see her change the world. And I do want to tell you, I'm seeing her change the world right now. And she's going to. You're going to continue to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Members, Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To all the family members, but in particular to the dads in front of me, we have a daughter, one daughter, two boys, and I feel your pain. I don't know your pain. I don't want to, but I appreciate you taking your grief and your suffering and coming and turning it into something that fuels, hopefully provides fuel to all of us to do the right thing, not just in this state, but hopefully in every state that hears your story. You, all three of you had very powerful stories and very productive, practical advice and guidance, and we appreciate it. Thank you very much. To all of you, Doctor, for coming from Alabama to do this, appreciate you. It was very strong, very strong. We appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator.
Members, any other? I'd like to say very sorry for your loss. I thank you for taking the time to be here and to share your stories and to give us your counsel as we proceed to work together to come to a solution that makes our Texas better and gives us all the purpose that drives us towards making that end. And thank you very much. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman.
Members, anything else? No. Thank you, gentlemen, and thank you to all the families for being here and sharing your very difficult stories. We
Thank you,
appreciate it.
Chairman. Thank you.
The chair invites Dr. Jennifer Schufert, Commissioner of the Texas Department of State Health Services, and Adam Buck, I hope I pronounced that correctly, the Associate Deputy Commissioner of the Texas Department of State Health Services. If you'll come forward.
Hi, I'm Dr. Jennifer Schufert, and I am sitting next to Mr. Adam Buck, who is the Associate Deputy Commissioner for Consumer Protection at DSHS. I'm Commissioner at DSHS. The youth camp program falls under my agency, DSHS, and under Mr. Buch's division. And I'm here to support the committee and answer questions related to the committee's charge. DSHS is actively implementing the youth camp safety legislation passed by the 89th legislature. The legislation significantly expanded DSHS's oversight of youth camps, including the department's authority and responsibility related to emergency planning. The legislature provided DSHS with dedicated staff, including emergency planners, to carry out these new responsibilities, and we're very grateful. I wanted to take a moment to highlight our progress in conducting emergency plan review and approval for the first time this year. We have partnered with emergency response professionals, National Emergency Management Response, or National EMR, to establish a consistent, high-quality approach to camp emergency plan review. This process has underscored the importance of this legislation. Every emergency plan has required numerous revisions, often through multiple rounds, to ensure the plan is comprehensive and actionable. In addition to the desk review portion of the emergency plan, we have trained our inspectors to conduct on-site verification of camp emergency plan components. We will not approve a camp's license unless it has an acceptable emergency plan. Looking ahead, we will work with National EMR to develop any additional needed templates or guidance and identify best practices and opportunities for improvement. In the fall, we will bring this information to the multidisciplinary safety team established by the Youth Camp Safety Law. With this panel's expertise and guidance, we will identify process improvements to implement the 2027 camp season. So that multidisciplinary safety team is the one that includes, TDEM, DPS. It includes the Forestry Service, Texas Parks and Wildlife, the Fire Marshal, and the Water Development Board, as well as DSHS and that multidisciplinary safety team. And it's dedicated to the ongoing quality improvement of the emergency plans and our regulation of it. And with that, I am happy to answer any questions that you have. We're both happy to answer questions.
Does he have testimony or is he a resource?
Mr. Buckler, you have testimony?
I'm a resource.
You're a resource, okay. The chair recognizes Senator Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So a couple of things. And so let's start with the form and the substance of a form over substance, substance over form, under what they actually were renewed of in 25. In the rules, really, it wasn't actually statute, but by rule, they were supposed to have an evac plan. Is that a fair statement?
That's in our
It's in your
yes.
it's in your deal.
Yeah.
Now, I can appreciate the fact that. So let's clear something up. Yesterday, it was given the impression that during that form, those rules, those times, and I think Madam Chair said it best, they should have complied with the existing statute before any of the bills that we passed in special, period. They had an obligation to have a safe plan of evacuation. Fair statement? Under the rules, prior to any of the tragedy, they were supposed to have a way to provide a safe evacuation. Is that true or false?
Do you want to?
Yes. Senator Perry, members of the committee, you may remember my testimony back in August. I was here, answered questions. We explained then that, we did not approve the plan. We verified that the emergency plan met.
I don't want to get into that nuance yet. What I'm asking today, according to the code, the plan shall include procedures for emergency shelter and for evacuation of occupied building and facility.
Yes, sir.
Before any change, before any tragedy, they were supposed to have an evacuation plan.
Yes, sir. And our inspector, yes.
And so I can appreciate. And so really what that means, members, I want to be clear, there was an impression left by the investigators that there was a checkoff in the field by basically the food safety person, and then it was handed off to someone to review. That was not the process for 25, correct? That is a process that now exists today, where as this inspection comes through, there is a technical review of an actual evacuation plan. That's present. Is that a fair statement?
Present. We review and approve the emergency plans now. That is very different than what we did last time.
So we can have differing opinions of pre-tragedy but existing rule. But clearly in the code, it says evacuation, and it makes a distinction, emergency shelters and evacuation of buildings and facilities. So where I'm going here is anybody that had the experience of that area of floods, anybody that's experienced floods, anybody that had evacuated, anybody that had sheltered in place, knew full well that the intent, and don't get me started, I mean, you could go round and round about some of the legislative intent that hasn't showed up in rules recently on a different subject matter altogether. We're going to have that conversation. Put it on your calendar. I'm back on the 11th. So the 10th, 11th, I want to have a conversation about how we got to where we ended up on a totally different issue. And it kind of goes to this stuff. It was intended that there was going to be an evacuation plan from the state legislature. Camp owners know it. It's in there. Y'all were not delegated to, quote, approve it. Y'all just said, do you have one? Fair statement?
Yes, sir.
And I'm not saying that's right, wrong, or indifferent. I think it was well made by Representative Gomez that at some point we got to trust somebody. And the question was asked to the Eastlands, can we not trust you? And I don't know that we really ever got an answer. Because I kept pointing to what we're going to do now. So, it's kind of like I set the fire, I put the fire out, but thank me for putting the fire out. I mean, it doesn't work. So as a framework, there is no review under the existing license in which the tragedy came through. It's just, do you have one? They had a one-pager. You weren't told to go into the great detail of what that one-pager had behind it to support their plan. I can say that's exactly what we got today with the Eastlands was nuanced, workarounds, wordsmith, a lot of, make sure we're calculating what we say before we say it, conversation, especially with Britt. So I think that the fact that they'll argue that it was never changed by the state, well, we never told you to approve it. At the same time, I think it's really, really disingenuous for a camp owner to say, well, we have one, and arguably it really wasn't an evac plan, probably from y'all's lens looking back, and we admit now it was short-sighted, but you didn't have to approve it. So that's that one's set aside. I'm going to cut to the chase, and I want your honest opinion. You're currently in review of a license application for Mystic. First round, after all the history that they've had, all of the history they have 22 deficiencies, and they weren't little deficiencies. They were the very heart of the legislation. When you have a trigger point and what you do accordingly, and that was higher ground, clearly in the new legislation. Are we clear on that? I mean, it's not a wiggle room. At this level, you move kids to higher ground. No discretion, no conversation, just do it. Because what we know is you have a pretty good window of time to save kids, a lengthy amount of time, actually, in real world. So I want y'all to tell me where you're at, where you're going, and at the end of the day, if you feel like you cannot issue a license, knowing full well it will be litigated based on conversations from that side, unfortunately, because I think it's been clear today that the pain these parents are reliving and the legislature is spending time on is directly attributed to just move on. I'm not saying it's an easy task to move on from livelihood, a very entrenched, well-branded. You know, something was said, we don't judge, and that is true. My face says don't judge, but we are given a sense of fruit inspection, and the walk and the talk ain't matching up, and the fruit don't match up. That's my personal anecdote. Sorry about that. But here's what I need to be clear from you, and the other members probably have a whole different angle. I need to know with confidence that the contempt that they showed by filing an application that was so deficient on the very heart of what we were trying to accomplish is in one consideration and enough. In other words, if they check all the boxes and you look at your evac plan and it looks like it meets the test of mustard and the other deficiencies are checked off, is there a block still left to be checked that based on deaths, arguably, admittedly, abandonment, all of the things you've heard today? Is there a, not subjective, but is there enough deference? Is there enough discretion for the department to say, yeah, you complied finally, but because of all the other things that went down to get you to compliance, you are not worthy of a license? And if you, I need very clear answers on that. Yes or no?
So we are reviewing the application right now and working with them on the deficiencies. However, there's active investigations going on, complaint investigations with the Texas Rangers. And so we are getting information right now about those things. And so we are not only focused on the application for this year and whether it meets the new standards of the statute and rule, but rather what other information is being found based on the testimony that we've heard in recent weeks, what our own findings are on our own investigations, on our own inspections, and then the inspections with the Texas Rangers.
Does the holistic approach that you're currently involved in with multiple investigations, multiple, again, admissions, even if they are actually successful in checking the boxes, and I mean that with literal, that they actually did produce an evacuation plan, but they have a history and they were under tutelage for decades of someone that didn't care about regulations. I think it was made that a comment from one of them, I believe it was Brett, that, you know, Dad would state that if you regulate something, nobody will want to come anymore. And that's a culture. That's like me teaching my kids to look people in the eyes, shake their hands, and say yes sir, no sir. That's in their DNA. I guess where I'm going is, I don't know what the time frame here is. They got till when? 15 days to respond? 45 days, I'm sorry. When is the deadline for the 45-day response?
Do you happen to know that? I don't know. Okay. Yeah, we can get back to you. I don't know.
I need to know
exact
what the
date.
deadline for the 45 days runs out. I think someone knows.
Oh, June 7th. and
June
8th.
17th.
Yeah. June 8th.
June 8th is the day that they're supposed to respond. I'm telling them to respond in the next few days. When you get that, how long do you have? Is it 10 or 15?
Okay. We can get the whole timeline for you. We've got it all printed out.
I
I
need
just don't have
time.
it with me.
And then when is the last day that they will be available to actually have a license to be able to open camp?
So they continue to have an active license. It does not expire while it goes through the due process. And so this is talking about the non-expiration of the old license until we work through the process, Administrative Procedures Act, I think.
So that goes to my comment for the last 2 days, that there literally is a statutory or rule process that will grant them a time period all the way through this camp season, if they so choose to appeal and work.
And so if we're just looking at the license renewal, then yes, and going through that administrative process. And so this is kind of looking forward based on that license. Looking backwards, which is what we're doing with our complaint investigations and the allegations of neglect, that there's potential for that to follow a different pathway.
Let me ask it pointedly. The House is divided. We got two different answers here. They said they would not physically open the camp. One side would not open for camp business. In other words, campers would not be able to show up on one side of the conversation if the license was still not renewed. The other side said, no, we'll appeal. So that would be their call, though.
Yes.
Under the current rules and statutes and things y'all have to go through, there is no what I call IJ. You know what an IJ is? Immediate jeopardy.
Yeah.
There's nothing like an immediate jeopardy. Or is there anything that gives you a discretionary flavor outside of those rules to say, not getting it?
Yeah.
You know you're never going to get sued.
Would you mind? I'm going to have, we've got legal counsel here
That's
that
fine.
understands those different
Yeah.
options for us.
Yeah, give us the options. And the options being status quo is going to continue because of appeals and process. Assuming that they don't, just step aside, which is the right thing to do.
Could you make sure and say your name and your title,
Yes.
and also your name and your title for the record? Yes, you. Yeah.
Sorry. So line it out a couple of ways. One, status quo. Y'all deny it, but because the old one hasn't expired, they continue to operate. How long does that look like? Y'all approve it, which is pretty clearly, they start business again.
So Ryan Bain, I'm an attorney with Health and Human Services. We represent DSHS. So under the renewal process, if a license is denied, and I'll say this is true with the revocation action as well, under the current regulatory scheme, in this program, they're entitled to continue to operate if they ask for due process. And that's based on the government code, I think 2001.054, I believe is the provision. There's not a provision in this regulatory structure to say there's an immediate threat or immediate risk and to immediately cause them to stop operating. There is such a thing in a lot of regulatory structures, healthcare and various childcare. For example, if there is immediate risk, a commissioner can issue an order and immediately cause the operation to cease.
There's no other shut the license down based on contributing factors that may not have been specifically, you have no discretion to use judgment for bad judgment.
As to the license, no, but if I'm laying out all of the options under statute, there is one other option in this chapter, which is a temporary injunction option, which stops activity, not the license, if that makes sense.
So if you had a temporary injunction, would that stop them from having kids show up on June 1st?
If granted, it could.
Okay, and temporary injunctions, you would have to just prove up that there's malfeasance, there's gross negligence, some that's an attorney's conversation.
Violation of the chapter rules probably get
So
in there.
going forward, let's assume they continue on the path they're on and they do tie their parents up in months and they have a camp season. Assuming that happens, you as an agency, and I know you're short timers, congratulations, I think. I know that it'll be better to have a Texan somewhere, but hate to lose it. Here's a question, and I want y'all to think about it before we get too far down the road here. I need to know what language or what we can add that can give an immediate, treat it as if it's IJ. And I know that's a different term. IJ means immediately jeopardized. Well, I think, at least from my perspective, the contempt they've shown for the process of licensing alone is an immediate jeopardy issue for me. But set that aside. I need specific language that when I come back in January of 27, good Lord willing, that we will correct that. I appreciate you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair recognizes Chairman Darby.
Senator, we already have language. The government code addresses one issue, but House Bill 1 and SB 2 create another format and another pathway, and we're forgetting about that, okay? I have prepared a detailed statement that I'm going to read into the record, so if you will, so I'll make sure that I don't miss anything here. The Administrative Procedure Act, which you're referring to, was designed to provide baseline procedural protections across all state agencies and all regulated industries. It was never intended to keep dangerous operators running when the legislature has made specific mandatory determination that public safety requires otherwise. House Bill 1 and SB 1 are that determination. They were passed in direct response to the deaths of 27 children at Camp Mystic. The legislature acted with specific intent to establish non-negotiable safety standards, eliminate agency discretion, and ensure no procedural mechanism could be used to keep a dangerous camp operating. Under basic Texas statutory construction, a specific, later statute controls over a general, earlier one. House Bill 1 and SB 1 are both specific. and more recent than Government Code 2001.054, which you were referring to, where they conflict our bill's control. The Act, the Administrative Procedure Act, confirms it. This section 2001.054C1 expressly contemplates that another statute can grant DSHS the power to summarily suspend a license upon a finding of imminent peril. HB1 and SB1 are exactly that statute. Finally, a camp that submits a renewal application without a required emergency plan has not made sufficient application. It never triggers the 2001-054B's protection. As I understand it, DSHS can and must suspend and deny. These bills exist because children died. The Administrative Procedure Act was never meant to override the legislature's express determination that non-compliant camps lose their license. House Bill 1 and SB 1 supersede Government Code 2001-054, where they conflict, and DSHS must enforce them accordingly. So pay attention. As of today, you sit before us. Does any camp with deficiencies in their emergency plans have an active youth camp license?
Do you mean, they currently have an active license, the ones who we're working with them on their emergency plans and the deficiencies therein?
Okay. If so, if the department has found them to be out of compliance with Health and Safety Code 141.0091, which is the required emergency plan, is the department prepared to suspend any active license pursuant to Section 141.9904B of the Health and Safety Code?
I'm going to call it my legal
Yes or
counsel
no?
Again, because
Get
I'm
him up
not
here.
a lawyer.
Get him up here.
I will. Okay, thank you.
Or her?
My name is Nicia Deal. I'm also with HHS Legal. Okay, so
Forgive me, I was reminded that we should at this point read what House Bill 1 says. 141.0094, denial or suspension of license for noncompliance. The department shall not issue a license or renew a license for a youth camp under this chapter if the youth camp operator is not in compliance with sections 141.0091 and 0092, which is the internet, or a rule adopted under those sections. The department shall suspend a youth camp license issued by the department if the camp or youth camp operator is in violation of section 141.0091, which we're focusing on the emergency plans. The department may reinstate the license only on or after the date the department determines the camp and the operator are in compliance with that section. So you have the power. You have legislative intent. House Bill 1, which I'm reading from the language, gives you that power. You have direction. So the administrative code procedure that governs electricians or plumbers or beauticians or whatever, House Bill 1, SB 1 supersede that. You have direct language which gives you your marching orders. Do you agree?
we have not interpreted it that way. Typically, when an agency is afforded the opportunity to summarily suspend or emergently suspend or in a situation of immediate jeopardy, there's language that says no notice or hearing is required, something more elaborate than simply a direction to suspend, because typically when we're told to suspend or to revoke or to discipline, that means that we pursue that, right? We propose
You might
that
slow
action.
down in your, we
Apologies.
want to record all of this, so
Okay.
why don't you slow down so we can
Sure
understand it?
thing. So the way that disciplinary action works with a regulatory agency like us or other agencies is the entity against whom a violation is alleged is afforded an opportunity to defend themselves. So the agency's action to discipline, to suspend, to revoke, to do anything there is an opportunity for them to contest that recommendation, that proposal, that discipline. And that is what the APA controls, and that is what the process
But this is not business as usual. This
Understood.
legislature in special session, because of this tragedy, implemented House Bill 1 and SB 1 with direct language directing dishes. This is not unequivocal. This does not talk about the normal licensing procedure or process. This says specifically the department shall not issue a license or renew a license for a youth camp under this chapter if the youth camp operator is not in compliance with section 141.0091 or rule adopted under those sections. Have you moved to suspend Mystic's current license?
No, those investigations remain open, pending. The investigations are ongoing. So the investigation that could result in a recommendation or a disposition or suspension, those investigations remain ongoing. If you don't mind, I can speak to the first section, the A, about the issuing a license or renewing a license. And I just want to mention that the renewal will not be granted to an entity or a youth camp that is not in compliance. A renewal will not be granted.
I don't think you have that option. If they're not in compliance with emergency plans, you don't have that option.
Right.
We took that option away from
It
them.
will not be. They will not be renewed if they are not in compliance. That is correct.
I think you have the ability to suspend and direction to suspend.
I agree that we have direction to suspend, yes.
Say that again, slower.
I agree that we have direction to suspend.
Okie dokie. Have you started that process?
We have begun the process of the investigation and the resultant disciplinary action, which could be suspension, could be revocation, could be an administrative penalty. There's a menu of options in this situation. Obviously, we're talking about more serious allegations, truly. But yes.
Representative Darby, may I add one thing? So there's two parallel activities going on right now, right? As Dr. Schiffer kind of mentioned, we have the new license applications that are brand new with the new legislation that you guys passed in August that we're so thankful for. It requires these new emergency plan requirements, and so every single youth camp. We've issued 3 licenses so far. They meet all the requirements for fiber internet and the new emergency plans and all the things in the new law. We got 3 new licenses. The remaining 302 applications that have come in, 178 of those have deficiencies in their emergency plan right now. And so we are working with each one of those camps to get those emergency plans up to meeting compliance with the new law. And we will not issue a license or a renewal until all of those requirements are met. So that's the activity that we're doing with the new stuff, right? There's also the investigation of old stuff, the complaints from last summer that we've received that we're investigating. And so, but that was before the new law. And so that's maybe where we're getting a little confused.
Well, the point is that, and I agree, you need to be working out these plans with these camp owners. We want you to do that. We want you to bring them into compliance. But when these camps don't meet the requirements to have those qualifying emergency plans, you have, I don't want any equivocation that you don't have the power to suspend. You do have the power. We gave you that power. For new licenses, would you suspend an active old license if the appeal process moves into the camp season? What are we going to do when the camp season starts and they don't meet the requirements?
I don't know that I understand the question.
The timing is so tight. They've applied under the guidelines that DSHS has set out. And to Michael's testimony, the department is working and they are working to work out the deficiencies. Okay. But at the end of that process, they're going to, what you're saying is they have the option simply to appeal, if you will, to SOA. It allows them to camp during the season, when we have specifically given the department the ability to suspend a license if they don't meet those deficiencies. It's not based upon an appeal. What's going to work out during the SOA process? Somehow they're going to fix all the deficiencies? The point I'm trying to make is when you have an operator that cannot satisfy the deficiencies and have a plan that's acceptable, then you have the ability to suspend. And I'm asking you, will you suspend?
It still falls under.
And do you have a process being set up that you will follow in that suspension?
Right. We do have a process. We have a process to pursue the disciplinary action, including suspension. Yes. It's the result of a complaint and investigation and all of the evidence that we've been continuing to collect and continuing to hear. And then the suspension would follow that. Yes.
This legislature expects its direction. When we pass legislation, we expect our agencies to follow that. This is a very specific bill, 2 bills that were designed to protect campers. And we recognized and wanted to give the agency the power to suspend license when operators do not meet those standards. But we didn't expect to hear back that under some longstanding Administrative Procedure Act that they get to appeal this to get through the camping session. If they don't meet the emergency preparedness plans, then you must suspend.
Representative Darby. DSHS has every intention of following the bill language as y'all pass it, as it is in statute. And so we will go back and look at this language with our legal counsel and for exactly what you're talking about.
You have to give weight to the legislation that we passed.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree
Not
more.
only the rules of what they have to do, but the process by which it's done.
Yeah. I agree. And that just, it hasn't been our interpretation. And so we will go back and look at that because I hear what you're saying. And I in no way want to not follow your statute.
I think everybody here on this dais is committed to the proposition that we want bad operators not operating Clinton camps. I think we've made that pretty clear, both in our legislation and our service on this committee. So let's stay in touch.
Okay, I am committed to those investigations that we have ongoing right now, and that they'll yield fruit.
Senator Perry.
Real quick.
Yes.
I'm going to stay in the same lane. Thank you, Representative Darby, or Chairman Darby. So there's two parallels. I love the way you set this up. You've got this administrative / legislative / everything's clear over there. Let's just assume, and this is where I was trying to get to earlier. Let's assume that they get all the boxes right. The plan meets y'all's definition of and that would separate it. The investigative side, let's say that the courts tied this up for a year, which that's fast for courts because attorneys got to make a living, right? I mean, it's called billing a file. That's what judges tell me, they bill files. Set that one aside. Is the legislative, I'm not clear exactly what our purpose is, but assuming we adopt the investigative report, but is this one enough to effectively suspend or not issue a new license? If the administrative stuff, the statute's complied with, this people profession, do you have the latitude in existing law to say, okay, this outweighs that? Because everybody can create a plan. And if I'm a really lousy operator, but I have a great plan writer, does this process still wait enough to pull a license?
So I take it, you mean our complaint investigation and our neglect investigation, that as a parallel track to the licensing? And yes, those investigations we can. We would have to go down this road of a temporary injunction.
They're not dependent on each other.
That's correct. In general, a renewal application, separate from a new license application, but a renewal application probably is typically more of an administrative check on things, on compliance with fundamental requirements. If there is disciplinary history that's been proven up, that the evidence has been substantiated, a judge has ordered something, an order has been issued, there's an actual disciplinary history, not a history of allegations, then that might factor into a license renewal in any regulatory context, not specific to youth camps.
So everybody can do compliance, but if you're just a good compliance but a lousy operator, you still can be denied.
Typically, like if
I get you a plan tomorrow. If I'm Mystic, I turn in a plan tomorrow. You ship it through your vet and your lens, and they come back and say the plan meets criteria. We think it's a good plan. At that point, assuming the rest of the 21 other deficiencies go away, because if you get the plan right, you get most of those right. At that point, let's say this investigative committee gets the report Monday, and we meet as a group and say we're good with the report. Is that report enough based on what you've got in here to say that weight's enough? Senator Perry, I will say that we have communicated with Camp Mystic in a letter. We are taking the whole picture into consideration. We want to make an informed decision. And so our license renewal is based on, their new application, meeting the new requirements, your investigation, and then our investigation. And so we will make a license decision based on all of that information. So even though it's on parallel tracks, we will need all of those answers to all of those things before we can make an informed decision. And no one's weighted more than the other. Our historical bad operator habits would weigh more than meeting current criteria after you've gotten multiple bites of the apple with multiple direction. Internally, conversation. I got a guy over here that took 22 deficiencies after killing kids, after all of that history, messed that up. They finally got that little piece right. But over here, clearly what we've heard, I think, is fair to say, it is gross negligence. And I guess what I'm saying is, internally, you got to look at that. Yeah, they met the statutory requirement or the rule, but over here, man, I don't know if I trust them running the agency or not. Is that a conversation that y'all will have? And let me back up. I'm not being fair. Agencies take direction from the legislature. I hear that 100,000 times if I've heard it once. And we get in trouble for being too prescriptive, and then we don't get in trouble for being prescriptive enough. I've learned that the latter is the one that gives me the grief. If it's a threat of litigation that tilts the scales in these conversations internally, I promise you, you will have the support of the legislature to defend your decision if it's based on something other than form versus substance and historical context. Do you get my drift? Do not weigh your decisions based on litigation. It's the world we live in.
Mr. Chairman.
Chairman recognizes Chairman Darby.
I just want to make sure we're clear. The language of House Bill 1, if they have a deficient plan, you have the obligation to suspend them. You have the obligation. Now, they can restore it by curing the deficiencies, but if they have a deficient plan, you have the obligation and the statutory obligation to revoke the license. That's the old license. They're applying for a new license. You have the obligation to revoke it. Now, they can restore it. They satisfy the plan. But that's what this bill says. I do have one other question. I forgot to even, how do you consider a license for a youth camp? Do you consider it on a camp basis or an operator basis?
We verify that they meet all the requirements in the law. And so most of that is camp requirements. I believe some folks have pointed out some operator requirements as well. But yes, I mean, we review, we conduct an inspection and we review the application, we're reviewing enforcement plans to make a holistic decision. Once we can verify that they're in compliance with all, I think it's 108 elements now. It was 86 last summer. Now it's 108 inspection elements. Once they can show compliance with all 108 things, then we will issue a license.
Now, an operator can have 2 camps. Just so happens, we know of an operator with 2 camps on one property, but an operator could have 2 camps in different parts of the state, correct?
In that case, if there were camps in different parts of the state, we would
Owned by
require
the
them
same
to have,
people.
we would require them to have multiple licenses.
Okay.
Mhm.
Thank
One
you,
per
Mr.
location.
Thank
Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I understand this correctly, I'm looking at the three of you. The licensing process is going through you, right, through DSHS. Now,
Correct.
the potential revocation is the legal department. Is that an accurate statement? That's where if you have to revoke, immediately suspend. Question. If we have evidence, and I think where I was listening to Senator Perry, of actions that show neglect, that show disregard for the law. For example, my understanding under the Texas Administrative Code is that the definition of a supervisor counselor is a person who's at least 18 years of age to be responsible for immediate supervision of campers. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And we have evidence that they had a 17-year-old, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so then would that not be enough to show the neglect for an immediate revocation because you're putting campers in potential danger? And if not, we've got more.
Would you like me to speak to the?
Please, go
okay,
ahead.
So they can have 17-year-old counselors.
Right.
It doesn't meet the definition of a counselor, but they can utilize individuals that are below 18. It just doesn't go towards your ratio.
Even, so
right?
what if that was
Supervisor
the only person in the, because one was on, break or whatever, she was out for the night, and now they only had the 17-year-old in the cabin?
I would say that if we got a complaint of that nature, we would investigate.
You don't think you have a complaint of that nature? Okay, we'll move on. What about the reporting of the deaths that has not been reported? Isn't that required by the Texas Administrative Code? So I guess the question that some of us up here are thinking is, what does it require for you to think that these people are, that maybe they should have their license at least temporarily revoked until there can be their history of neglect for the law and neglect for the campers be resolved?
So I can tell you that the non-reporting is under active investigation right now. That's part of the open investigations that we have. So it is not being ignored. And I think the other just came to light in recent testimony, and so also something that we can include in our investigations.
It seems to me that many of our daycare centers, the places that require a child care license from HHSC, have a much more difficult time than these summer camps where these kids are left alone for longer periods of time. It seems that maybe we should apply the same level of concern and I guess concern for the kids and maybe immediacy in terms of saying, wait, time out, you're ignoring the law here. You need to stop your activities.
We would be in agreement with that and having some discussions about that before our upcoming legislative session. I know that Executive Commissioner Muth has also thought about these things and how possibly using child care regulation as an example, a template of how we could a place to mirror some language for youth camps.
Especially if they're under a certain age, I would say 8, 9-year-olds,
And there's even some other ideas about including CMARC, that's what it's called, where you can kind of keep track of employees that have.
And I guess my last question or statement is I believe due process is important, but I also believe that if an operator has violated their duty to protect these kids, then I believe there should not be a mechanism for them to continue operating and that you have the right to suspend or revoke immediately. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Members, any other? Yes, Chair recognizes Speaker Moody.
Just a follow-up question about, I think about 45 minutes ago, Senator Perry asked a timeline. You said you all had it. Do we have it now?
So the timeline, we are required to, I'm sorry.
No, I think the answer to your question was you all had it built out, and that was an answer about 45 minutes ago. Do we have it now for us? Is it a product that we can have?
Yeah, we can have it sent to you. Like, we have people here that can get that for you right now. We were going to do it afterwards, but we'll do it now.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Senator Kokos.
Thank you. I'll make this real simple. A lot of testimony over the last 2 days. A lot. Dr. Schuford, you and I have known each other for a long time. Congratulations on your new appointment. We're sorry to lose you for the state of Texas, but it is apparent that there were major breakdowns. We don't have a written evacuation plan from the last, they can't produce it. It was in somebody's head. It was shelter in place. I read from the notebooks from the investigators. 27 little girls, 25 plus 2 counselors, which I still consider them children, died. It is the largest mass casualty of children in 100 years. We are doing a lot of legal wrangling up here, I might say that. No offense. I politely said perhaps we shouldn't have a camp where there's an active, like literally, I stood on those grounds with y'all. Like right up there is where Cypress Lake Camp is. Right down here, there's still trunks of little girls. I've called you, I've said that. This is not difficult. I'm going to read from one of the parents, a grieving parent. It was the last parent, Matthew Childress. He quoted Health and Safety Code, section 141.0111. It talks about operator's duty, 141.011. A youth camper operator shall provide each camper with safe and healthful conditions, facilities, and equipment that are free from recognized hazards that cause or may tend to cause death, serious illness, or bodily harm. It's right there in the statute. You've got other things that are backed up between SB1 and HB1. The outrage of potentially Texas saying it's okay. We've got a crime scene over here, but we're gonna have a camp right over here. With all due respect, you've seen the pain of the Eastland family. You have seen the pain of these parents. And part of the healing process might be just to hit a pause button. Because I know this, all in the health and safety code, I mean, residential treatment centers, and this is more HHSC, immediate jeopardy, we've talked about that. One person dies. We are suspending that. I know this, residential treatment centers. We've been in a federal lawsuit forever. Think about a daycare center. What if we had a daycare center where 27 kids died in a flood, a daycare center? This isn't overnight for a month. I mean, we're talking 850 children. And I mean, I know that we have to get better with all these camps. And I'm going to go back to, and I'm going to point the finger at the legislature. We allowed a camp culture to persist with the Camp Advisory Committee Council, correct? And everyone on it was a camp owner. Shame on us. Now, we've reconstituted that. Have we named it? Yeah. Have we named anybody on there?
Youth camp multidisciplinary.
Oh, that's the team with the safety one.
Safety.
But
That's a safe- no,
it's
we
just
haven't.
Youth Camp Advisory Council still, but yes.
It hadn't met since March of 2025. Y'all had a meeting posted for October 2025 to go over the new rules of SB1 and HB1, and it got canceled.
Yeah.
Not sure why. Do you know?
Yes, because we were reconstituting it. And so in order to have different members with different expertise, we needed to disband that one, put out the call for applications so that we could reconstitute it.
So we're going to go into a camp season without that advisory committee, and I'm not fussing about that, but, government moves very slowly. I will just say this. After the court cases, then, Dr. Schufert, you've heard everything to the staff, to the legal counsel. You've heard everything for the last 2 days. Can you sleep at night knowing that they had 22 deficiencies? I mean, like, we're talking, I always talk to my staff about blocking and tackling. I mean, I'm not talking about some, like minutia. I read off. These are major violations. They are expecting to have counselors there. I think they said May 30th. Guys, it's April 28th. It is April 28th. I'm not talking about this is not December 28th. This is not November 28th. This is not September 28th. I'm just telling you to find a way and again, in ways I think it might protect the Eastland family as well. To just hit a pause button here. Hit a pause button. With everything that we've heard, this is really hard. But we're the ones that create these statutes. And I think I think if you hear the two chairmen and the 2 authors of those bills, they're saying to you, this is, I hear legalese. Are we pretty clear?
Yes, and I can tell you, yes, that I think we may have even talked about this. I've cried a lot too. I keep having to explain to my husband and my daughter why I keep breaking down crying.
I saw you over there crying, and I like that in you.
Hear the testimony, like
I like that in you, Dr. Schufert, because if you can't cry over this, we need to get out of the business, right?
Yes. And so, but I also know that in these investigations, we're trying to be very cognizant of the evidence that we're using while recognizing a very tight timeline. We do understand that operator's clause in there, and so we have an understanding of that. We're making sure that our evidence is going to be reliable and sufficient.
27 deaths have not been reported to you.
Yes.
It's a 24-hour timeline. I would even give them grace. There was a lot going on. They can call you. You give your phone number in that part of the administrative code. We're just talking about X's and O's here, like the simple things. And the concern is this. We have a duty to make sure that those 27 lives weren't lost in vain. I was kind of wrestling with this. That would be like one death a year at a camp over the last, since 2000, actually a little bit more than that. Or over the last 10 years. What is it, 2.7? Would y'all let a camp operate if it just had to death every year? No. This was a mass casualty. Mistakes made. I know they want to make it right. I think making it right is hitting a pause button here. That's what's making it right and making sure. And for all the camp operators, and I've said it over and over and over, listen. Do the right thing here. We're begging you. I'm sorry I made it that simple, but I love y'all wrangling with all your code and everything. I'm just going to make it real simple. And you've got something in 141.011, plus their bills.
Chair recognizes Chairman Darby.
Just one final question and a comment. My wife just texted me, and she said, "Don't be rude." You'll have to know her to understand that and I probably am sometime, but, right now we've been here for 12 hours, and you've sat here the whole time. And it's been hard. It's not easy sitting. It's not easy listening. And if I was rude, I apologize. You reach a point where we're all frustrated, and we're tired, and we want to do what's right, and we're searching to try to do what's right. So with that, please accept my apology if in my wife's view I was rude to you, okay? But I do have one question regarding the counselors, camper-counselor ratios. And I asked the question yesterday, but now I've got you before me. House Bill 1 adds a section, subsection C. It says the department shall review the camper-to-counselor ratios for overnight stays at youth camps and provide to the executive commissioner recommendations regarding minimum camper-to-counselor ratios. The executive commissioner, by rule, shall establish minimum camper-to-counselor ratios for overnight stays at youth camps. I guess the question is, have you done so, and what does it look like?
Yes, we have. I actually have that printed out here. I saw that was a question that had come up yesterday. So it was 1 to 10, but since the new law and the new rules, for campers from 4 to 5 years of age, we are asking for 1 counselor for every 5 campers. And again, those are counselors that are 18 years or older. 18-year-old is defined as an adult in the rules. For campers from 6 to 8 years of age, 1 counselor for every 6 campers. For campers from 9 to 14 years of age, 1 counselor for every 8 campers. And then for campers from 15 to 17 years of age, 1 counselor for every 10 campers. And we are enforcing that this summer.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you for your patience and being here all day, and thanks for you doing what we ask you to do and task you to do. So thank you again.
Chair recognizes Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This may be clear to everyone but me, but forgive me, I need a little bit of understanding of the process. So on licensure and on renewal. So walk with me through a couple of hypotheticals. These are not tricks, and y'all are smarter than me if they were, so that's not going to be a problem, but I want to understand this. So laying aside any renewal applications, though there's one pending, let's say it weren't. As we sit here today, does Camp Mystic have a license to operate in Texas today? It's not a trick question. I want to understand, because there are 2 tracks, and I think the standards are different to each one, and that may be what's causing some confusion, at least for me. So please help me with that. Not a trick. Do they have a license today?
Yes.
They do. Does that license expire at some point? Is there a term on that license? How does that work?
This year was a little different, just specifically because of the new law, the new
Yes.
rules that we had to adopt. We have given folks till the end of March to send in their applications. Now, there are a few stragglers that actually have later expiration dates, but as long as we told all of our youth camps across the board, if you get in your application packet by March 31st, then we are going to extend it to give us additional administrative time to review all the new requirements.
Okay. So hypothetically, pardon me, there's that existing license from the old law. If there had not been a renewal application filed, and there was, had there not been a renewal application filed, when would Camp Mystic have to stop accepting children and running camps? If this application for renewal were not out there, when would they have to stop based on the existing license?
Well,
when would it
whenever their expiration date is, I think it was after March, and I don't remember exactly what it was. Was it February? Okay. I was thinking it was later.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure everybody can hear you.
Right, their license would have expired. If they
Would
had
have
not
expired
renewed,
when?
their license would have expired. I believe it was in February.
February this year.
It was February 19th.
And we've got everybody, just to be clear, a little more clear, maybe muddy clear, but all of our licenses are, except for 3, we have 3 that have just been approved in the last few weeks. All of our licenses are considered pending at the moment, technically. But folks can operate if we cannot get their reviews done, if they got their stuff in by March 31st.
If they filed-
If it's our fault for taking so long.
That is
But we
for
are
the ones-
working feverishly to get those reviewed and approved.
Did we verify February?
No, I was incorrect. It's August.
Okay, so August 20 of this year,
Would it
calendar.
August of- was it August of this year? Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
okay, okay. So then, and this got started. This got started today when there was a discussion about whether they would operate without a license and whether they had a license. So there is a current license in effect. Okay.
For Mystic, yes.
Okay. Now, then I also want to talk about the renewal process in a moment. I understand at some point those are bound up, but they are. It does sound like they're treated differently. So, so there's a current license in place, and so. We were asking about the timeline. I realize you were working on this paperwork, but let's talk about the timeline. If there is a delay or there's litigation over the renewal process, then it's time to start accepting campers. Does the camp default to its current existing August expiring license, and are they allowed to accept children?
We've, I mean, so this, I may sound like I'm talking out of both sides of my mouth, and I don't mean to. It is kind of a confusing year with the 2 different
It is.
things. We did send Camp Mystic a letter that says we will not renew your license unless these 3 things are met. You meet
Yes.
all the new requirements.
Yes.
And these investigations are, your investigation, our DSHS investigation are complete, and we have all those results. That's when we will decide whether we can renew your license or not.
So if you decide not to renew the license and that goes to court, does the current existing license, which runs through August, does that provide the legal ability for Camp Mystic to start taking kids here in a few weeks, here in a month?
Until the renewal is finally adjudicated, yes, the license remains in a pending status, and the entity that's licensed continues to be able to operate under their existing license if they're contesting our denial of a renewal. That's correct.
So we talked about, were you going to say something else, Counsel? It's okay. Okay. You talked about some complaints, investigations, this one, your own. So those are, would it be fair to say that those investigations, those complaints, and the results thereof would apply to, for these purposes, they apply to the existing license and to the renewal. Is that fair to say?
That is correct. It is the license that would be disciplined as a result of an investigation, or complaint, an investigation, and then a recommendation and actual action taken. Yes, it doesn't affect the renewal itself, because again, those are 2 parallel paths: renewal, inspection, complaint, investigation. Different, but it would affect their ability to operate and the fact that they hold a license.
So are the standards different for determining whether to revoke that current license as opposed to the new application for the renewal? Are those different legal standards that apply in your analysis?
Yes, in that an entity is eligible for renewal if they meet the requirements, whereas an entity is subject to disciplinary action or something else if they violate anything that we are concerned about.
Okay.
Yes.
Is there, and I think I know the answer to this, is there an investigation for disciplinary action pending as to the current license?
Yes.
Is that process going on somewhat parallel to the process of the renewal of the license?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. So this may be clear, but so I'll understand. Let's lay aside the renewal for a moment and talk about that investigation that I don't recall the term we just used about the existing license. That investigation for revocation, what's the time frame on that? Talking about the current license, not the renewal process, but the license based on the complaints, based on the concerns. Are you with me so far? This is going to help us a lot, I think, if we can sort this out.
There were hundreds of complaints received. The
Yes, ma'am.
investigation is huge.
Yes, ma'am.
It's huge in scope. That does not mean that at some point in time, any moment in time, DSHS could not decide to move on the evidence that we have. So I don't know that I have a timeline for the completion of the investigation as far as all of it, but I can say that it's ongoing and that at any moment in time we could move forward.
And so those hundreds of complaints and this investigation you're conducting, that analysis, that body of evidence, does that apply only to the revocation of the existing license, or does that also carry weight in the determination whether to renew based on the new law, the new application?
I like the way that you asked that question. I think in effect, yes, it would. It would.
In effect, it would. Go ahead and help us understand why.
Because of the compliance requirement, that specific compliance requirement, that an entity that is not compliant with the FIBA requirement and the emergency action plan requirement is not eligible for renewal.
So as a practical matter, and maybe we were talking past each other earlier, we talked about the Administrative Procedures Act, which applies in some of these settings. We talked about the new statute, where legislative intent is clear and unequivocal for those statutes. Is one of those processes, either that disciplinary investigation based on the existing license or the renewal process, is one of those going to come to a close before the other? Is there a deadline for one of those and not the other? What are the deadlines for those two processes? Back to our timeline.
We will get you the timeline. I understand that the renewal process does have multiple milestones within it, which we are, by rule and by statute, obligated to meet. I don't have the timeline.
But are they different timelines for the disciplinary process?
Yes.
Let me finish. For the Senator West would say, let me finish, he'd go like this. I'm not fussing at you, but, so or at him. Are the timelines different? For the disciplinary action on the existing license, are those different timelines internally for your processes than the timelines for this renewal application?
Yes, I would say yes. As far as our internal processes, yes. The renewal process would be driven by timelines, whereas a complaint investigation that could result in disciplinary action could take a month or could take 2 years. Not necessarily at DSHS, not necessarily in the youth camp context, but just in general. The investigation of a complaint could be lengthier or briefer.
Is it fair to say that the agency could take action on either of those tracks, either the disciplinary action on the existing license or the denial of the renewal? Either of those tracks, an action on either of those tracks, would that have the effect of stopping operations at Camp Mystic?
Not if they contest the determination of the agency. Whether the agency says no renewal, they can contest that and maintain their license during the pendency of that adjudication. Or if the agency says, you've done wrong, we aim to discipline you or revoke you or something like that, then they can contest that as well. They can accept it or they can contest it. If they contest it, they get to maintain.
So I was going to get to that. Thank you. So on either of those tracks, there's an appeal process. There's always litigation. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And so one thing I want to ask, what Senator Colcourse just reminded me of, and the council earlier talked about an injunction. How I think you said a temporary injunction. Is it Mr. Ryland or
Ryan?
Ryan? Oh, it was easier than I thought. Okay, Mr. Ryan talked about how an injunction, whether an injunction actually, an injunction wouldn't have to say no license. An injunction could say stop operations. You can't move forward. Is that what he was talking about?
Correct.
Okay. In that setting, now we understand injunctions. We understand injunctive relief. Are we contemplating a situation where some of these lawyers in these pending civil actions come and seek an injunction, or are we talking about the agency seeking an injunction? I'd like to know which or both.
We are talking about the agency seeking an injunction.
And how common is that?
Fairly uncommon, but we are exploring all of our options.
Does the agency need any kind of approval or special dispensation to pursue that?
Typically, yes. When the agency seeks to take that kind of action, they would need support by the Office of the Attorney General or approval to seek outside counsel to pursue that by the Attorney General. Approval to seek outside counsel granted by the Attorney General.
Yes. Thank you. And I thank the chair and the members for your indulgence. That helps me understand that there are somewhat parallel tracks, different processes. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So their license doesn't technically expire until August 31st. August. So I'm confused why they even started the renewal process.
So we required
Everybody. You did require everybody to
Every
re-up.
single camp.
You just re-upped because of the change.
Right, and every
Okay.
single camp is getting a pre-license inspection this
Yeah.
year. That's unusual.
Well, I will just go back to the legislature will support whatever it takes to shut them down as soon as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members. So I guess it's been a long day, and I think this is, these revelations have been very enlightening as the processes. So at any time, do you consider exigent circumstance in issuing of licenses or revoking of license, something so so dangerous, so perilous to the clients, to the children, to whoever? Do you consider exigent circumstance in any part of this process?
I think that we would consider it. It is not a formal element of our determination, but it is something that is part of the urgency that we feel.
Is there anything in your rulemaking authority that can put exigent circumstance, or is there exigent circumstance anywhere in your rulemaking authority? When you make the rules, we give you the authority to make the rules, and so how they go about and how these processes you talk about, you make the rules that we authorize you to do. Is there anywhere in your processes that have exigent circumstance? Things so egregious that you got to stop it, stop them from operating or pause them?
I don't believe in our rules there is anything like that. I think that in our statute does speak to the option for injunctive relief, and that would be the exigent circumstance kind of reaction.
So I guess bottom line from my perspective is, the people of the state of Texas, so when they see that seal of approval, that you have certified that this place is safe, that it's safe. It's the golden seal of the state says, your children are safe. Here, we certify it, here's their license to operate. But not knowingly know that somewhere some entity is not operating safe and has your seal of approval, and the check boxes are all checked, and then the investigation shows they were checked but not confirmed. And so what good is that seal of approval? How could the people of the state of Texas trust that? And you know what? It's your job to make sure that they can trust that. If you say it's safe, it's safe. Would you not agree with that? Yes? No?
Yes, understood. Yes, absolutely.
So with that, that's all I have, Mr. Chairman. Members, thank you. Is there any other business? So y'all are dismissed. Thank you. Is there any other business to come before the committee today? Hearing none, the Senate General Investigating Committee on July 2025 flooding events stands at recess, subject to call of the chair.
Members, is there any other business to be discussed before we adjourn? Seeing none, the chair moves to adjourn. Is there objection? Hearing none, the House General Investigating Committee on the July 2025 flooding events stands adjourned, subject to the call of the chair.
You can't hear it either? Not through my system. Okay, so I'm looking at the microphones and it says they're all on.
It just changed on my screen here, so maybe that.
Did you fix it? Okay, thank you. All right, thank you very much. So the three of you, got it?
Your Honor, my name is Robert Hand, I represent the Jacoby family. I'm the entertainer.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Robert Hanna? Can you? Oh, Hand. All right, thank you.
And Your Honor, Russell Post, I'm making my appearance today in the case on behalf of the plaintiffs.
Okay. And you represent all the plaintiffs?
I do, all of these plaintiffs, yes.
Okay, so I asked every lawyer who represents anybody to just send me a list that says, these are all the lawyers and these are the people or entities they represent. I didn't really get it. Mr. Beckworth tried to do it for some of you. I really only need each lawyer to do it for themselves. So I could still use that information, please. And even if someone is not here every single time, I would like their name, and then I can just highlight and not have to write down everything because it gets really complicated. The other side.
Good morning, Your Honor. Joshua Fiveson on behalf of Camp Mystic LLC.
Just 1 second. I'm sorry. So I was sent a list by your side, and you're not on it. Oh, there you are.
I should
Okay.
be the last.
You're on there finally. I found you. Okay. Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jessica Barger, Camp Mystic LLC.
Great. And that's it? No.
Larry Mathis and Katherine Estrada for Camp Mystic LLC, Your Honor.
Wonderful.
Lynn Castagna for Edward Eastland, Mary Liz or Mary Elizabeth Eastland, and William Neely Fong.
And what?
William Neely Fong.
Yeah, I knew that, but it didn't make it on the list that you guys sent me. All right. This will get easier, I'm sure. Has to, right? D1 GN 25009976, Gatton et al. Versus Camp Mystic et al.
Morning, Judge. Kyle Finley on behalf of the plaintiffs in that case. Kayla Sellers with me too.
Kayla what?
Sellers, Sellers. And then Russell Post is also appearing today on behalf of our plaintiffs as well.
All right.
Thank you.
Are you at the same firm? You're at a different firm?
Your Honor, I'm with Beck Redden and I'm a college counsel for both of those.
Oh, okay. So we might see, this is. Sorry, I'm not in the middle, am I? I feel like I'm off center, or gosh. All right. I keep hoping we can move up downstairs, but I'm looking at the crowd and it doesn't look likely. So it's 100 degrees in here. Okay, there we go. All right. Is it the same group on the other side today?
Yes, Your Honor.
For every case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Record to clarify, defendant Bonner was not in Bella's case. He's not.
Oh, that's why it's not on the list.
I apologize. He's not in the case as well.
The Getton case, I do have, you did put him there, but he's not.
But not in the text.
Okay. GN 25009983, Peck et al. Versus Camp Mystic et al.
Randy Howard on behalf of the plaintiff Peck family, along with Jeremy Tefteller and Ron Armstrong.
Thank you. All right. Same,
Same counsel.
except not, not Ms. Castagna, right?
That's correct, Your Honor.
GN 25010016, Naylor et al. Versus Camp Mystic.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sam Taylor with the Lanier Law Firm, and I have with me also Sarah Abson and Angela Spody.
All right, and then I have Ms. Estrada, Mr. Mathis, Ms. Barger, Mr. Fivesen, Ms. Castagna?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor, for everything but for response.
And it actually says just the Eastlands on there, so that's perfect. GN 26-000758 Stewart versus Camp Mystic.
Morning, Your Honor. Brad Beckworth for the plaintiffs.
Proceeding Yarnell for the plaintiff. Blair Townsend.
So, what it looks like to me is that, it's a little confusing. So I have some defendants and it appears no counsel have appeared for them today. Natural Fountain Properties, Waletta Eastland, the Mystic Camp Family Partnership, the Mystic Camps Management, the George Albert and Eastland, as a representative. So no one's appearing for any of these defendants?
Ms. Stroud and I are appearing for George Albert Eastland as representative.
All right, and is that in every case?
Yes, Your Honor.
And then, so no one is appearing for Natural Fountain Properties?
So, Your Honor, everyone is prepared to speak on behalf of the group for the issue that we plan to discuss today.
I need a lawyer who is going to stand up and say they represent Natural Fountain Properties. Do I have one today?
So, yes, though we typically represent different clients, we've conferred among ourselves and agreed to speak to the issues that we're addressing today on behalf of all of those clients, Your Honor.
Same for Waletta Eastland, Mystic Camps Family Partnership, and Mystic Camps Management?
Yes, Your Honor.
And that's going to be you, Mr. Fivesen?
It depends on the issue.
All right. So we're proceeding on all 5 cases. What we were supposed to do today was hear the defendant's motions to compel arbitration and motions to stay, a hearing for which I was fully prepared, had read all of the briefing, and was fully expecting to hear it and make a decision since this has been set for about a month, I think. At midnight, we got an email, defendant's notice of withdrawal of motions filed March 24th, 2026 to compel arbitration and motions to stay proceedings. So those motions have been withdrawn. So we won't be doing that today. Although I noticed that they immediately filed, which I don't have printed out, amended motions. I actually did skim them. They appear to be in substance identical. So we'll see if we hear them later. But it's fine with me because a motion's just a motion. What I don't like is the last second notice. I especially don't like it when I think I know what's going on. Because I'm getting emails talking about Spurs games and weddings in Italy. So I don't love that.
Your Honor, if I may, I just want to clarify. So we filed a reply to the original responses on the original motions to compel. There was, of course, the superseding amended motion to compel and stay and the withdrawal packaged with that. In terms of Mr. Watts, that's not driving this.
Well, there's not much difference between the two motions. I
Well,
mean,
Your Honor,
I
there's-
didn't read them in depth. You can't get into it. It's not set. So. All right. So then what we're going to move on to, because everyone is here and I don't want to waste time. And I didn't set anything else for today because this was for today, is we're going to start talking about discovery. So I have a couple of things that were sent in. And unfortunately, I don't know exactly which attorney sent them to me. I apologize. Probably one of the attorneys on the Naylor case. Because I have let me just get rid of all those things. I have a proposed agreed scheduling order, and then I have potential staff counselor and camper deponents. And I did see an email between one of the attorneys and Mr. Watts that I have misplaced, talking about trying to get something set. So what I wanted to do was talk about how we can I asked for 2 things. I asked for experts to be identified and proposed plans for sharing experts or sharing time at the camp. And I asked for a list of counselors and children who anyone wants to depose, because I don't want any of those people being deposed more than once. And because we have to think about and make some decisions about how we're going to handle those depositions in the best way. This list also includes other people, so camp staff who I assume are not counselors, the big three who are young people, other senior staff, counselors, and campers. So, did anyone else prepare anything or want to talk to me about what they would like? Yes, sir.
Yes, Judge, I think one of those emails might be referring to the one I sent, but all of us have put together that list.
It's from everyone.
This is from all the plaintiffs as far as many discussions we had as far as who are potentials on the list for we post as it relates to campus.
Okay.
I obviously circulated the other side and have some sort of conference with.
But yesterday, right?
Right, we sent it yesterday. We assumed we were going forward with the hearing today to confer with them after this hearing. But that's our list compiled by all the plaintiffs.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor, I agree with Mr. Finley that we received it last night. We were anticipating being able to confer face-to-face this afternoon on the list.
Well, I don't know. Maybe I'm being dense. I don't really know what we need to confer about in terms of people. What I need is to figure out how we're going to do this. We need to set a timeline. I saw a suggestion to order that the first week of every month be reserved for depositions. I'm comfortable doing that. I want to talk about like, where are we going to do them? How are we going to do them? How are we going to divide up? So on the plaintiff side and the defense side, we have multiple attorneys representing different people, different entities, but we are not each and every one of you going to get to ask every question yourself of every witness. We're not going to do that, particularly to children and young people who went through all of this. We're just not going to do that. So we're going to need, I'm going to need each side to either choose a lawyer who's going to do it for any particular witness, and they are the only ones, and you can give them questions, or propose some other way of handling it to me.
So Judge, I think we talked about this, but I think one is, yes, I think the first week of every month or the last week, whatever it may be, seems to work very well in cases which are multiple lawyers, multiple schedules. So I think we're in agreement with that. On the other part of it, one of the things that we discussed is obviously some people are more interested in deposing some witnesses than others. At least as it relates to our side, the plaintiff side, we've all are kind of in agreement and working together that I don't think there would be an issue of, I think the way it's envisioning is whether it's a rotating deal or we draw straws or whatever it may be, the lawyer of who takes depositions may alternate the other to do the 75% or 60% of the questions with some, maybe one or two other lawyers that can do follow-up questions after. But I think from our perspective, on our side, no one's intending to drag witnesses on, especially as it relates to minor campers, things of that sort, drag witnesses on for days. I think all of us, since we represent families who are involved in this, understand the gravity and the sensitive nature of what we're doing. And at least from our perspective, I think all the plaintiff lawyers are working well together as far as dividing up work. And I expect that to continue.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I have been admonished by appellate counsel to state, since at least one of the responses to the motion to compel arbitration argued that we waived it, that we are willing to enter into discussions regarding discovery subject to our motion to compel arbitration. As far as what Mr. Finley said, Your Honor, as far as the counselors and the children bill, I agree that it should be one attorney per side. I don't know that we discussed a time limit for each of those, but certainly we are sympathetic to the fact that they need to be treated with respect and carefully.
Okay. All right. Well, let me just look at this list then.
Judge, I think as far as campers and things go, I think those probably come a little bit later.
That's what I was just going to
I
say.
think corporate defendants and some of these people who don't have the same issues related to sensitivity will probably be the first. And I know from our side, if we're ready to go, we can start doing depositions next week. And so we asked the court to, well, we're asking them to do it and we hope they do it and we don't want to come back before you. But that is the plan, to start with the adult depositions, not start with the campers. And I think although the list is big, I think we'll find as time goes on that list may narrow.
I'm opening my calendar, wondering what I'm doing. Okay. Another thing that I need to tell everybody about, So I sent you a letter and I reserved days every month. We here in Travis County are following the law and responding to new laws and new rules coming from the legislature and the Supreme Court about how we run a master calendar in Travis County. This case obviously is not on the master calendar, but those changes are affecting how the judges choose to schedule the cases which they retain. These cases fall into that category. And one of the ways we're going to try and do that is everyone's gonna groan in a second. We're gonna try and move these kinds of things to Fridays. So now some of the dates, it just doesn't work to do them on a Friday. But you will be hearing from Ms. Matashek Steele, some of the dates will change to the nearest Friday, either before or after usually it was a Wednesday or Thursday when I had scheduled them. Some won't. Here, I can just open this and see. I think I sent, well, it probably doesn't matter. I don't need to go into it. I've highlighted it for you, so you know just to watch for that. So if you wanted to reserve the first week of each month for depositions, I'm happy to put that in the letter or the order as well. What I'm not clear on is whether you're asking me to be available during those depositions or you're not foreseeing problems like that, I hope.
I don't really foresee problems like that, Judge, but no, I certainly wouldn't need the court to block off their entire week.
Oh, no, I would never do that. I would keep working, but I do take vacations. I have a child graduating high school, things like that. So
I don't expect there to be an issue. Now, I don't expect a lot of things that sometimes happen, but I would think that if we needed to get before you, we would know sooner rather.
okay.
And Brad Beckworth, Your Honor, I was going to ask about your availability by Zoom, perhaps for some of those, if we've got, not everybody's here.
So something that feels urgent is what you mean?
Well, for depositions.
Oh.
Yeah, I wasn't clear. That you had mentioned some of that with minors, and I think Mr. Finley's right. Well, at least on our side, we know how to handle that. But there are going to be, I think some counselors, particularly the big three that probably are represented, they're a little more aligned with the defendants.
Mhm.
I don't mean to say that in a pejorative way. I just, it's been a little bit of a different situation. So I think we're gonna have to work through that, but some of those depositions won't be here in Travis County. I don't think so.
Right. That's fine. We can do things on Zoom if we have to. It's not my favorite, but short stuff is fine. The first week of June, I don't think we'll be doing that. We won't be starting with them, so it probably won't be a problem, but the first week of June, that's when my child is graduating. So I'm taking a few days off, and first week of July, also taking, I think, a family vacation. But the rest of them look fine. I mean, I have work, I have jury trials and things scheduled, but it's easy to squeeze in a hearing when I have to. So I think that'll be fine. So that's fine. I'm happy to do that. June seems pretty fast, but if you guys can get it done, I'm all for it. So that's fine. So we'll include the first week of each month. So we'll just do that starting with the first Monday, or do you just want half of like the rollover week? Excuse me.
Sorry, Brad Beckworth, in terms of the first half of Monday for being here.
No, I just mean like June starts Monday is the 1st.
Right.
But July, Monday is the 6th or June 27th. Do you see what I'm saying?
It'll be the first Monday.
So the first Monday of the month. Excuse me, I don't know what's going on. So the first Monday that week of each month is reserved for depositions then. Okay, and I'll leave that up to all of you until there's a problem, and then you can get back to me. I have one proposed scheduling order, which is, when did I set your case, Mr. Beckworth?
May 3rd, I think.
Oh, okay.
They plugged their
date in here, your date in here. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
We still intend to go.
And my briefing attorney usually reviews these for me. I don't really review discovery control orders very closely. I say, this is what has to be in there, and they look at it. So does this follow our normal? It looks pretty good.
So yeah, Judge, I think it follows it in Dan Taylor with News Office put the majority of it together on the draft, but it follows the local rules, et cetera.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor, I've made an attempt to follow the standing order, Travis County standing order. Obviously, the first few dates on there, 1 through 5, are not included in the standing order, but the rest of it, I think, complies with the.
So was it your idea that all 5 cases would follow the same schedule, even though they have different trial settings?
That was my thought, Your Honor. The way the standing order is structured, it's done by days before trial. So I think it works, except for maybe, well, actually, I think it could work for all the cases, Your Honor.
Is that what all the other plaintiffs' counsel would like to do, or do you want dates that are a little bit later?
Yes, go ahead.
I think this works, Judge. I mean, I think since we're having to coordinate together on discovery as it relates to depositions and things of that sort, I think the cases has plenty of time to have it ready for trial, et cetera, regardless of what trial dates there are.
That was our thought too, Your Honor. We collaborated on this.
Oh, wonderful. Mr.
Yeah, we're
Howery?
working together well so far, Judge, on this. And I guess the question is, what are the other trial settings that the court is going to assign?
I think I did them 1 a month,
One a month.
starting in May.
Okay.
And mostly because I think it would be too exhausting. Well, first of all, I don't know how long the trial will last. I don't know. I don't think it will be more than 2 weeks. But we don't know yet until we get there. So one, we run a jury every other week, essentially here. So one, I thought, well, if they go long, that's crazy, too hectic. And 2, everybody needs a little break after a trial on our side, at least, and on the defense side. I think it would be quite burdensome to just roll straight in every 2 weeks. So that's what I did.
Okay.
If you don't like that, I'm willing to listen.
I think that's fine. I think we should have some discussion about who gets slotted where and how we come to those kind of decisions.
Yeah, I mean, I think I did them kind of, well, with the exception of the Stewart case, which was filed last but is set first. I think I just followed the filing order.
Okay.
So that one there are different reasons why that one might want to go first, I think. Might make sense. Okay, well, what else do we, I mean, I feel like everyone came here maybe for nothing today. What else would you guys like? I'm not hearing a lot of conflicts, which is fabulous, but also then I maybe don't need to keep everybody here all day.
Well, Rabbi Griffin, may I, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to listen to that last statement the loudest because I'm sure you don't want to have to be here any more than you need to be.
Well, I just will take other work.
On the scheduling order, do you want us to for each set case, I think we should submit a version of this with just a different trial date.
Yes,
That would make
that's
sense.
right. You can leave the deadlines the same if you would like.
Okay, because I think I'm guessing that Your Honor would prefer to have 1 day of summary judgment and expert. hearings.
Yes, I would. And actually, I went to lunch with one of my colleagues who's running an MDL right now, kind of to talk about how she's handling things like this. This is obviously not formally that, but I think it is helpful to think of it similarly, structurally wise, in terms of similar issues, joint issues, discovery, and all of that. So yes, I would like, for example, if there are going to be motions for summary judgment filed, I would like them done in all of the cases at the same time, to the extent that they share issues. On that note, I want to make it clear that no one may file a motion for summary judgment in any of these cases without getting permission from me first. Not because I'm going to say no, because I'm going to control the timing of it. Because with the new law and rule, once you file it, the clock has started moving and I have very little leeway to do anything other than deny it if I don't have the right amount of time. So don't file one, I'll deny it. And then you'll have to refile it because I need to be in control of the timing.
Thank you. And then on housekeeping, on the motion to compel arbitration issue, I think it would be good for us today, if Your Honor is willing to determine when that's going to be heard.
Yes. So I believe the defense was trying to ask for it to be on the 10th of June. It was more of a declaration. I'm interpreting it as a request.
Yes, Your Honor, that's what we're requesting.
That's the day I have blocked off. That's fine. It's definitely not going to take more than a day, right?
No reason, Your Honor.
So Judge, in line with that, if I may. Part of the issue we have with what's going on and what's been done here is obviously a lot of people are at the courthouse, have clients coming into town, everything else. Today was the day, and just to give the court a little bit of background, as you know, we filed these cases in November 10th of 25, okay? They filed their motion to compel some 4 or 5 months later in March. This day was specifically selected by the court set by the court. It was the day that this was going to go forward. They've known this. Everybody's known this. We spent time, money, and effort to get here. I have clients who come in from Houston, wherever it may be, and staying in hotels and all the things.
Well, to
that
the
go along with
extent you're previewing a motion I will be receiving, I'm happy to receive it.
I am, Judge. And as the court's aware too from correspondence yesterday or 2 days ago when they tried to withdraw their motion, obviously the court said you can't, and it has to be agreement from the parties. On behalf of my clients, and I think some others as well, I said, I'm not going to agree to a withdrawal unless you withdraw with prejudice to refile. In our view, they have accepted that condition by filing their withdrawal, and they are now withdrawn without prejudice from refiling again.
With prejudice.
With prejudice, excuse me. Thank you. With prejudice from refiling again. Because we laid out the terms, they've accepted those terms. It's no different than settling a case or settling a dispute before a hearing, and they've accepted it. So therefore, we don't think that we should have another date. On top of all the other waiver issues and litigation misconduct and everything that we can go into later, but that is our view as far as we don't believe that any new hearing date should be set. And certainly on top of that, I think there's a lot of costs associated with the cost we've incurred for an 1159 filing the night before a hearing that has been set for several months. Also, with the lead lawyer saying he doesn't, on an email, that he has no idea what's even going on down here, and then signing a withdrawal motion. I mean, it's his signature. And so for all these reasons, we will likely be coming before the court with presentations of costs and things like that. But as far as resetting it, it's our view, it's done.
And Your Honor, if I could respond.
Well, why don't I hear from all 5 cases first? Because your response will likely be the same for all of them.
Yes, Your Honor.
Brad Beckworth for the Stewart case. I agree with Mr. Finley wholeheartedly. I would add to that if we have any motions either related to that issue of waiver or, I mean, I agree that could be decided today for sure. But sanctions and other things, that those be set for June 10th as well. I also would request that if the court has an earlier available date, we go ahead and do that. That would be a separate request. With respect to Mr. Watts's issue and I'm in Italy, I'll just tell you, and I'm happy to make a record today or at another point. You and I have been in proceedings quite a bit where this kind of thing has happened. I cannot tell you how many times this has happened, including all the nonsense that was said to the Third Court of Appeals about what happened on March 4th and 5th. My phone call with Mr. Watts was, I never read the brief, but I told him not to appeal it. And I think at some point, just like the burn in hell comment where everybody looked at their shoes, but it's out there for the world to see, there's a duty of candor that lawyers have. And without impugning Ms. Barger, who I just met today, and some of the new folks that are here, but it shouldn't be lost on us that certain people are no longer here. And that duty of candor, when it's violated, comes with consequences. So we'll be filing our own set of motions related to the rules as they apply here in Travis County. But I also think there's consequences for that type of conduct that the court has in your inherent power to control your docket. And so it'll be up to you to decide how you deal with that. But one thing that I would request is that the lawyers on the defendant side, to Mr. Finley's point, if they're the top signature and they're signing pleadings, they need to be here in court or they need to be removed from the case. And I don't know if Your Honor has the power to do that. We're happy to brief that. But this gotcha game and bait and switch is just beyond the pale for us.
Well, I don't think I can tell a party that they can't have their attorney that they want.
I agree.
And I don't think I would want to do that, just in terms of my personal philosophy about litigation. I do, and I have made it clear, I thought that I expected every party to be represented at every proceeding. I got kind of a lawyer answer from Mr. Fiveson about whether those parties that Mr. Watts represents are represented today or not. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if Mr. Watts and his clients don't believe they need to be represented, but they've received proper notice, then due process and all the constitutional protections allow me to proceed, which I will be doing whenever it's appropriate. So I think that's really clear. I will, everyone has notice of all of the hearings, of all of the meetings, of everything we're doing. Everyone understands, I assume, that they are ordered to appear and represent their client. And if they choose not to, then they are essentially saying, please default. We have no position on this issue. And that is a legitimate position for a party to take. and I will allow them to do that. But going forward, I want a lawyer who represents every party present in the courtroom every time we gather for a hearing or a meeting.
And I think that default issue is the one I'd raise, and I guess we could confer on how if we have to file those or can make, maybe you would tell us now, we can make those motions orally as they happen. As you know, this is the second time I've been here where this issue came up.
So with regard specifically to the motion to compel arbitration, I think it is better to not rule on that motion at all. It is also the case that lawyers are free to file motions which they never pursue. And that is how I'm taking this. So they have filed these motions to compel arbitration, but they don't actually want me to rule on them. So they will sit there and the case will proceed as if nothing has happened with them. I think that that's fine. However, having a hearing, knowing you have a hearing, being told we're still having a hearing, filing and pleading at midnight and not showing up might be grounds for a different kind of action. But that's the kind of action I need a motion on. I'm not going to take that on my own.
Very well.
Your Honor, you had asked for the positions of the respective plaintiffs, and I would just say on behalf of the Bellows plaintiffs that we agree with the position that this court has the power to set a scheduling order. You have the power to set this date. It is as firm as any date in any scheduling order. And if that date is missed, the court has the authority to determine that that party has forfeited the right to request for relief. And every plaintiff said the condition of passing this hearing was that this motion be withdrawn with prejudice. And it is the position of the Bellows plaintiffs, as the position of the other plaintiffs, that by withdrawing this motion, those terms were accepted, and that request to compel arbitration has been forfeited. We'll certainly present that to the court by motion in an appropriate vehicle, but I want to make sure the record is clear today. We're firm in that position. The court should never have to entertain this issue again.
Okay. Either one of you.
Your Honor, Randy Howard on behalf of the Peck family, who joined with the comments you've already heard. We believe that they've missed their opportunity to have this heard, and we will brief that for the court.
Thank you.
Your Honor, Sam Taylor, with representing the Naylor Group. I received that notice Monday morning at 9:14 of their request to stay the case. Within minutes, I was the first to respond. Are you withdrawing your motion with prejudice? So I agree with Mr. Finley and the rest of the attorneys that they have waived that. They have accepted that as a condition of passing the hearing or continuing the hearing. Secondly, Your Honor, I represent 6 families, 5 of whom are here today. And, they have surviving children they have to take care of. They have travel expenses they have to take care of. We too will be filing a motion for reimbursement of those expenses. I believe this was a violation of Rule 63, inadequate notice, failure to give notice, timely notice. And there have been real life prejudices to my clients as a result of this, and we will be seeking a motion.
Thank you.
Your Honor, Robert Hand on behalf of Jacoby family, Bellows case. I agree with what all this lawyer said.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. So first, I want to clarify, there was mention that we didn't want a ruling on the motions. We do. We would like a ruling on the amended motions to compel arbitration, which it now seems like everybody's okay with June 10th, potentially earlier I heard, but generally going forward. So we very much would like a ruling on those. As for the other points that have been mentioned, we have not accepted their email suggestion that there's one option here, the notion of withdrawing with prejudice. We did not accept that. We do not accept that. And I'd point out that we filed amended motions to compel, which as a matter of law supersede the original, and the date relates back. That's all black letter stuff.
You guys can wait.
It's all kind of a black letter backdrop. It supersedes the original, relates back in terms of date. That's where we are. So we have not accepted their proposal via email. There's no email agreement. There's no signed agreement. There's no Rule 11 agreement. There's nothing here that suggests there is any agreement, and simply declaring on one side, if you do this, the consequence will be that, doesn't make it an agreement. So with respect, we reject that position. And the final thing I would point out is that there was a reply filed. There was the superseding, or let's say amended superseding motion to compel arbitration, and then that notice has to withdraw. In the withdrawal itself, though it's being mentioned, it expressly states we have filed an amended motion to compel arbitration. So this is just apples and oranges.
Okay, let's pick an order. And we've been going kind of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So let's keep doing it that way.
I find it, for him to say we don't accept those terms, they weren't my terms, they were the court's terms. And the court told them specifically, unequivocally, you cannot pass this motion without an agreement and without the judge's approval. So for them to sit here and say, we don't accept that, it's what they've done throughout this case is, we don't care what the judge says, we don't care what the lawyers say, we're gonna do what we wanna do. And that's the problem. We laid out the terms of what we would agree according to the court's email that said you have to have an agreement. They accepted those terms by doing what they did. It's no different than settling a case. It's no different than resolving any dispute. When someone meets the conditional terms that are required, it is an acceptance. So they can call it what they want to call it, but for them to say we don't accept the lawyer's terms, these were the court's terms. The court set the parameters. And so, Your Honor, we still stand on that. As far as him saying he wants it heard on June 10th, we don't agree to that. There are other motions that we want heard that are more important, like all the people that spent time, money, and effort to get here, have children at home with nannies and things like that to come have their day. And it's just par for the course. And I'll say one other thing related to it. Their counsel has stood up in the media for the last 10 months, touting that no jury in America would ever hold them accountable for what happened on that day. It's in the Dallas Morning News, it's in CNN, it's in all these media outlets. They said that a mere 2 months after this event. Now here they are doing the complete opposite of saying, we don't want a jury to hear it anymore because the evidence, we don't want anyone to hear any of this evidence. And it's par for the courts that they're talking out of both sides of their mouth continuously. And it's a real detriment to us, it's prejudicial to us, and it's prejudicial to the court and the time that the courts spent. And so, Your Honor, with that, we are going to file additional motions, but we don't agree that all of a sudden they can rehab their hearing.
Anybody have something other to say? Otherwise, I'll just assume everyone agrees.
Your Honor, Brad Beckworth, I was going to say, I doubt you want to hear us say the same thing. I agree with everything Mr. Finley said. One thing I do need to put on the record is this. Mr. Fiveson said that we all are okay with June 10th. We're not. I need that on the record. I think this is a further waiver for them, which we'll address then. And I will say this to the court. We, on behalf of the stewards, if the court wanted to, are happy to proceed today on that amended motion. I don't need more time to brief it. Doesn't sound like that's what you want to do, which is fine. That was the kind of glimpse I gave. But we'd be fine with that. Otherwise, we'll be here on the 10th because that's what we're forced to do, but it is in no way agreed to by us. Thank you.
Judge, I agree. We'll be here on June 10th, but I think we have very.
Well, everyone's going to be here on June 10th anyway, because that's the date I set.
Right.
So now what we talk about that date is still undecided, so.
And I was going to eliminate that. We don't agree that their motion is set on June 10th. There are various other motions that we're speaking of today that perhaps can be set that day, but not this one. We don't agree to that.
Okay.
Without being redundant, Your Honor, but we have different cause numbers. We agree. We do not believe there's a motion properly before the court for hearing on June 10th.
Right.
For the record, on the Bellows case, we agree.
Okay. I agree that we will all be here June 10th, and I agree we will talk about some things. And I also agree that I get to decide what those are, and that there is a request for a hearing on the amended motion, but I haven't decided yet. I actually agree. I think we could proceed today if all of the plaintiffs said they'll proceed on the amended motion. They don't care about time, but I don't really want to because they may they may not want to proceed later either. So I'll make every decision I need to make, but I don't want to make any I don't need to make. So I'm not gonna hear it today, even if you guys agree. It's fine with me if we never hear it. It doesn't bother me at all. Okay, I think we probably need to talk. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I apologize. If I could respond to the new round of positions, just
There
very
wasn't really
briefly.
anything new. It was, we didn't agree to the 10th and we don't agree with him, which I already knew. So.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
The only thing I would add is just what they're saying is conflating this court's procedure in terms of the ability to pass a hearing and a party's independent right to exercise control over what motions they file, what motions they
I
amend.
already said we're not proceeding today,
And
that you've withdrawn it. They are free to brief it, but I've already said what I said, which covers everything you're telling me.
This part is new. To the extent that Mr. Beckworth is represented, he's announced ready on the new amended motion without any opportunity for filing a response to that pleading. We'd be happy to proceed on that.
I already said we're not doing that.
Okay, Your Honor.
Thank you. Okay. I'm patient, but I don't need to be told things I just said. So, all right. Why don't I get an update rather on inspections, experts, things like that, if we're having problems. If we're not, you can just say, we don't need anything from you, Judge. That's fine. happy, Mr. Beckwith.
I might address that.
Since it's came and got the TI, yes.
Yes, Your Honor. Right now, there are no problems. We've had an expert go out once. We're working on scheduling another date. And I know among the group, we're trying to work on having a common day or two for any common experts or everybody to go out. But we've been working with Mr. Ray on that and it's gone fine so far.
Okay, wonderful. That's great. Same from the other side, no problems?
Well, Your Honor, this may be me misremembering, but I recall that any potential coordination among the group in terms of further experts was going to be presented during this hearing. And I'm hearing now that it's going to
If
be
you need
discussed
it,
later.
if you need me to make a decision, I will make a decision. But if you're able to work together and get everything done that needs to be done, I'm fine with that.
Okay, Your Honor.
Yeah.
And Your Honor, on behalf of the defendants who wanted to work with any of them when they want to bring out their experts, we just ask for a couple of days' notice so that we can coordinate having somebody out there with them. But we haven't had a problem so far. I think they'll all agree.
Okay. And no requests from the defense side about this?
Well, Your Honor, the defense's position remains the same. We would prefer a firm schedule in terms of conducting those experts. We've now had, I think, another month, and it sounds like there's only been one visit that's acknowledged. That is too slow of a timeline. And
Have you prepared a proposed timeline for me?
We'd be happy to do so if you would be interested, Your Honor.
Well, I asked for all of that information the last time we were together and I haven't received anything. In fact, I asked for a list of attorneys and clients and I received that yesterday from your side. So I'm not, I don't know how to describe myself. I think I've said it twice. I'll make any decision I need to make. I don't have a problem with that. That's my job, even when they're hard. What I don't do is try not to make lawyers do things and ask for things they don't want to ask for. So I said, bring me a schedule, bring me witnesses, bring me this conflicts. And I didn't get anything. So that's why I'm checking. Are there any conflicts? So you're saying we want a schedule, prepare a schedule, see if they'll agree to it. If they don't, then you package it up for me.
Okay, Your Honor. It was my understanding last time that the plaintiffs were told, coordinate. If you're going to ask for more time collectively to make use of this temporary injunction, share it at this hearing, which is why I'm saying if there's a schedule to be offered, I was under the impression it was from them today, but I hear now that they're going to keep talking about it, which is my point. We would like to move this faster, and we're expecting to hear about some sense of coordination today.
All right. Did I hear correctly that all of the cases coordinated on this proposed scheduling order?
We did, Your Honor.
Okay. And do you have any objections? Are you agreed with this proposed scheduling order?
And I'm going to pause for our trial counsel to speak on that.
Okay.
We generally agree to follow up on what Mr. Fiveson said. We would like greater clarification on when they're going to come out and do their inspections. That would be at least from the temporary injunction. I don't believe the data's in here. And that's something that needs to be addressed. Otherwise, as was pointed out, it does follow the local rules. And I do agree because some of the deadlines are related to the actual trial date. We are going to need an order on each case.
Okay. I'm happy to do that. I would ask the lawyers to prepare those for me, for each case. If you want a different discovery order, I don't want to clog this one up too much, but if you have a schedule, I'm happy to look at it. But if you can agree, then you don't really need it. Did someone want to say something?
Well, just trying not to say, you don't need to. With respect to the injunction, because that's our case, you haven't set an outside date of when completion is. And just to be clear, we've been working with Mr. Ray. I talked to him in the hospital. He was in the hospital, as was I, Monday.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, with my other situation, but he was. And we're working on this. Never heard from any of the other side. We're fine on that issue.
Okay.
But I want to make sure the court's aware, the defendants pulled their application to renew their license after our hearing and the legislative hearing. So any exigency about reopening is gone. So I think that's part of the whole balancing test. I don't think when you say you don't need to make decisions that aren't before you, that one sure isn't. So I think if Mr. Ray and I or anybody else and Mrs. Yarnell can't get along on timing, we'll certainly present it back to your court, but I don't foresee that being a problem.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have any intention of doing anything with the injunction until the discovery is completed.
Just 2 points real quick, Your Honor. One on the proposed scheduling order, we just want to make it clear, because I know it said agreed that it's going to be subject to our motion to compel arbitration. Just to get that clear on the record. And then second, as far as no urgency concerns I do have, yes, they're not going to reopen, but certain clients cannot get into the home. So there still is an urgency to get several of the individuals and families back into the home. And if we can carve that out and let them move back, then I would agree maybe that's on the flats.
Well, I think I've done all the carving out I'm going to do with regard to the TI until the discovery is complete. And I hear from all the lawyers that they've done everything that they need and want to do. And they're essentially, Mr. Beckworth withdraws his request for a portion of the TI. I heard 4 days and I've done all the carving out I'm going to do. So the order is definitely going to stand until the discovery is complete. And Mr. Beckworth tells me he doesn't need it anymore.
I understand, and we'll work with Mr. Beckworth.
Okay.
To move this forward for the family.
Okay. I mean, we did allow I don't remember his name, the family's name, but we did allow one family to move back in. So.
Yes, Your Honor, there's just 2 others, but we'll bring this up as opposed.
Okay. All right. Well, then I don't know that we have anything else to do. That's a lot of travel and everything for a little bit of work. Okay. Now that's good. All right. Let's do one thing. Let's look at the calendar. Ooh, it's very loud. Sorry. And see, I don't really have another full day that is convenient and doesn't interfere with a jury until June 10th, probably why I picked it. So I think we're going to stick with June 10th. But I would ask, I was told we're going to file a motion, file your motions. Remember to send them to my office. Don't just file them with the clerk because I don't receive, like they don't push that out to me. So if you don't tell me about it, I don't know to get it. So send me those. If they're, I think, here it is. Okay. So remember that I don't want to print hundreds of pages. So if it's long, you can just drop it in the mail, or if you're local, you can bring it by for me. I would appreciate that. Just one copy. I'm the only person in my office who insists on paper. So, so on the 10th, what I imagine we'll do is, I'll see all the motions that I receive, and then I'll put them in order, and we'll start with the one I think we need to start with, and we'll work through them until we get to 5 p.m. or all of the motions have been heard. So to help me with that, you may want to include a letter or an email that says, we believe this motion and all the responses. So we believe the entirety of this motion will take 1 hour, 7 hours, whatever you think it will take for me to hear from everybody who needs to be heard on it. If I'm going to get the motions I think I'm going to get, they're actually going to be fairly individual, not really suitable for a joint motion from the plaintiff's side, because there will be a lot of facts that are specific to the individuals. So just file them separately and assume that you will be speaking on the plaintiff's side only one case at a time, but account for defense time to respond. The defense's response might be the same to all of them. I don't know. You can let me know about that. So, and then I'll just put them in order. And then in July, I think we're set. Yeah, we're set on the 15th. And again, if we don't need it, we don't have to have it, but I wanted to hold it in case we needed it. So by July, I'm going to assume we may have had some depositions the first week of June and the first week of July. So we may know what's going on a little bit better. And that one is July 15th. And that one, I'm not moving. I do know that because there wasn't a Good Friday around there to move it to. I say that, now I'm nervous that I'm not telling you the truth. No, that's right, because the week before is a jury week. So that's going to stay where it is. Get me the DCOs, please. I'm happy, how do I say this? Feel free to put the new trial date, but leave all the deadlines the same. The tricky part will be some of the deadlines say things like 30 days, 12 days, 10 days, but I think those are fine. Those can stay 4 days, 3 days.
Your Honor, on that, what if we just put on all of them
Let's pick a date.
after May? Yeah,
let's
triggered
do
off
that.
of May 3rd. I think that's
Let's do that. Let's change them because, for example, if there are shared experts, I would like to schedule one hearing to hear challenges to the expert, not 5, right? We don't need 5. Everyone will get to talk, but we don't need 5 hearings. I'm gonna assume, I mean, we're looking way in advance here, but if we end up using depositions, all of those things, yeah, what I'm imagining is if the work happens the way I hope it does, that we will be able to schedule what is normally handled at pretrial a little in advance and knock it out for maybe all of the cases. And then I don't have to have 5 separate pretrials where I go over the same motion in limine, for example. We'll see. I know that might not work, but we'll try it. We'll see what we can do. Anything else? So you're gonna get me the orders, you're gonna get me motions, we're gonna be back on the 10th. Anything else from anyone? Everyone is gonna help me out with this list that I have that's still not perfect. So if you haven't sent me one, you'll send me one. You just have to do it for yourself and your clients, your colleagues. Everyone understands, if they didn't before, that these are settings that the court is making, and every party is ordered to have a counsel. I want to also make it clear the actual parties are not ordered to appear. That's between themselves and their counsel. Of course, they're welcome at everything, but I don't require any actual parties to be here if they don't want to be here. But their lawyer, I need a lawyer for every party in the courtroom. And going forward, you're going to get a new letter. It's going to have the new dates. I do apologize about changing the schedule on you, but there's not much I can do about that. If you choose not to appear, that's a decision. That's a strategic decision made by that party and their attorney. Everyone understands that. I think that's it. All right. Well, thank you all very much. I'm sorry we didn't get to more work done, but all right. And I'll look for all the motions and I'll see everybody in a little bit less than a month.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
We still conferring with him?
Did it work?
I don't think so.
What was else on the account?